from the booth here for some time, but it is good to be back, and I am looking forward to some good high-stakes action here. A little bit of mid-stakes here, actually, this evening, as I believe we're playing some 5, 10, 25. See if we can get some built-up stacks and some straddling, perhaps. But let's start things off here with a $100 PLO flip real quick. How you doing tonight, Derek?
Diamond or 5?
I'm doing great, and yeah, it definitely starts off mid-stakes, but once we think we get to the second half of the stream, when Match the Sack comes into effect and a lot of people start putting on the $50 straddle, we'll probably see a different game in the second half.
Absolutely right, and everybody here buying in for 5K, it looks like, as JD going to pick up the first pot here, rivering the nut flush, taking down a tidy little 500 in profit before we start the 2-card game.
I was going to say that's the last one. Right.
I'm going to win every game today.
So here we go. 6 players here to start things off. A couple of open seats. We'll see if we can get those filled in as the night goes on. As we look around the table here, we see Wolfgang Poker going to be first to act here. Getting some social media in, perhaps, before things kick off. Taking a look here in the chat, we got Raina, we got Frank. Kicker Problems, Mark. What's up, y'all? Jedi Master Ted. Kicker Problems says, congrats on the main cash. Thank you very much. Was one heck of a run. I had a great time out there. And got a lot of encouraging words from everybody along the way. So shout out to everybody who was following along.
Yeah, I'm sure a lot of our viewers saw you on the feature tables. And then you got on there twice, right?
I was on the feature table twice, both times for only a short period of time, but it was a lot of fun to be on there. Got to play with a couple of big names, of course, and it's just awesome to be under the lights there, you know, with the cameras on you and knowing that there's thousands and thousands of people out there watching you play cards, so it's pretty awesome.
Stories are
All right, Tim taking a seat over here, also buying in for the full 5K. And do you know, Derek, do we have a full table here this evening slated, or are we waiting for a couple players?
I'm not sure, but
Okay.
I'm sure as the stream goes on, it was kind of the same thing what happened last week. Some players might be watching from home and might contact Mallory, like, hey, is there open seat right now? And they come in about a couple hours into the stream. So if we do have an open seat, I don't think it'll stay open for long.
Sounds right.
It was a good fold. I was what? Oh, I'm 25.
All right, folds to Kenny here on the button with the clean diaper. He's going to raise this up to 50 bucks. A couple of callers here, and we're going to go 4 ways to a flop. 9-6-4 here. Top pair with a 10 kicker for Danny, but top 2 pair here for Dunn. Bad gut shot here for Kenny. It's going to check to him, and he is going to continue just to get hit with the check raise here from Dunn with the top 2. And now over to Danny here with a little bit of a decision. He's flopped top pair, but he's already watched a bet and a check raise in front. And my goodness, he's going to 3-bet.
Put your chip out.
Did I?
Yeah.
And now over back to Dunn here. Is this a spot that he will play out of position with a call? Yes, it is. Jack of spades now on the turn. Doesn't really interact with the board texture very much, so shouldn't be a card that changes much here. If Dunn was ahead on the flop, he's likely still ahead. Danny here, yeah, I think you just kind of check this back and see what happens on the river. It's a queen of hearts, and board has gotten a little bit scarier for the flopped top 2, but so kind of tough to see how the queen and the jack really do much with Danny's range, unless he just somehow had something like 10-8 with a backdoor flush draw on the flop and was just sort of given the business. But nonetheless, Dunn is going to bet 700 here on the river, just about half pot.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, the only hand I could really think of that Dunn's really losing at this spot is probably 10-8 of spades, 10-8 of clubs. A hand that might have turned some equity, but, you know, checks back.
Yeah, it's a little bit odd to think that 10-8 would ever check back the turn. if it was ever even in there anyway. So, yeah, I don't know. This one's just tricky. Danny does settle on a call, though. He's kind of just put himself in a spot where he needs to pay this off for half pot. And Dunn going to win a nice little pot there on hand number 3.
Nice stuff.
Yeah,
nice.
I think the 3-bet sorry, 3-bet on the flop is really the pivotal point, decision point in the hand there. Really kind of changed the dynamic. Whereas if he just calls, the jack peels off,
We're gonna go
perhaps
sometimes with the dab
Dunn
afterwards.
bets again, and he can just get away from it. But he's kind of forced to pay off the 7 there on the end.
Nice start there for Dunn, up about 1,400 now in the session. Of course, it's still very early. We got about 6 hours left in our stream. And for those of y'all that haven't tuned in since last week, or haven't tuned in at all this past week, we are going to 6-hour streams now on Tuesday. No longer streaming our Wednesday stream. We've kind of moved that game over to Tuesday night.
Yeah, that'll give plenty of opportunities over the course of the 6 hours of live streaming for these stacks to get built up, for players to perhaps indulge in some beverages and really make this show a good one to watch. So definitely stay tuned all the way up until midnight Central Time. JD here calls the 3-bet free, flops 2 overs and a backdoor flush draw. Done here on top set. Being rewarded for his 3-bet free in position. Ooh, bad card here for JD on the check call. Now with 900 in the middle, Done here should be sizing up to build this pot.
Couple of rules before we get started. Please distinguish only at all times when you are at the table you have a hand in front of you.
700 is the wager. 3/4 pot size bet, pretty standard here. JD has no hearts. It's obviously going to be one of the best cards for his range. Oh, sorry, for his immediate holdings, not necessarily his range. And when you hit this card, yeah, not really able to go anywhere. So he'll make the call. 2,300 in the middle. It's another ace. Are you
I was just about
kidding
to
me?
say, another ace or jack would have just been disastrous for JD here.
Dunn here has probably got some questions in his mind about what he can get paid by. But obviously, he's just super top of range. And if JD does have something, anything, I mean, it's going to be pretty strong. So I think he's just got to go for a big, chunky size. And indeed, JD does have the hand to pay it off.
Looks like he's going to go close to the pot here. $2,000. Oh, no, 16 it looks like.
Yeah,
Oh, wow.
a little bit less than that. Another 2/3, 3/4 size, and snapped off by JD. Of course, Dunn will perhaps be wondering if he could have got a little bit more out of it, but winning a $5,500 pot right after scooping a nice one just a hand before, things are going well here for Dunn right out of the gate.
Very nice start here for Dunn. And for those of y'all that missed it last week, and I know you missed it last week, Aaron, JD is actually coming off kind of a rough week from last week against Dong. There was a 30K pot in the same game we were playing last Tuesday, and Dong 5-bet jammed ace deuce of spades into JD's aces, and they ran it once, and Dong hit the flush.
Oh my good lord.
Yeah,
That's
30K pot.
Wow. Wow, whoa, wee, whoa.
So it has not been a good 2 weeks here for JD, but he can definitely bounce back with his play style.
Yeah, and JD I've always seen maintain composure quite well, even after suffering some pretty nasty beats. So he's definitely got his head screwed on tight and not going to go tilting around, at least not from what I've seen.
Absolutely.
Poker
I like
Monkey.
the... Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, Poker Monkey joining us here in the chat, JTM New York as well. What's up, guys? Welcome to the show.
We got about 120 of y'all. Appreciate everyone that's tuning in tonight. We got 5, 10, 25, $5,000 max buy-in with Match the Stack, and I enjoyed Jedi Master Ted's comment here. He says, "Ahem, you mean a bunch of big names got to play with you on the feature table, Aaron?" Because I think they made the feature table for you. They're like they got high stakes commentator here, Aaron.
That's right. And then these other guys, you know.
Yeah, they only have like 10 million in winnings, you know.
Yeah.
I think there's something this week.
Yeah, the first day that I got to play on day 4 with George Holmes and Michael Rowan was pretty fun. We had a table full of very strong players, several European players, and then I would say maybe 2 or 3 sort of more casual players. But it was fun. Like, we had a good vibe, and I enjoyed playing with those guys, even though it was a pretty tough table. So our little time on the live stream was certainly fun, and then of course it was just an absolute blessing to be able to make it through that day and into day 5 and be able to start day 5 on the feature table as well with some of those folks. But yeah, not too long after the second live stream there on day 5 is when I went busto.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but Mike Ruan, I used to follow the main event coverage a lot more, maybe like a few years ago, but the past few years I just only kind of been watching like the final table coverage. But Mike Ruan, he back-to-back final table, right? The main event?
Almost. So
or it was like a year gap or something?
Well, he got 4th place in 2016 when Kui Wen won it. And then the very next year, he actually got 10th place, so he missed the official final table by 1. But yeah, pretty sick runs back-to-back to go 4th and 10th. I mean, I'm not sure anybody like in the modern era, like the post-Moneymaker era, has had that kind of a run in back-to-back years, probably ever. So. Yeah,
let alone back-to-back wins, right? we haven't even seen that in like 40 years, right?
Yeah, I mean, those days are long gone, right? Back when the fields were like 70 guys. But,
right.
Yeah.
When you got 10,000 in chips for the $10,000 buy-in.
All right, Harris here going to River Broadway. And Kenny, who was just on a lonely pair of 4s the whole way down, is going to pay this off for the 200 on the end.
All I want to do today is stack done. All I want to do today is stack done.
Wow, Poker Monkey on his 11th straight winning session.
Not very hard.
That is a pretty nice little streak you've got going there. Well done,
Take some
sir.
rides from Ram and Don. They figured it out.
What do you do? Any tips?
Man, I don't think I've ever been on an 11 streak win there.
I need to be way better than that. I want to have you drunk dead.
Yeah, I generally don't pay too much attention to the number of days in a row that I'm winning. I mean, certainly when you have a bunch of sessions in a row that go your way, you feel pretty good about it, just, you know, whether you really like keeping track or not. But yeah, once you get up to a streak like 11, you know, it starts to feel like, oh man, like this just keeps going and going and going. All right. All right, a couple of suited aces here, done in there with Jack 9-0. Nobody has a pair except for the 5s on board, so if somebody sneezes at this, they may just take it down. And Kenny is the one to sneeze, so he will indeed win.
Mark Wee in the chat. How's it going, Mark? And yeah, that's the guy, Mark Newhouse, right? Back-to-back 9th place. I remember that because like didn't he like say like I am not going to be 9th place this year, and then he got 9th again.
Ah, that's right.
Like, it was like a brutal cooler too. It was like kings against queens or something. Or, like,
gnarly.
Or something where he had the better hand and they like hit a set or something like that.
It was like, and yes, you will get 9th again.
Yeah.
God, heartbreaker, right? You like make the final table and then bust out immediately 2 years in a row.
Yeah, I mean, just to cash back-to-back years is already impressive, right? And then like to make the final table twice.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, if you know somebody told you this is like the future for you, you'd take it and you'd be happy. But man, there is something about getting that close to a really big payday and then coming up short that just stings in a different way.
No one in the tournament's happy except for the first place finisher.
That's right. That is correct. JD here. Suited wheel ace, going to open this up and run into Kenny's queens on the button. Kenny going to min-click this to 150 as well, and this will invite Wolfgang to make the call. This is sort of odd, but yeah, I think if you're JD, you just make the call here most of the time. Perhaps with ace-5 suited in particular, you could go for a big squeeze size, but ace-3, it's either going to connect with a board in a way that you feel pretty good about, or you can just shut it down and get out of the way for a cheap pre-flop call. Kenny here gets a favorable board and bets 300. Wolfgang here, I think, yeah, I mean, 5s isn't going to see too many better flops than this. Obviously, all the ones with a 5 on it, but I don't know. Guess he just gives Kenny credit, and credit was due. And it's got queens.
I'd say against like most players on this table, you probably just make the call once and maybe try to find a safe turn card, but maybe he feels like Kenny's just never bluffing that spot, especially when he's the pre-flop 3-better.
Yeah. The min-click size, too, I don't know. It's a pretty unique play. You don't see it very often. But when you have a certain player type that does implement it, they almost always are implementing it with the top of their value range, and they just don't want anybody to fold. They're like, oh, I've got my good hand. Now's the time to extract value. And I'm not sure that that's necessarily the case with Kenny, but certainly a vibe that some players are going to sort of pick up on. So that may have factored in.
Eric VL in the chat asking, will there be a donging tonight? I don't think so. His sightings are few and far between, but when we do see him on our stream, it's always a welcome sight. Eric actually will be joining me in the last 2 hours of the stream tonight at 10.
It just started this week.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
Excellent. Done here, flopping bottom 2. And the heater continues, so we'll take this pot down.
Not me.
Hopefully, yeah.
We got a couple more questions here. Mark Wee says seat open.
I really don't.
As of right now, there is, so come on down. If the seat's filled by the time you get there, hop on the list. But as of right now, a couple seats open, so if you're in or around the Dallas area, hop on down and grab those seats.
I'm a recreational now.
Diego also with a question here. Do you think they had a chop deal at the main event? Well, I would say no. It is possible, but any chops are going to be done outside of the WSOP and Caesars Entertainment purview. And that is a pretty risky business when you're talking about $6 million that you would be chopping in some way, shape, or form, right? Because first place 12.1 million, second place 6.4 or something. I mean, it was basically $6 million. And so if you're gonna basically rely upon the guy that wins to, you know, cut you out 2.5 million or something and hand it over because you guys had a deal. I don't know about you, but I'm not trusting anybody with that kind of money. You know, people were talking about it like, well, what if you had a lawyer like on hand because you're going into three-handed play on the last day, right? You've got a little bit of time. You do have some time to prepare. Okay, yeah, maybe somebody went and got a lawyer and talked to the other guys and said, hey, if we get down to a spot and we're closing chips, we do some sort of chop deal, and we can sign a contract on a break. Or I mean, it's possible. And if you do sign a contract and you've got all your I's dotted and T's crossed, maybe you could trust it. I don't know. If I was there, I'd just be playing for it all because WSOP and Caesars won't actually facilitate the chop for you. Then I don't want anything to do with it. But that's just my 2 cents.
Well, and a problem that I've seen some casinos, or some players run into at some casinos is that, like, you know, they'll say, like, oh, yeah, well, you all can handle the chop yourself, but when they hand you your W2G, it's going to say the amount that they listed for you, right?
Maybe Don's been golfing.
Yeah, that's exactly what I meant. Like, you get your money, and then you have to walk away from the cage in order to distribute it to the other person.
Right.
If you're the guy who like needs to pay out from getting first,
Yeah.
Y'all are out of your
and obviously there's
It's messy to figure out taxes of that.
Are they indoor?
Well, yeah, I mean that factors in tremendously, right? It's like, imagine that you do a chop.
Get the benefit of sitting in a sauna? You get
I
all
mean,
that sweat
like,
out?
basically at the end of the day, no matter how you do it, you have to have lawyers involved at some point, just because of the tax side of it. And that's just super messy, right? And
Too damn hot.
I don't know. I just wouldn't do it. Now, if you play at a venue or under a banner that allows chops, then you don't have to worry about it, because you guys can just come to an agreement, talk to the floor staff, the tournament director or whatever, and they'll just modify the payouts and deal with it all before you even go to the cage. And then the payouts and the taxes and everything are exactly as it is distributed, and you don't have to worry about it. So that is, to me, that's the only way that I would trust it and would be able to do a chop.
I agree.
Outside of some maybe small ball tournament where it's just, you're talking about a few $1,000s and people or whatever. But
I've done it a few times.
when it gets into the millions or the hundreds of thousands, I'm not trusting people I don't know, or even that I know tangentially.
Clear everything out.
Yeah. Golf might be a little too
JD
much.
here flopping the king high flush draw on a favorable board for his pre-flop raising range. Harris is out of there.
We're not.
Let's see, we had one more question in the chat. Let me see if I can find it. Mark Lang says, are the street players contracted to play till bust, and are they on the clock? Well, they certainly are on the clock, as with all of our TCH locations around the state of Texas. You pay an hourly rate to hang out at the table, including these players. And are they contracted to play till bust? No. Any of these players is, of course, free to rack up their chips and walk away from the table whenever they choose, as with any of our other tables at any of our other venues. But, of course, they know that they've come onto the stream to play this game, and they know that it's going to go until midnight. So, if they've got something that's going to come up at 10:30 or whatever and they have to leave, understandable. But nobody's really coming on to just play for 25 minutes and rack up. So, hope that answers your question.
And the mid to high stakes, as you get higher and higher in stakes, and I'm sure a lot of players in our chat understand this, is the community is a lot smaller and everyone knows each other, right? So like you're gonna be playing with the same people week after week after week. You're playing these kind of stakes, and I guess there is some kind of etiquette, right, involved when you're playing the same group of people week after week.
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, I mean, it's just like, ask yourself, like, if you were going to go play a game, even if it wasn't live streamed or anything, I mean, would you want to just, like, walk in and play for an hour, hour and a half, and then leave? Like, no. Like, we all enjoy getting in a bunch of hands, spending enough time with your opponents to kind of get a feel for how they're playing, and seeing if you can run it up. So I think everybody's pretty much got that attitude. So we do have a new player joining us here in just a moment, but this hand is about to get real spicy as the run good of done continues, at least as of this point in the hand. Aces over kings.
Are you kidding me right now?
JD here getting put in the blender.
You gonna go in December?
December? What's it?
Yeah, this is like a brilliant spot with Kenny cold calling in between and the cutoff. Right, this just looks like a dead money sort of situation for Dunn on the button. So JD's certainly going to be coming in for a fourth bet.
And we're only 24 minutes in the stream. And we see the nightmare scenario when you see kings. You just don't want your opponent to have aces. Just one hand you don't want your opponent to have. Right, we have it right here. Aces against kings, the ultimate cooler, and no limit hold'em.
So 750 to go here, 4-bet pot. I mean, these players are fairly deep. If Dunn just calls, pot's going to go up to over 1,500, and stack to pot ratio will be around 4, a little bit over 4. So you kind of are incentivized to go for a fifth bet, but you kind of just end up in the range of like aces, kings, ace, kings, suited, and like maybe ace-5 suited.
Back to school.
Queens is really not going to be doing a ton of 5-betting here. Yes, it's low jack versus button with a cold caller in between. You could maybe argue for queens being in that range, but I just don't think people are doing it in practice. So we're really high up there in the range when he goes for this 5th bet.
Probably one of those schools I got rejected from.
And yeah, this has got to raise some internal alarm bells here for JD.
Oh, I didn't play that.
Like now, I'm really only beating ace-king suited.
Have you heard of pluribus?
Chopping with kings and crushed by aces. So yeah, just going to make the call here.
That's him?
He's a poker bot.
Stack to pot ratio is
Even better than
under
Pio.
2.
Pluribus.
I don't even know what that is.
It's about 1.5. Safe
you
flop
probably
here,
expect
Jack 9
better than me.
3-2
Like
tone.
a neural net.
I'm ready, boy.
Yeah, exactly.
JD here going to have some pocket jacks in his
Want me to sleep here? I
range,
got my tea, talking about nerdy
perhaps. Done here, solidly locked in at that
Yeah, but
top
they
of
also-
range,
didn't they do
aces,
both?
kings again.
Yeah, the
Sort of
six- pluribus was
situation.
the six match.
JD here does not have the king of clubs, which is actually an important piece of the puzzle. Does give Dunn the ace-king of clubs combination to be bluffing with. So
Yeah, this is
semi-bluffing.
actually probably the worst combo that he could have, right? I mean, ace-king of hearts still possible here, ace-king of clubs still possible. Ace-king of clubs, the front door flush, ace-king of hearts, obviously the back door flush here.
Yeah, I mean, with a stacked pot ratio at 1.5, it's not particularly relevant, but certainly you can think of like, all right, my opponent can have that. They're going to be continuing. They're going to be happy to get all the chips in. And when all the chips go in, I want my opponent to have something other than just aces. And so that does certainly benefit JD in that respect. He does go for the check call, and now stacked pot ratio is under 1. Done here with the 5 of hearts now on the turn. See if he just goes for it all, or if he tries to go for an in-between size. You can actually, of course, leverage your opponent's entire stack here by not betting the full amount, but betting enough to where you're practically committed. And a lot of players will do that in these sort of scenarios rather than just go all in. But let's see how Don approaches this.
It looks like he's going to go with what you were saying, you know, betting him out that commits JD on the river, but betting him out that won't fold out hands like kings or queens in this spot. And yeah, this is a very tough spot here for JD.
Yeah, there's performance enhancing drink in the mouth.
I mean, do you ever fold kings to a $1,700 bet with 6K in the middle?
I mean, I don't think I speak for just myself here. We just don't play a lot of 5-bet pots where you get to the turn and still have a decision to make.
Looking spiffy. Sexy AF.
It just doesn't happen very often, right? So
Looking like
it's
a
really
snack.
tough to try to figure out exactly what to do and whether or not you should fold kings. It just looks like Don has aces here.
Little croissant.
Maybe
what's-
kings.
What's going on here? Why is there a card on the right of the dealer's hand?
Perhaps pre-burn or... Oh, no, that's the discards. That's the muck.
Oh,
It's
that
just
is the
been
muck,
neatly
okay.
stacked.
Once or twice.
JD decides that he can't do anything but go all in here,
I have kings. I have kings.
and we're just going to rip it, I believe.
That's it.
Oh, no, twice. Twice it is.
Wow.
And
Just-
no kings in the deck.
Nice.
And the run bad continues here for JD, and the run good continues for Dunn. Gives me up about 10K now on the session. We're just over.
Yeah, pretty nasty setup spot there for JD. I mean, right, you can never really fault anyone for calling down with kings there, because it's like, what better hand do you have? Aces? Maybe a small fraction of pocket jacks where you flop top set. But outside of that, I mean, it's just as narrow of a range as what Dunn is playing. And so when the ranges become that narrow, it's just so hard to find, you know, what would be, you know, air quotes around this, the correct fold to get away from getting stacked by aces here. You know, it's just impossible nearly. But for those of us that have found ourselves in spots like this, I mean, there's just a empty pit of despair inside of you when you get there and you have kings and you're like, oh my god, this is just like always aces, right? I'm all in. And they snap. And you're like, ah, no, it's aces. So, I don't know. Just one of those things.
Very nice hand there for Dunn, picking up a over 10K pot. And JD's back into the bag of chips there, ready to reload, and got another 5.5 hours. Only 30 minutes in, we have to remember. So got plenty of time to battle back, and we've seen crazier things happen.
Yeah, it is what matched the stack as well. So if he really wants to try to get his chips back there from Dunn, he can put out a big stack and go for it all. So we've got another big stack of chips coming in here.
Oh, Safine coming in. All right, haven't seen him in a little bit. I know he's coming back from his Vegas trip. And who's here? Oh, and I talked to this player in the 9 seat. He came by last week while I was working as a floor, and he was asking about playing on the stream. It looks like he's hopping in, and from what I understand, he's quite young. I think he's either 20 or 21 years old.
Okay. Well, welcome to the game. Sit down and get kings against JD's queens.
What is happening? What? Sits down, wakes up to kings with 8K behind, and JD has queens.
Is he old enough?
I mean, we're about to have a highlight reel of run bet here for JD.
Oh, the kid version?
The kid version, yeah.
This is pretty gross.
Top trips against both, kings against aces, and now queens against kings. You can't mix this stuff up.
Except for the Aria sweater, honestly.
And JD has literally just reloaded. This guy sat down. Everybody's commenting on about how young he looks, and he's just min-clicked it back against JD. And JD is like, am I dreaming? Is this real life?
Oh boy.
It is the 10 high flop.
Oh my god.
Small continue here from Recursive Dragon. Did he give you any insight as to what the screen name is all about, or?
Not at all. I talked to him maybe for 2 minutes. He was just asking about like who he could contact to get onto the stream.
Okay.
But yeah, he is quite young, and I think he's from he hails from California.
Okay. One line or two of straight here, but neither player should have 7x in their range pretty much at all. I suppose JD could have some 7-8 suited on occasion, right? He's going to do some 3-betting, and then that 4-bet was so small that he's just going to be like, well, the implied odds here are pretty good, so I can come along. So JD here actually, of course, with what I would say is a range advantage on this board texture, but he's also got 2 queens, hard blocking the queen-jack suiteds of the world, so that could factor in here. I mean, these players are still quite deep. Stack to pot ratio at 3. JD here still just going to call. That's an ace of diamonds on the end. Any ace-x bluffs just got there, but JD will lose no more money. And Recursive Dragon will drag a pot of 36.65. Man. It's got a sting if you're JD. It's like, ooh, what the hell is going on?
I might take a walk after those 3 hands. Oh my goodness.
Dude, tell me about it.
Saw an interesting comment here in the chat a while ago.
Let's see here. If you didn't win, what'd you do? Did you like leave for like how much did you like win?
Oh yeah, I wanted to comment on this from Diego. He's like, thank you for the answer, by the way. It's very hot in Sin City. Staying inside. Enjoying your stream and commentary, not so much Maria Ho commentary. Shulman Ali was very fun. Yeah, and speaking of Shulman, I played with a player on a PLO table at TCH Social, and he's actually good friends with Nick Shulman, and he like plays golf with him every time he goes to Vegas.
Oh, cool.
I didn't win.
Yeah, so I thought that was pretty cool.
A quarter of the way there.
actually trying to be humble. That's
Yeah, also, perhaps a little known fact, some people, of course, well aware of this, but Nick Schulman does
Biggest
billiards commentary, does pool commentary,
What have you done since then?
and is like a big pool aficionado.
Played one.
And so, yeah, it's pretty cool. You can watch, like, you know, big pool tournaments or whatever and hear Nick Schulman commentating the action. It's kind of cool. So he very much enjoys his sports outside of poker, that's for sure.
Yeah, poker players tend to be quite competitive in whatever they do, right? So whether it be like you know, sports or video games or heck, board games, I don't know.
I'm gonna start
Heck yeah.
OnlyFans after this.
Hui Wen here in the chat says just tuned in. How was WSOP? And glad everything's back to normal. And Derek is on. Well, thank you for those words. WSOP was great. It started off very slow. I was in for max bullets on pretty much everything I planned to play and didn't even have a cash or a day two all the way up until the very end of the series. Got a good cash in the mini main and made day 5 of the main. So saved my summer there right at the end. Quite nice.
Eric VL saying he says he played 2-5 with a Curse of Dragon or Shiva last night. Scooped an almost 20K bomb pot. Well, I'm sure he's parlaying some of that money in tonight's big game, and it's going well so far for him. And man, Zeus is just dealing the fire tonight, just giving premiums here left and right.
Yeah, luckily for JD, he's not involved in this one. Tim is going to take this one down pre-flop.
Isn't the elevator sometimes it's hard to get down? It takes a while sometimes.
Pairs ain't too bad. Obviously, if you're playing the horse.
What do you think about Recursive Dragon's chip stacking situation over there?
I've done that before too.
Might put me on tilt if I was at the table, not gonna lie.
The horizontal line of
God.
chips, you know, I do see that every once in a while. Usually players, though, will do it sort of like 90 degrees from the table edge, and so it just like juts out into the table, and that's also a little bit tilting to me.
For
But
the
I
dealer,
think,
too.
Yeah,
Kinda
but
creates a
this
wall.
way is
Yeah.
it's unique.
Wait, so how many big chips you got? Wait, can you put that in the front, please? You just only see the.
Him and what was that other guy's name? That black guy.
Depending on what seat you're in, you only see like a certain chip.
Yeah.
Yeah, they went all in.
Man, almost have 300 viewers in the chat. Thank you all so much for tuning in. I know it's WSOP is over now, or getting close. I mean, do they have a few more events, or maybe a couple events still going on? Should be over, right?
Yeah, I mean, the closer was starting
18 grand.
maybe
Is Mike going out there with you guys?
the other day. I mean, I don't know. Honestly, I had that tab open in my browser on my phone for like the last month and a half, and after I left, I closed it. So I have not been refreshing the feed and paying attention to what's going on still. But it's basically at the end of the line, if not already over. So WSOP 2023 in the rear view.
I would probably say no. He seems more of like if it's not like high roller events, he doesn't.
Got
really
3
play.
pocket pairs here, 10s,
Yeah,
8s, and
personally,
7s.
like 25 and 50Ks that he likes.
I'm Tim. We played a couple times together before, I think. Yeah.
No sets, but Dunn does pick up bottom pair,
For semester.
so that he's not alone. Bottom pair. 4 diamonds on the turn, changing nothing.
I'm going back to school next semester.
You were doing like 1K flips over there? On like that table?
125. I'm sure that happens to be a
It was
recreational.
pretty
It doesn't
decent.
sound like
Part-time player.
You were flipping at like 2 a.m. I left. I came back at like noon and you were still flipping.
Mesper Productions, the last tourney is a staff-only thing, right? I think that's right. I think the last one is what it's like a bounty tournament for
buddy. He's on his way.
Is he?
Yeah.
for casino staff.
Next month, I think.
I don't know. I didn't look into it that much, but similar to the first tournament being for casino staff. The last one is as well, but I think it's a bounty tournament. I could be wrong. All right, Danny bets the turn. Gets called by Kenny with the pocket 7s. And it's a 10 here on the end, so Danny makes a set, but cannot get any further value.
Who told you that?
So I know the World Series of Poker is over for a lot of us here. Well, I didn't go, but for a lot of us in the chat or for Aaron. But we got a fun tournament series coming up in August, and I'm sure you know about this, Aaron. I believe it's around August 14th through early September. We're going to have a 21 event tournament series here up in Dallas between both of our locations, TCH Social and TCH Dallas. We're going to have, I heard $1 million guaranteed title event. Actually, I looked on Poker Alice, and I think it's a $1.5 million title event, and then there's another $1 million guarantee to start off the event. So there's 2 over $1 million events going to be happening in that series. So it should be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I am looking forward to that. It's going to be awesome. So certainly be in the mix. And yeah, lots of tournaments around the state of Texas here coming up for sure. WSOP over, everybody sort of goes back home. Hopefully, no one has gone completely busto, and everybody ready to play some local tournaments. So there should be plenty of things here on the radar across the state of Texas, and definitely keep your eyes out for all of the TCH tournaments coming your way in your area.
We always just flip and start.
Yeah, no, people are like, oh, back to the cash game streets to recover my tournament fund, and you'll have about a month left to recover those funds to play in our tournaments here very soon.
At first, when there's like,
Month is all you need.
9-handed, there's like 4 cards every round.
Yeah, unless it's a bad month, then we might need to take a few months.
Or if the summer was particularly brutal to you.
Yeah.
Which mine definitely was, dude. I'll tell you, by the time I was going into the mini main, I had taken so many bad beats and was just kind of like, just kind of down in the dumps, when you're at the tail end of a downswing, and it feels like everything that can go wrong does is over and over, it takes a toll. But the good news is that every downswing ends, and you will start winning again. You just got to keep your nose to the grindstone and be smart with your money. Make sure you don't blow your whole roll so that you've always got that time to recover and spin it back up.
I think my raise is actually supposed to only be 100, right? So I actually get the 50.
Interesting spot here for Tim. Decided to just flat call JD's open. Now getting 3-bet from Danny with the ace-queen.
Maybe even 75, depending on how they count the straddle.
Do we ever see the rare flat call back 4-bet here?
It's all right.
Out of position. And we will.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense if you do just call from early position. So this isn't a straddle from Danny. This was a call.
Yeah. So
I mean, he had
JD
150 out there.
JD opened, and then Tim called, and then Danny 3-bet.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, so it's a very, very interesting spot here for Danny. Has the ace-queen. Wait.
I just don't see the button, so I feel like maybe the position labels are off or something.
The positions are definitely wrong because Danny definitely 3-bet, and I'm pretty sure JD opened as well. He had the queen 8 of hearts.
Yeah, so I guess we've got the button location a little bit askew on this one, but yeah, now that it comes back to Danny here, I mean, ace queen O is just always like one of those weird hands you don't really know what to do, but he rips it and Tim snaps.
Oh no! Wow, another over 10K pot here. We're not even an hour into our stream. This is gonna be a bloody session for some of these players.
Definitely is. Danny looking for a queen and a queen only here. Does not find it. Ace king high gonna win.
With such skilled players on this table here, sometimes you got to play a little unorthodox, a little bit tricky here. And, Tim's unorthodox line here got Danny to kind of spaz out here with the ace-queen, which, I mean, I say spaz out, but it's not unreasonable for Danny to do this line here, given his exact holding and, what blockers he has in his hand. But kind of just runs into the ace-king here.
Yeah, just very awkward all around. And yeah, Danny here going to be, I guess it was out of position, right? I mean, again, I still don't know exactly where the button is in here, but it seems like he would have been out of position, so it's kind of strange.
probably a good spot to flat anyways.
Yeah, the way they play Ace King is like that, but you have to throw in like a couple of 10-minute tanks
With the ace queen, yeah.
before
Okay.
each decision.
Well,
You just stand there.
nice
for a
little
minute,
double up there for
3-bet.
Tim. Danny going to go down to 1.4K, likely to add on here to chip back up, but
Stand there for another minute.
So you know how we said was, hey, you know how you opened the stream saying it was a mid stakes game? I think we've crossed that realm now, or that threshold.
yeah, I mean, everything's relative, right?
Yeah,
like
yeah, sure,
certainly
sure.
by, I would say, most people's standards, this is going to be pretty high stakes. But it is always kind of funny because you'll get those people that'll go, well, actually, high stakes is only when you have, you know, $2 million on your table. So it's up to
I'd
everyone.
consider this high stakes. You probably need to be in the top
They're so small, it's out, honestly.
5 to 10% of poker players to be able to play these kind of stakes. So.
Security like drags you outside.
Maybe not these particular stakes, but at these stacked ups of these players. Let me correct you. You know, I mean, 5, 10, 25 in some states is just 2,500 cap, 3,000 cap, right?
Yeah, sure.
But I mean, we open it as a 5,000 cap, and it's now match a stack, as you can see, 13K stacks, 10K stacks, 9K stacks. So, very representative of, say, like a 10 and a quarter game in Vegas.
Only way I get on strike.
Thank you.
Just for you, Danny.
Healthy V pips here as well. Done here, of course, being
We'll facilitate. We'll facilitate.
You guys gotta cater to me.
very high V pip with just premium hands.
Faster, you know.
We tilt it a little bit.
It's always the preferred way to go about it.
So do these things have any like significance?
Folds around over to Wolfgang here.
Oh, that's
This is a reader.
Yeah.
Put it there at the start of the hand, and that's it.
King 6 suited.
Alright, let's just, you know the drill. You grab his card and whenever he pushes. He pushes him over the line and snap him.
With the $50 straddle on for this hand, he's going to open 175 and get one caller from JD. That's up to a flop. JD in position, comes 6 high, so top pair second kicker for Wolfgang. We'll wait for RF Poker setup to get caught up here. JD here had a superior hand pre-flop, but has no choice but to fold on the flop. So we take a look there at the leaderboard. Tim and Dunn up the most. Tim here, of course, just jumping to the top there after getting the double up. Recursive Dragon also winning that nice hand against JD.
So your boy Rampage
Kings
is a
over
real
queens to
superstar.
chip up nicely
Yeah, he's
right off the
making
bat
moves.
as well.
He may not be going up, but he's making moves.
Poor guy.
Skin in the game.
Yeah. Doug Polk's about to make a video about that whole thing. That's the friend who's doing it.
All right, folds over to Dunn in the cutoff. He's going to raise it up. Danny calls on the button with ace-7 of diamonds, and Wolfgang here deciding what to do with the king 10-0.
He doesn't make good names.
Give me a calculator? Okay.
Yeah, sort of thought about it, gave it a little bit of thought. Should he come in for the squeeze? I think king 10 suited, certainly a candidate. King 10 off. Into the muck you go.
I knew something was going to happen. 7.
Harris here, though, with a squeezable hand. Takes 750 to go with pocket 10.
The ayahuasca I did earlier, it's paying off. Like Aaron Rodgers.
Let's see the universe.
He's opening his third
That's
eye.
such a whole debacle, that whole situation.
I know.
That's so bad. He needs to hire a team.
Influencer on influencer violence, you know?
He's like, I don't even know if what he did is legal. Like, he
Sorry, I
needs
just left to grab some
hire a
waters.
manager.
Did I miss any big hands?
You can't just be giving out 29%
No.
loans or whatever it was.
Is that table
But some controversy talk here at the table. I'm not sure exactly what they're talking about. Trying to pick up on
I
it.
feel
I need to like turn the
like
table sideways.
I don't know either. He was like
Drop that box.
For sure.
and he's like
The only thing I know going on in the poker/Twitter world right now is Rampage Poker calling out that guy that he made the 450K loan to.
Oh yeah, I saw something about that. Didn't read into it, but did see that they're on the radar.
You guys rolling.
I've got my own
Yeah,
opinions on that, and I'll probably just keep that to
You guys are all
myself.
mega YouTubers.
Okay.
You know, they're gonna take it back in like a month.
He's sponsored by WPT. He's good for. He's set for life. Yeah, he's gonna be one of the top names in poker for the next 20 years.
Who's that?
Rampage.
Yeah. I hope so. He's one of the good ones.
All right, we're just going to check down to an ace-high showdown for Recursive Dragon. He'll take this one down. BMW driven. Aaron is my hero. I don't know why, but he just is. Well, awesome. Appreciate that. If you're talking about me, of course. There could be a different Aaron than you're talking about. But
Yeah, he didn't really specify there, right?
yeah, I mean, I'll just.
I mean,
insert
that's a big assumption there, Aaron. Oh, looks like we lost Aaron there.
It's so easy.
Hello, Aaron, you still there?
When you like love it so much,
Yeah.
like
Once they're dusty regs like you, we all hate it.
And refresh my browser. I may jump away for just a moment.
yeah, I'm 33, but wow.
You there?
Just a
Hello?
crazy old bastard at this point.
150.
Speedrun from this rag. Friday.
Well, I think Aaron's having some technical difficulties. He will be back shortly. You'll have to hear just from me for a second here. Oh no, here we go. Looks like Aaron is back.
Connection, and it kind of booted me. So.
Aaron, you there?
hopefully-
I can hear you right now.
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, I just had to add you back to the stream there.
Oh,
So you play the night shift?
thank you. Yeah, I had a hiccup in my internet connection and everything froze, so I had to refresh the
I
browser.
purposely tried not to now, but probably once.
But I was kind of joking. I was like, well, that's a big assumption there to assume that Aaron is you're the Aaron that he's talking about. No, I'm sure he's talking about you.
Waking up like 5 p.m. and going to bed at like
I'd certainly never call myself a hero, but I strive to be somebody's hero somewhere.
Just making you like a better human and happier and like.
Anyways, let's.
You know, I mean, I guess our stream isn't like obviously the biggest stream out there in the world, but did you have anyone recognize you out in WSOP?
Oh yeah, for sure. No, I had, of course, you know, lots of local sort of poker players and stuff come up to me and, you know, say
Did you get an
hello.
invite
A
too?
lot of folks
Of course
from
you
the
did.
Austin area that were out there
Hey, you go,
taking
man.
their shot in various WSOP events. And yeah, I did actually have a couple of people that I'd never met before sort of come up to me and say hello. Had a few people at the poker table where after about an hour and a half, 2 hours in, you know, somebody sort of squinted one eye and looked at me and was like, do you do commentary? You know, just, you know, they could kind of picture, or they could place my voice, right?
Right. No, that happens to me all the time. Yeah, it's the voice. They recognize the voice before they recognize the face, right? And they're like, you sound so familiar. And oh, do you ever watch a stream? Yeah.
All inclusive, buddy. All inclusive.
Safine here getting a little out of line here with the 4-3 suited.
They just want their
Attacking
money back.
Harris
I'm
here.
undefeated in that joint.
Really?
Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, this is cut off open, so going to have a pretty wide range. But yeah, 4-3 suited, definitely going to be pretty spicy 3-bet candidate.
Texas Hold'em, some
Be tough to
craps.
connect with
Everybody
many
shares cards,
boards,
get
and
the
this
edge on
is
the house.
just like most of them,
Easy
where
gamble
he's
just
got
enough where you keep your concept, but
just
not enough
tiny
where
little
you-
bit of backdoor equity. Harris here with effective second pair going nowhere.
I don't gamble like that at all.
Safine looking to pick up a diamond or maybe some kind of straight draw on the turn. Does find the diamond in the form of the queen of diamonds.
We would on non-poker.
Will we continue with the pressure here?
Yeah, you've got a texture changing card, right? It's an overcard to the board. Does improve your equity. I think this is a mandatory continue.
800.
And goes for a modest size though, 800 only into 19. It's enough to get the job done though, as Harris is going to run for the exit, and Safine will show the 4 high.
There he is.
He drags the pot.
Spicy hand.
You reach in your sack?
Just I'm adding,
It's great to have Safine back on our stream. You know, had a great trip, or I don't know how his trip went, but you know, he had probably a month-long trip over at the WSOP.
One of those days. I woke up on the wrong side.
Yeah, I ran into a bunch of folks out there, man. We had Mr. Delivery out there. We were all in the main event together. Sort of proud to say that of our little group of poker friends that were out there, I made it the furthest, so you know, it was kind of fun. Didn't have a last long or anything like that.
I was just about to ask. Yeah. Missed
there was-
opportunity there.
Yeah, well, there was an Austin player last longer, and one other Austin guy that had the last longer going. Pardon me, was in it that I would have been up against. He did outlast me. Got something like 100 and something place. So had I entered the last longer, I would have lost to him. But yeah, congrats to Pierre for his deep run and taking down the last longer.
Oh, Pierre, yeah. He's a regular on multiple streams around the Texas area, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is he actually French?
He is not French. He is Italian.
Oh, Italian. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
Yes. I mean, he's an American as of however long ago. I mean,
Sure,
he's been here for
but
quite some time. But
born in
yeah, no,
Italy.
he definitely has an accent. He's definitely from Italy.
Got a nice comment here from our River Rat, TCH, commentators and family. You guys are the best. I only watch TCH Poker. Love you guys. It's very nice of you, River Rat.
Yeah, thanks, man. Thanks for hanging out with us. Definitely enjoy having you. Done here playing the 4-3 suited this time around. Flops the joint on the bottom end.
Gosh.
Turns a diamond draw to go with it. Tim here on bigger diamonds, and still a gut shot for Danny. And a boat draw for JD, so nobody dead here yet.
And a pretty safe turn card there for JD's holding. Obviously, you still have to worry about the flop straight, but now counterfeiting 2 pair holdings like 7-6, so can't see him making the fold yet. And now Tim getting a great price here to hit his flush.
Yeah, JD in the mix because...
Wow, okay, nice. Wow, okay.
I'm very surprised about that fold. I mean, you're closing the action. If you hit a diamond, you're almost certainly good. Yes, you can be dead to some hands with just like 6-5, 7-5, but like that board checked through on the flop. Or you know, the action checked through on the flop. So I think most diamonds are going to be good for you. I am quite surprised that he didn't call there.
And you got to think about some of your overcards could possibly be good as well.
Oh, absolutely. Right? I mean,
so I mean, you're getting more than 3-1 there, and that's.
I'm not folding there. I'll tell you.
Yeah, I'm definitely making the call for $300.
Yeah.
But you know, maybe you picked up on something and.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Dunn's been running hot. His hand holds up as he gets to the end. Drags another nice one, 2,200 coming his way. As JD here just continues to get put into nasty spots. I mean, all things considered, he's down less than 1 buy-in here for 5K. But it certainly feels like he is the punching bag here as of late.
You only make fun of people.
Or the pinata, I guess is a little bit more apropos to be the pinata, you know, chips falling out of him as you whack him around.
You see, I'd like to go for the more positive statement on that. You know, he's throwing the party per se. You know, some of my friends like to say when you're the one down all the money on the table, everyone else is like even or winning, and you're the one down 2 buy-ins. You know, you're throwing the party.
No, somebody's got to do it.
Yeah, someone's got to host. I mean,
Yeah.
you can't have a party without a host.
Whatever you can get him to agree.
I disagree, but
Oh, that's
when it comes to poker, you are very correct.
100 feels way too little. Yeah.
All right, JD back on the horse here. Can he win a hand? Let's find out. Ace, 8 of diamonds. From +2.
You know, I was kind of thinking, if you're going to come up here to Dallas during the series we're going to have for the Poker Atlas Tour, if you bring in your Austin friends, we got to find a day to do some No Limit Deuce, because I got some people that would probably want to play. We could do an Austin-Dallas battle here, you know.
Dude, it is on. Let's definitely make that happen. I can very nearly guarantee that I can get at least 1 or 2 people to come up from our Deuce 7 group.
Okay. Cool,
and because there's a couple of tournament players in the mix, some of them we were just playing the other night. We were talking about going up there. to play
I'm gonna get it right now.
in Choctaw here soon as well. So there's definitely some interest to head up that direction. So I think I can get a couple of folks to come up. And, yeah, I mean, 7-handed, 8-handed is the prime spot anyways, so it's not like we need a ton of players to get a good game going. So yeah, let's make it happen.
Another dealer trick.
How did they know?
I had a deuce as well.
We're now an
JD.
hour into our stream, but yeah, it looks like Sophie not getting any action.
Premium. It's just
Yeah, the Deuce to 7 $1,500 bracelet event at WSOP was a ton of fun. I got to
That's the
play
triple
with,
draw one, right?
Excuse me?
That's the triple draw variant, right? Not no.
No, single draw. There's
Oh, there's a-
1,500 and a 10K for the single draw. And
Wait, when did they add the 1,500 event?
They've had it for at least a couple of years.
Really? Okay, because I always thought they only did no limit deuce for the 10K, man. That's why I was like, oh man, I can never play that. I'm never gonna want to pony up 10K for that. But I always thought the 1,500 was always no limit, or sorry, triple draw or like the triple draw mix.
Yeah, no, I guess I don't know the history of it because I've only gotten into Deuce to 7 sort of here in the last year. But no, the 1,500 has certainly been around for a little while.
Oh, okay.
And they had a very interesting adaptation or modification this year. So anybody who's familiar with Deuce to 7 single draw, which of course is probably not many, it is
There's
a
about
little
10
bit
people
of
in the chat that know what we're talking about.
yeah, but it's a very old game. In fact, a little bit of fun trivia. There was actually, they had to take a vote way back when the World Series of Poker was getting started, as to whether or not the main event would be Deuce to 7 or
Right, I heard about
No Limit
this.
Texas
Honestly, it was
Hold'em.
very depressing last time. So
And I mean, imagine if Deuce 7 had won, right? I mean, if that was the main event, the world would look very different. But the other thing is that Deuce to 7 has traditionally always been played as a game with an ante on the button, a small blind, a big blind, and you must raise to come in, so that there are no limps. Well, this year they got rid of that. At WSOP, you could limp.
Interesting. So there's a lot more action in, huh?
There's a dozen sharks.
Yeah, I mean, you didn't see a lot of it. There were certainly some of the more recreational players that were limping.
Right.
And that, of course, is like how we found out someone limped, and we were, a couple of us were like, "Oh, you can't do that." And the dealer was like, "No, actually, this year they can." And we were like, "Whoa, really?"
What the hell?
So, yeah, we all kind of learned together. But
no, yeah, that's how I learned no limit deuce too. Is like, yeah, you have the ante, and then you have to min raise to open,
yeah,
or to enter the pot. Yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, no, they changed that, and
Interesting.
just so much fun. Absolutely, so much fun. I pretty much made nothing but 10s and jacks with just a couple of 9s the entire tournament, and I fired 2 bullets.
Hey, jacks are all you need.
Well, it was pretty frustrating because my hands did not hold up. All of my pat 10s
Oh, no.
would get outdrawn and such.
They'd
so
hit like an 8 or 9.
Exactly. So
Oh,
things did not go my way in that tournament, but I really enjoyed it. I ran a huge bluff against a very talented player who ended up getting like 6th place or something.
Oh, man.
In the event. He, of course, Hero called me and was correct. But I felt awesome about the bluff. It was a great spot, and I think most of the time it gets through. He tanked for about 3.5 minutes too, so I almost got it through. But
I had one for like 6
anyways,
months when I was like,
very good game. If anybody out there is curious about it, there are a few videos you can find on YouTube that will give you a little bit of information about how to play it.
Yeah, I think Dan
There are
has a
some
few videos on it.
websites that will talk to you about how to play it, and yeah, it's a tremendously fun game.
I'd pay to see that.
If I can get like a shot of that, put it in front of a TCH vlog.
That is a flop for JD. He will not get any action, but he will win.
Ooh, all the cards. Worse.
Larry Way out here in the chat says that Lottie told you that I had a good run in Vegas. Yeah, I had a really, really bad run in Vegas all the way up until the end. And then Mini Main got 79th place out of many, many thousands of players. And in the main event, got 365th out of a little over 10,000 players. So did save my summer there at the very end.
yeah, it's just a good fold and short 7 deuce,
I have 3 cards. That's what I thought you were bringing back.
Let's do it.
Why did I do that to my
All right, misdeal. We're going to start this one over.
I could see like low cards.
Should. I'm still stuck, man.
So, Derek, would you consider playing the main event as sort of a bucket list item? Is that something that you have
Oh, absolutely.
that you really want to do? Or
Yeah, it's just I don't know if it's possible in the next few years, especially next year. Like I was telling you earlier, I'm really focused on playing on a lot of PLO cash, given what I told you earlier. But yeah, it's definitely something I want to do, especially as a younger. As a kid, learning No Limit Hold'em from my dad, and growing up watching it on ESPN with him, had some fond memories of that. So definitely a bucket list item for sure.
Cool, man. Well, I definitely hope you're able to make it happen at some point, and hopefully soon, because it is one hell of an experience. There's nothing quite like the energy in that room with just thousands of players playing the main event. It's just fantastic. Pretty nasty spot developing here for Dunn. He's been on the right side of every hand he's played so far, but this one outkicked by Wolfgang. Both players with top trips, but kicker problems for Dunn. Checks through on the flop. Now at bet a 150 and just a call from Wolfgang, so keeping this pot very small.
Trying to get the fourth truck.
Kenny comes along with his turn pair of queens. He's drawing dead and doesn't want to see another queen. He does dodge that, but it's a 5 of spades, so kickers are playing, and Wolfgang is going to take this one down if and when we get to showdown.
I feel like everyone I know that's trying to quit, they always get like huge offers to stay in.
Another small bet here, 1/3 from Dunn, and I think Wolfgang here, who has played this one very close to the vest, is going to have to raise this up now to get some additional value from his top of range hand.
Yeah, absolutely. Still hands you get value from ace 10, ace 9. Obviously a lot of suited aces as well. So. And he will go for the raise here, which both of us like to see a lot. A lot of players might be hesitant to try to get value from other aces.
In about 3 weeks.
If he leaves, it's going to be five conditions leave.
But money made in poker is made in spots like this where you can find value where some other players can't. So.
Yeah, well, I mean, you kind of also just have to say to yourself, like, the only hands that beat me are ace-king, ace-queen, ace-5, ace-6. Given the way that this has been played with the relatively small bet sizes, it really doesn't make a lot of sense for your opponent to have these holdings. And yeah, this fantastic spot does perhaps get the max value there on the end without going for a raise on earlier streets. I mean, we'll never know, but definitely did sort of just hang about until the very end, puts in the big chunky pot size raise on the river and gets it paid off. So well played there by Wolfgang as he chips up to 6.7 thousand.
Do you think you can ever find a fold in a Dunn spot there, given that there's a third player behind?
That one's going to be quite player dependent, I think. There are some tendencies, I would say, from a couple of the players here that you could perhaps, kind of use to make a decision like that. Wolfgang here kind of buying in a little bit shorter than some of the other players, not opting to add on. Doesn't traditionally sort of get out of line. You could definitely make a case for it, but you also just have a really strong hand, and I don't know, it's always tough to fold top trips. I don't know about you, but that's just not something that most of us are doing very often. But I think there was definitely an argument to be made there. Hard to find natural bluffs, for sure. Like, how does he get to the end here and then just be like, YOLO,
Right.
Like, I have an ace and you don't.
Yeah, maybe that's my PLO study leaking through, but it's just like, I feel like in those river spots, right, it's just so little, it's like never a bluff, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah.
Speaking of bluffing, though, Dunn here goes for it with the 7 Dewey, runs into the kings of Tim.
So I guess they are doing a 7 Deuce bounty tonight. I don't recall them ever talking about it, but I guess they are.
Oh, well, all right, there you have it. 7 deuce for the win.
7 deuce game's awesome.
That's kind of an important little tidbit of information to have too, because it will dramatically change the game. Whenever
Yeah, I
I
just got confirmation they are doing it for 200 a person.
200 a person in a 5, 10, 25. All right, let's go.
This is pretty. I mean, I understand why he went for the 4-bet there. That's a 1600 up for grabs there. So
yeah, that makes a lot more sense. Yeah, 1600 to get that through is massive. In
all right,
25.
we got a game tonight.
Just like,
yeah,
and man, premiums left and right here.
Kenny gonna slow play these queens. This is a big raise on the button, so unlikely that it's gonna go like super multi-way. So I don't hate it if you're gonna trap from the small blind doing it on occasion with a hand like queens. And what am I saying here? You're not trapping. You're just trying not to lose the max. Of course, had he raised recursive dragon, is going to ditch the ace-9 immediately pre-flop. But here we are on the turn. Jack of diamonds. Kenny's still in the basement with the ladies.
All right, we're going to do an interest for the
Check it over. Recursive dragon here. Checking back is the bad kicker on the flop, which I do appreciate. Go for small bet here now on the turn, and this is going to get paid off. 2400 in the middle, board pairing 7. Not the best card in the world for recursive dragon, but you got to give your opponent only like 6, 7, 7, 8. Cold calling 600 from the small blind. Yeah, probably not too often. So kind of giving your opponent some heart draws, maybe some big hearts like King Jack of Hearts that could pay off a bet. Bet a 750 here. Does get called.
I do not. I just have ace-9.
Yeah, nicely played here by Recursive Dragon. Goes for the river value. Gets it paid off.
I was ready to pay out.
He plays just like 7 deuce. Check back, he's got some showdown.
It'd be pretty impressive to announce 7 deuce as you're playing it. Oh, it's got a pair of 7s now. All right, I'll check it back. Some next level stuff there. Could be trips now.
All right, as we look at the leaderboards here, Safine barely making it into the positive. Wolfgang Dunn up a few thousand or thereabouts, and
You're 1 2 ready.
Dunn and Tim up the most.
I'm gonna need that shot for this.
All right, King 7 suited now for Recursive Dragon.
The RFID cash basis.
Dong strategy.
Don't remind me of Dong.
Is the cap's a little bit
Oh,
higher?
I heard.
Did you hear about the hand yesterday?
I heard.
I did.
Is it a 5-bet button?
5-bet means
With 7-9?
7-9 also.
Nice.
Hell yeah.
To what
Harris
side?
defends with the 5-3 of hearts. Flops a pair and flush draw. Pretty darn good.
We're down the same amount.
But goes
last
checky
two
checky,
games.
and Recursive Dragon takes over the lead with a turn
That makes 3 of us.
offsuit pair 7.
Yeah, but you're winning now. So
That's true. Oh, sorry, it's on you. Right back. Been playing over there in the morning, so now we start.
Lucas Vance here in the chat says Dragon bet sizes have been on point. Absolutely agree.
Have you turned it
Definitely has been going for relatively small sizes, but they have really been doing well for them. Betting a call here on the turn, and we go suck, resuck as Harris makes 5 high flush here on
Setting
it.
up with Ethan to pitch him some business ideas.
Give him a month. He's got to cool off.
1340 in the middle.
Love this poker source.
What a nice
not
guy.
poker source.
Right?
He'll tell you all over.
Go for a big chunky overbet, 2,500. There we go.
I don't think he's got any recourse.
Natural bluffs here, pretty hard to find. Harris here going to have a lot of suited hands from the blind, or from the straddle there. Really not going to have a lot of just offsuit, you know, King of Hearts X to do this with. And yeah, sure enough.
mean,
First Dragon
not that
finds
it's
the
your
quick fold
avenue
with
or
turn
you
pair
have any permission
sevens
to do it,
and
but I think
suffers
the
no additional
online
damage.
Yeah, sure.
content creation stuff.
This game is warping my mind.
Not like explode, but just in terms of like
I'm almost
the
calling
monetization
2500
abilities
because I'm
with
ahead of
online poker
7-2.
potentially becoming more and more legal.
That's
with
about it.
DraftKings getting into the space and
It's hard to break into it. I mean, like you guys that have already broken through, or that's one thing. But
you can
Nice.
kind of get a following
I'm
on like
not interested in it.
TikTok.
Good card.
I'm also not an interesting person. So.
Neither are. This isn't a shot at you.
Neither
Neither are most of the people who like make.
Our folds to Harris. He raises it up.
I'm not gonna
King
say
10
names.
suited.
There are people who
Takes
have very
down.
popular YouTube channels who aren't interesting people.
Raina here's got convention time in San Antonio starting tomorrow. All right, well, enjoy the convention. Hopefully they have good snacks.
No, you said like
I don't remember. There's so many,
something weird.
there's so many ways to describe me that I go lost.
All right, Shiva here
You can't just choose one. Yeah.
opens up ace 10 of diamonds. Early position. Dunn gonna give him the business with the king 6 suited in the cutoff.
Is the lights in there? Under the table?
Tracks the action, but it
The
doesn't.
recursive dragon will make the call. So here we
Trying
go.
to
Heads
make it
up
easier,
to
so
flop. Ace
Make
10.
it even playing field.
6 comes to diamonds. 8 high.
Highlights and then put them over.
Yeah.
Great flop for his hand here. 2 overs with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, this board looks pretty good for Dunn to continue with basically 0 equity. His opponent's going to have a lot of Broadway sort of holdings, ace highs, things that are going to be put under a lot of pressure by even just a single continuation bet. But yeah, when his opponent calls, you just shut this down because you have no chance to improve. And by the turn already, this hand was over. Recursive Dragon with the nuts, the nizzles.
And he goes for the check again on the river, trying to get Dunn to bluff at it here.
It worked. Nice hand.
Oh my! Good check, man. I appreciate it a lot.
Oh, look at you, reading between the lines here.
Yeah, Dunn doesn't
Speech
step
plays.
in
I
the
like
trap,
it, I
though.
like it though. She was getting after it.
Only a little bit ahead of 7 deuce, so.
It's always it's always nice when they're like, "I'm gonna call you." All right, I guess I'm not gonna bluff then.
He wasn't gonna call, he was gonna raise.
He's gonna give you one more
Seems like a pretty
chance to
lively
bluff the third
table right
time.
now. Everyone, a lot of the players on this table all know each other very well. They play high stakes at both of our locations quite regularly. Probably 3 to 4 times a week, whether it's the 5-10 game or 25-50 game running in both of our rooms.
Yeah. All right.
They play
Davey
with
raises
each
it
other. Go ahead.
Ace King in the cutoff. Safine defending his straddle. We're just checking all the way down here. Ace high gonna win. Wow, Danny actually going to go for value and gets it from the king high. Don't see that every day. LV Coleman drinking some Hennessy. All right.
It's not a lots of things question, but how many of you, if we cloned you, do you think it would take to beat a polar bear in a fight to the death in like a UFC ring that expands?
0.
First I thought you were about to
Yeah, that sounds like a Steven level question there.
That is full blown Steven. That is
Like,
right up his alley. Where is
Who
he?
asked that? Was that Tim?
Yeah.
If they have JD's courage.
That was a.
Just for you. Just for you.
I actually saw Steven this past weekend, and like, he had like a very similar question where he was asked like a group of people. Or I can't remember exactly, but everyone's like, "What?"
Person to have a different answer.
Would you rather fight 23-year-olds or like 3 20-year-olds? Yeah, like
you are
one of those
effectively a
questions.
6-year-old.
Right?
That's true.
What the hell is wrong with you?
Just your fist, man.
Just
Are
the
the
just
frontline
the real
JDs
icebreaker.
that
It's
are
not even an
the
icebreaker. It just
walls?
melts all the ice.
You
Yeah.
just need enough
And
of
brain
yourself,
cells.
but literally just like
All right, so we've got
lay
a
it down. Just
little bit of
aside
something
from
here
that,
for
you're
both
drawing down,
players.
right?
Yeah, like 1,000. Like
Recursive Dragon going for the check raise here with the 9 high flush draw.
Like we'll probably just straight lose.
Definitely going to have all of
More
the
than like the
sevens.
let's just feed the polar bear couple, get them full, and then like from their bones like make some weapons and then
I'm
like.
just here to create content.
See how Wolfgang
From the
proceeds
bones.
with the top
Yeah.
pair jack kicker.
We
Not a lot of
sharpen
chances
spears
to
from the
improve
bones.
Yeah,
his
yeah,
team,
yeah, that's what I'm
so
saying. Yeah, yeah.
does have the
Feed 'em a
advantage
couple.
of position,
And then,
but
like,
facing
Purpose the most.
this check
Yeah.
raise.
So
Or make clubs that are like
Certainly an
the
probably
uncomfortable
like
spot
40.
to be in.
Yeah.
even the bear can probably kill you or incapacitate you with one good swipe of its paw. Well, not me, my clones. I'm not going anywhere near this fucking thing.
That's what all your clones are
Yeah, are
gonna
they gonna have courage or not?
Wolfgang just ditches it.
Shiva, are you
a single
you make content?
I do
Raise.
No?
Recursive Dragon gets that one through easy peasy. 9 high like a boss.
Basically.
I was gonna subscribe to your channel for
You're
being
gonna go
Wolfgang.
Blasto on like all 3 streets too, so
Well, that's content for the YouTube.
I had to commit there. I don't like commitment.
Commit to the channel.
We're on the same basketball team.
Today we were. Oh, you want to play too?
Yeah.
Do the Viper.
Dude,
Dude, I'm not doing the Viper. You do it well enough for both of us.
Wolfgang, if you
I
could
slept
stack me
straight.
tonight, I'll subscribe to your YouTube channel.
Oh, that's a
If you stack me, I'll subscribe to your YouTube
sounds
channel.
fun, but
I will move your subscriber count
Expensive.
outside one.
that's an yeah.
Might need a little more
expensive
meat on the bone
subscription.
to top up and try to battle with it.
Actually, I'm good. Can I see your butt?
Yeah.
I need to get a side duck.
That'd be a pretty cool one.
All right, we've got a 7 deuce sighting here. Safine going for it from the
you know
big
what he has?
blind. JD makes the call with the 7 blocker
I'm not on YouTube, but if you combine everything
and
I do.
flops
How
a
many did you
flush
say?
draw. Safine here
None.
on the 7
But
deuce.
everyone thinks that.
They
Yeah.
won't listen.
I just broke
That's
500,000
paid.
today.
Congratulations.
That's impressive.
Gets a very favorable flop for his presumed
More than done
3
ball.
betting range out of the big blind.
Yeah.
At
If
4
the
and a
current
quarter to
rate
go, and
continues, I'll
JD
hit a
here
million
with
in
the
50
3 to a
days.
straight, 4 to a flush.
think there's
Definitely
more
not
poker
going anywhere just yet.
But there's a lot of recreationals are following me because a lot of people comment that they're just here for Mudkip. I'm not even joking. It's like hilarious at this point.
So that's
Is the
that's
call.
keep
That'll
watching
take the
'cause
pot of
Mudkip is in
2230.
every video. I'm like, thank you.
now I know.
And it's a king of diamonds right on the turn. Things
Just
could
to
get
have
pricey
things for
here
different people.
for Safine. He's got the 2 of diamonds as well.
Right.
So if he wants to get this through, he's going to have to keep betting. And having that card is going to give him
But
some
what
incentive
you said
probably
is
to
kind of
go
funny
for it.
because I get at least 2 or 3
As
comments
he's
on
got to
my video
imagine that
saying,
JD is kind of capped at
they're all
something like
fake,
ace
you put a
10,
clown
maybe
emoji,
ace
like,
queen here, something like
500K
that.
clown,
Well,
like-
you are a clown, but
So
I
in
don't
2
believe
videos
that.
from now, we
Yeah,
decided
here
that we
comes
have to
another
like
bet,
do
11.50.
in-depth like minute or 2 minutes showing the back end
Just a
analytics
smidge
because
over
it kind of
half
looks weird how
pot.
fast it's been growing.
Who cares what people
It's
A
all
lot of
choice,
pressure
yeah.
on hands like
take the win and keep
I
it
wish
going.
Jack.
Jack. It's getting 3 million views like every day.
The bigger you get, the more haters you're gonna get. You just gotta keep pushing through it.
Yeah. It's up to like
even
22
King
million
Jack
views.
is
It's
going to
just-
be
I
feeling
play
the
jacks in a
heat
weird way
here.
out in Lubbock, and I check raise the flop, and people thought I played it kind of
Expect
funny.
to go
and
anywhere.
commenting,
JD
and Mud
puts
kept
back
getting a lot
down
of
at the
comments.
flush one more time.
The
He gets to
algorithm
play
loves
this in
it for some
position,
reason.
so really entirely up to him how he goes about this. I think another
His name
call
is
is in
Wolfgang. He's
order.
like the restaurant guy.
Raising now could give your opponent a way
Everybody
out.
comes looking for food, you know, restaurant tips.
JD agrees, and here
Feeding
is
the
the call.
ecosystem for you guys. Although you're not playing 1-2.
To a river we go. It's another
Oh,
diamond, and this is
boy.
actually a horrible card for JD's hand, but
Great
It
ball
does.
spot here for Safine.
Yeah, does he pull the trigger on
really,
this?
so
He's definitely capable of it. We've seen him pull off some airball bluffs.
10-20s at the Bellagio,
He is,
5-10 at
you know,
resorts, and
they're
then I
still
played
about, what, 7K back here
50
effective,
at,
so.
Trop, that blue live
Oh,
show.
he shuts it down with the showdown value.
Like,
Oh
you
my
know, I
God,
went to a poker
Safi.
house and I made a video there,
He just
and
rips
people
it
loved
there.
Oh, man.
100,000 views on a blog. It's
Maybe if he
now-
had the 7 deuces
I've heard
spades.
that some people, like, average
Yeah,
YouTuber probably isn't
I mean, it'd
25
still be
minutes,
just a
maybe
wicked spot
lot
to
of
go
them
try to
for it, but
spice
yeah,
it up.
A lot
picking
of
up
them
the
maybe think-
tiniest bit of
watching
showdown
live
value with the
streams 'cause
butt
it's like
flush there.
just the graphics that's built into the
JD,
stream,
of
and
course,
you can't do your own
just
thing,
like,
but,
I mean, this kind of sucks, but
like,
he
when I go to
actually
Chicago,
contemplating
we
going
sell
for
them
value?
Probably like 1-2 at the charity games because it's so much fun.
I mean, he's been
And
getting
people
kicked
probably
around
like, how do those work?
ostensibly for the last couple of weeks, so perhaps
the
just
percentage
hoping
of
that he
the
can get another
goes to
little
charity.
bit. Yeah, he's going to go for
And then
1/3 in
there's the
position.
operator, and
This
then,
is
if you host a
something
game,
you
can
don't
get, like,
see all the
33%
time.
of it.
I think they call themselves.
Does actually look just the tiniest
No, but
bit
they bring in
bluffy,
different
right? It's like
those
maybe something like
pretty sure.
a king jack
I'm
that
not sure.
is just like,
'Cause I was sitting in
maybe
there and they had
you
to, like, break everything down for
will
me.
fold a better two pair.
The way
if
they
I
broke it down,
bet?
at least for that day, seemed pretty kosher.
I don't know. I mean, it's kind of tough to find a bluff, but Safine is going to turn the 7 deuce up
You can't operate in the same
and
location for
lament
more than,
his
like, a week
position
and a
here.
year. So they always have to move around. So they're
He does have
constantly
an additional 1,600
sometimes it'll be
implied
a
in the
Holiday
pot,
Inn,
right?
Sometimes it'll be in like a
So
Interesting spot.
1,500 to win 7,500 plus the 16. I mean, that's up to 9,000. 1,500 to win 9,000. Recursive Dragon is trying to incentivize him into making the call. He's got the 200 ready. Look at this. It's amazing.
Oh,
JD!
let's go. Let's go, JD. Thank you, buddy.
One black
All
card.
right, Sabine
Let's cheer
finds
for
the
JD.
fold button and does not succumb
If you
to
call, you like.
That was your stupid idea
call
about that
bet.
game.
JD
so-
picks up a nice pot and moves himself back in
I got a
the
shot. I got a shot.
You're taking, I was like, oh, this guy's got like a set of kings or some shit, you know? Consider you
Even
having a
better
flush.
than
I'm
the
like,
set of kings.
Way better than a set of kings.
If you get a bluff, you're gonna turn those cards over so proudly.
Good defense,
Good luck,
buddy.
good luck.
that was very good.
That was quite the hand. Those 7 deuce hands are always just off the rails, man.
Yeah. It's either just like an easy takedown pre, or just some like they just have to really bad like multi-barrel or triple barrel bluff into like the nuts or something.
Yeah, that was certainly the way it was headed until that river card actually gave Sabine like a real strong way out.
For his bottom line, he played it better. He optimized his bottom line.
Throw the dollar bills in the middle.
All right, Sabine raising it up with the 9-8 suited from the small blind. Recursive Dragon puts down the ace-10-0 and raises again. Sabine makes the call, and here we go. 2 a flop. 9-6-6. Once again, I seem to have some connectivity issues. Not sure if y'all can hear me, but
Yeah,
I'm frozen up.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Oh, we just lost it. Oh my god, it's just it's my face now. I don't like that.
Hello. Hey, we're on TV. Look, it's you. It's me. All right.
Can y'all still hear
not
us?
exactly clear what just happened. We seem to have lost our connection to the table. And so now you get to look at our pretty faces and also Derek's sweet T-shirt there showing off the Poker Atlas payday.
Oh yeah, this was the
from
first
a couple
Poker Atlas
years ago.
tournament we had. Yeah. I got I made a pay jump with one 25K chip.
Nice. Let's
Yeah.
go.
That's a fun story from that. It was 2 tables left, and there was a 3-way all in on the on the second table.
And you were just on Super Dust?
What's up? Sure, actually, yeah.
All right, we're doing some debugging. We've got our production staff behind the scenes, checking it out, trying to figure out exactly what it is that we need to do to get back on the air. But for the time being, it'll be me and Derek shooting the shit with y'all.
Yeah, no, it was I had gotten an all-in spot with 8s against Ace Queen. They hit their queen and they count down the chips, and they're like, "You have one 25K chip left." And I was like about to hit the big blind, and I look over the other table, and there's 3 people standing up, and then there's a double knockout for me to get the pay jump.
Nice, dude.
It was like a $1,200 pay jump too. So I was like, yes. Actually, everyone on my table was so happy for me because like I've been kind of buddies with them the whole table. They're like, yeah, you got a pay jump.
Nice. Dude, that's pretty cool, man.
Yeah.
And you know what? That's here. Let's do just the tip here with Aaron real quick, because this is you sort of walked into it. It just kind of happened that way for you fortuitously,
Right.
but getting ladder ups is something that is not given nearly enough credit and talked about enough for tournament poker play. I was in the mini main at WSOP, and I was able to ladder up like a half dozen times on the dustiest chip stack you've ever seen. I just clung to like between 3 and 6 big blinds for multiple levels, just waiting and being happy to go through the blinds at 6 big blinds and get chopped back down to 3.5 in order to wait for a spot. And you could just watch the ticker of the number of players just dropping by 9,
Right.
every couple of hands, because
Yeah,
people are just blowing up their stacks. They're just punting, and it feels like. Oh, okay. So let me give some context. The average in that tournament, all of day 2, was basically 17 big blinds. So the chip average is below 20 big blinds. So people that are in their sort of traditional sort of headspace of like, oh, once I get under 15 bigs or down to 10 bigs, like I just got to rip it in and try to pick up the blinds.
Definitely
like
not
that
true,
goes
yeah.
right out the window, man. Like you got to be
Right.
thinking about where is everybody else in relation to the average, and what does the average even mean in terms of our traditional way of thinking about big blinds?
Right. Yeah.
So
if like the average is 15 big blinds, a 6 or 7 big blind stack is huge. Like,
it's fine, and you double up once, and you have an average chip stack. Like
Yeah.
this
You gotta
is something that
look
people
what the
just
average
don't
is,
pay
for
enough
sure.
attention to.
Yeah.
And literally, I went from probably like a 4K payout to a 7K payout, just folding and being happy to go through the blinds and just take it. So that's just the tip with Aaron. Don't ever punt your stack, and be able and willing to make some big folds and just sort of get out of the way when the average is pretty small.
So I did get word from Cooper. They had some issues, so they're actually rebooting the delay right now. So we have about 15 minutes.
Okay.
So yeah, if y'all want to just chat with us for a little bit, you're welcome to stay here. But we will be back on in 15 minutes. We are going to stay live though.
Perfect. Yeah, let us know in the chat if you guys have any questions for me, for Derek. Any sort of general poker questions, anything outside of the poker realm, just whatever it is, let us know. Be happy to answer those, and we'll get the poker coming back at you here before you know it.
Hey, let me see if Cooper would be interested in that no limit deuce game during the series. If
Heck yeah.
Would you be interested in playing no limit deuce with Aaron and some people during the series? The poker.
Stoops in the chat. What is this? Where's the game? We're having some technical difficulties, but we will get things back up here momentarily. So thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for sticking around. We'll have the live poker content back up on the air here before you know it.
Yeah, Cooper said he'd be totally down too, and probably Julian, kind of the guy that spearheaded all the mixed games here, would be interested. So we'd have at least 3 here.
Okay, great. Yeah, and we can play 5-5-5 or 5-10-10, whatever works to get the game going. We don't have to try to make it too big or anything, but
no, yeah, just for fun, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, both games honestly that we played, 5-5-5 and the 5-10-10, have pretty much played the same. It's the same player pool, so it kind of makes sense. But yeah, I mean, people definitely putting the straddles on as well will help get the pots built up. But yeah, look forward to it. Should be fun. Yeah, so yeah, if anybody's got any chat questions, drop them in the chat. Otherwise, we can just sort of ramble on. But yeah, it's always interesting to sort of transition back and forth between cash games and tournaments, right? so many of us just kind of do one or the other. I mean, I have friends that just grind tournaments online. That's what they do. They play tournaments online day in and day out. And you sit them down at a cash game where, especially a Texas cash game where they've got, hundreds and hundreds of big blinds, and they just kind of, what the hell do I do? But it's a pretty cool experience. It's a pretty cool dichotomy, I guess, to have one game that we all understand, but plays so very differently because of the structure. So anybody out there that's been thinking about tournaments, or maybe you watch the WSOP on PokerGo or on, I guess CBS Sports is showing like the reruns or something. I don't know exactly, but if tournaments have gotten you excited just a little bit, go out and try one. They're pretty exciting. And they can also be very brutal because it's hard to win a tournament. But
you could go 20 tournaments without cashing, and
yes,
I'm sure a lot of people in the chat can attest to that. And but you can also just play one tournament and bink it, or like one of our dealers here played our Saturday tournament. Literally for the first time in, I think he said 3 years, he played a tournament. He plays our Saturday tournament, wins it, plays it next week, wins it again.
Wow.
Yeah,
Nice.
and he's actually, I mean, he's a very, very good player, so it's not like he's just like, oh, I don't know how to play tournaments, I don't know how to play poker. No, he's a very, very good poker player. He actually used to play for a living 3, 4, 5 years ago, so he just kind of like took a break from playing and went to dealing. But he's a very, very knowledgeable player, and sometimes you just kind of go double bink, and and a lot of our people in the chat kind of remember that. We're cheering for Ryan when he back-to-back final table and won both.
Cool. Well, yeah, I mean, and speaking of, local players winning tournaments, dude, like, we had several Texas players come home with bracelets. I mean, how awesome is that?
Right.
We had,
and actually,
Fireman Scott from down in Houston brought home a bracelet. We had BMG Joe from Austin bring home a bracelet. Another player from Austin that I don't know personally, haven't really played with, but another Austinite came home with a bracelet. We had Dirty Dan here from Austin. He got second place in an online event. We had
one of our dealers here got second in the Salute to
Warriors.
The Salute to Warriors. Eric Trexler. He got second in that event.
Yeah, and another Dallas area guy got a bracelet as well. So
jeez, yeah.
Yeah, no, a bunch of really strong showings from our Texas local players. It's just fantastic. I mean, it's amazing to see, and it's the dream, right? It's what we all sort of think about every year when the WSOP comes around. Like, maybe this is my year. Maybe I go out there and I win a bracelet.
Right.
And of course, all the money. So,
yeah, we got some
congrats.
questions
Big
actually.
Shout out to everybody
coming in the chat here. Master Ted, which room do you like working at more, OG or Las Colinas? Honestly, I like working at both in terms of playing. As a player, I like playing at the Dallas location more, for me personally. I have like some, I guess it's kind of a personal thing, like sensory issues with like a bunch of noise and stuff. It gets quite loud, I guess, at the Las Colinas location. So I kind of like I like a quieter room. And and this is kind of a funny thing. I have short legs, and for some reason, the chairs at TCH Social, the lowest you can go makes it so my feet still don't touch the ground. So that's kind of silly, and so like I can go lower at the Dallas chair, so it's like more comfortable for me.
Nice.
Looks like there's a question for you, Aaron, from Diego.
Yeah, let's see here. So where did that go? There it is. What's the best bankroll for a 1-2 game? Well, so it really depends on where you're playing and how. What's the right terminology here, or the right verbiage? How well can you beat the game, right?
The player pool.
Yeah. So 1-2 around Texas is a $300 cap game, and usually you're going to want to buy in for the cap, just to have the maximum flexibility in navigating different streets, right? So let's say that you're buying in for 300, you're playing Texas 1-2, and if you're sort of like a break-even player most of the time, and you're not winning at a very high rate, like you're going to need to have a pretty good number of buy-ins in order to sort of just, you know, absorb the variance. Now, if you feel like you're a strong player, you've got a pretty consistent win rate over time. I mean, you're not going to need a ton of buy-ins because you're going to be more consistently winning. But you know, that's not something that we always know, right? Like, what's our win rate, and can we shrink our bankroll to play a certain stake because we know we're going to be a winner? That's not a very like tangible thing for a lot of us. So,
well, and most people probably don't play enough hours to actually get a true representation of what their win rate actually is. Like,
exactly.
I mean, people will be like, oh yeah, I'm making, you know, $80, $90 an hour playing 1-2, and I'll ask them like, well, how many hours do you play a week? And they're like, oh, I play like 5 to 8 hours a week. It's like, okay, like that's not sustainable. Like, you know, I mean, I have, you know, X amount of hours, and you know, I know what my win rate is at 1-2 or whatever, and you know, I've played for several years, so like, and I'm sure you're the same way, Aaron. But like, you have to base off of how much you can play a week, and you know, and I was gonna actually kind of add on to what you're saying with the 300 cap. Our Dallas 1-2 in TCH Dallas is 500 cap, so that plays considerably deeper, and you know, it's not uncommon to see $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 stacks at our 1-2 game here in Dallas.
Yeah. So I mean, basically, a strong downswing is going to be something like 20 buy-ins.
Yeah.
You know, and that's just like it's not that uncommon. It certainly can happen to anybody. So I would say that in a game that you don't really have like a very strong understanding of what your win rate is, kind of like a 20 buy-in kind of bankroll is going to be pretty standard. So 1-2 300 cap, 600 or sorry 6,000. But that's a very just rough estimate, and that's kind of under the assumption that, like, let's say you dust off 15 buy-ins, you're still playing the same game, you still are executing in the same spots and everything, and that you're just hoping that variance is going to turn around for you, which for a lot of us that isn't the case, right? I mean, you've got 6K and you burn through 4,500 of it, and all of a sudden, you know, you've got your last few buy-ins, and you're hopping in the streets, and you've been getting kicked around for the last few weeks. Maybe we're not going to play our best game. So even more so than just like focusing on like what should my bankroll be and putting a ton of emphasis on whether or not you've got enough money sort of in reserve, which is important and should be paid attention to, is like, what's your mental state? Like, how are you feeling about the game? Because, you know, I've seen this happen with some people that I know where you start losing and then you start chasing the losses. It's like, oh, like I know that I've won before. I know that I can win. I'm a good player. So rather than like step down in stakes to make your bankroll feel bigger and like the losses aren't going to hurt you as much, it's like, no, let me go and take a shot because now I'm gonna get this back. Like I've been, you know, I deserve it or something, or whatever the mindset might be. And that is a recipe for disaster. That is definitely something that you are not going to want to be susceptible to. So be disciplined. Pay attention to not just the bankroll as an absolute number, but also pay attention to how you feel about the game. When you go into the card room and you're going to go play, are you feeling like, oh, I'm probably going to get aces and get stacked again, or, you know, some sort of negative kind of feedback inside of yourself? Or are you feeling like, you know, I'm going to go in there, I'm going to play my best game, and if I win or lose, whatever.
And also like in game too, right? Where like, you know, historically, you know, to the bottom, you know, deep down, you know, this is a perfect bluff spot, but you decide not to take it because of how you've been running. You know, that might be a time to check in. Like, hey, maybe I need to reel back and either drop down in stakes or maybe take a break. You know, even that a lot of people that, you know, play a lot, you know, they need to take a few days break to kind of mentally reset, and that can be very helpful. Got some people actually hopping in the chat here. Kimmy Stone, pretty sick. You still have 190 viewers. Yeah, I guess 196 of y'all still want to sit down with us and chat with me and Aaron. Nice to see you in the chat, Kimmy. Mark Wee in the chat, of course. German Moneymaker, Chris. Hope your vacation's going well, Chris. Hope to see you again here soon.
Yeah, definitely do appreciate y'all hanging out with us. Again, apologies for the technical difficulties. We'll have that all sorted out here before you know it. And I think we've just got a couple of minutes, actually, until we are back up and running. I think it was, what, 7:53?
Yeah, 2 more minutes.
All right, perfect. Well, I'm going to use this as an opportunity to step out, use the restroom real quick. I'll let you answer any more questions and run the show for just another second.
Of course. Yep. See you in a bit. Diego says, it seems my win rate is morning time. I guess better in morning time. I do as good as much in weekends with more loose players. Yeah, I mean, yeah, and again, that probably plays to another point too, right? Of how much your role needs to be. Is like, what is your environment like, right? If you play with a lot of, high variance players, you're probably going to need a bigger bankroll. Yeah, mental game is crucial for sure. German Moneymaker say just wanted to watch JD losing, learn how to something about 1-2 bankroll management. Adric in the chat. The worst part of moving down in stakes is when you start to lose in weird spots and random situations. Yeah, and the 1-2 game is always going to be different from a 2-5 game, which is going to be different from a 5-10, 25 game, right? So you're going to need to make adjustments based on what kind of game you're going to play. You can't be playing the same, obviously. Yeah, just 1 more minute, guys. Thank you all so much for sticking with us. But yeah, if there's any more questions in the chat, go and throw in the chat, and I'll do my best to answer them. Julian here with a question. Do you think you're a cool floor? I'd say so. All right, looks like the game's about to hop back in here. All right, and we got the stream back on just as we see Harris moving all in for 6K with the Kings, and Danny with the Ace-5 of Diamonds.
He should have sent the news on fame. Might make it 300 this hand.
And for those of you that may not know, actually, Harris and Danny both have the same coach, the same poker coach. So it's cool to see. It's always cool to see them in the hand together.
It's not a good spot when I need him to have
Wait, sorry, say that again?
Oh, Harris and Danny, they have the same poker coach. So it's always interesting to see when they're in the same hand together. Like, they kind of learning from the same mentor, and I'm sure that they're very competitive with each other.
Yeah. Okay, cool. Ooh, here we go. 7 deuce. Let's go.
They're busy. They're doing
This is an under the gun open here from Safine as well.
Go over all the important stuff.
So strong ranges being represented with a lot of players left to act still.
I want 20, 32, or 40 ounces. I'm gonna just order 20. Anything else?
Take a steak.
Nobody wakes up with anything in between, so it's back to Safine to defend against this 3-bet. And he will make the call. Heads up to a flop.
You're welcome. I'm gonna check.
Boom.
Pair of 7s for Recursive Dragon, pair of 4s for Safine. It's always nice when you have the 7 deuce and you're just like YOLOing it and you make something, at least something to go with.
So bad I play.
That's 2 1/4 and gets a call. No improvement for either player here on the turn. See if Recursive Dragon goes for a check back here or just pedal to the metal.
When he goes, I'm gonna go open.
Quickly answers my question with a bet to $1,025.
I agree.
Relatively dry board texture here, and it's a pretty large bet, so.
And again, this is under the gun and under the gun 1 pre-flop. But Safine going nowhere and still finds no improvement here on the end. He does beat like 8-9, Jack 9, Jake 8, Jack 8, like a couple of different things. But oh my God, Recursive Dragon rips it all in
That's how you know you're in bed.
Wow,
On
this
the
guy's a
river,
player.
he's got the best hand here.
Are you hearing some like background music, Aaron?
I am not, but
Okay,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
We must have had the sort of the elevator music going in the background. Safine here in the tank, thinking about whether or not he should call this off with the pair of fours. I mean, he beats busted diamonds. He beats 9-8, Jack 9, Jack 8. There are a number of different bluff hands that he beats, but like he should also be thinking about the fact that 7 deuce is the most natural bluff, and he loses to that. And 7 deuce is almost like not even a bluff, right? Like, yeah, so he lets it go.
I knew it. Pull that though.
And everyone's gonna have to pony up $200.
I almost called it a 4, buddy.
Wow.
As Recursive the Dragon wins with 7 Dewey. Nice.
Very in, maybe getting some respect from the table after that play. Goes for the 2x pot bet there.
Is it a bluff or a value bet? They're really good
Yeah.
for my tilt level.
A couple of chats here I wanted to talk about. Kimmy Stone says, I enjoy playing lower stakes games. It's nice to remind yourself that poker can be easy. That is absolutely right. There is nothing quite like going on a big downswing in your usual game and then just being like, you know what? Like, I'm just going to take a few days off and go sit by the pool and go for a hike and do all that. And then just like ease back into it with some 1-2 or whatever. And, you know, just like, oh yeah, I do know how to play this game. Like, that is an amazing way to sort of soothe yourself coming off of a downswing.
Or it helps remind you that variance is a big part of the game.
Yeah, and then the second thing I wanted to say is that Julian here in the chat says, saw me on Poker Go. How do you feel about your performance in the biggest main event ever? I feel great about my performance. I felt like I played tremendous poker. There were a couple of spots that I feel like I could have approached differently over the course of the 5 days that I played. But, you know, with how much play there is in that tournament, of course you're going to have hands like that. But by and large, I feel like I played very well. And super excited to have
He
made it
says
as far as I
good
did.
call and flips over
So
his
thank you for
hand.
those
It's like, oh no.
That would have been the sickest.
Yeah. One of my favorite hand ever, probably.
Safine gonna river the nuts here.
Hand out full and then just be like, don't forget the 200. How long until
Paris here, turning a pair of 6s into a bluff. Betting 500. Safine is like, please, sweet baby Jesus, have at least a 7, if not a queen. Opponent has neither, and he will take down the pot.
So got some fun action here tonight. 5-10 in the quarter. Looks like some of the players are putting on the $50 straddle, essentially making this game a 25-50 game. We've already seen a lot of big pots tonight. About 2 hours into our stream, and hope to see many more for the next 4 hours.
Early next year or something.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dunn, who had started off really hot and winning a lot, is now only up a few $100. So things have kind of turned around for him a little bit. But a lot of chips on the table, a lot of play left here in the evening as we still have 4 hours to go in the broadcast. So a lot of opportunities for these chip stacks to swing around.
450. Just throwing out some ideas.
You're gonna go to Thailand and not see elephants? I'm not gonna go see elephants anywhere I go.
Wolfgang here, going to take it down with the black 8s.
Elephants are majestic, bro.
You wouldn't like want to go like pet an elephant and like.
They're really smart.
You've already,
That's about it.
That's fair.
They don't have much to offer.
Was it at a wedding?
No.
Have you not seen videos of the little baby elephants playing?
JD here working his way back up from his early run bad,
Like the
only
only elephants you
down
can like ethically go see in town were like
4,000.
rehabilitated ones that they got from the people who were like unethically like
that part's
enslaving
true,
them to like take money from tourists. So then like you could be like, well, I can see
And
now,
he's still
right? 'Cause
paying
they're,
for
like,
that
they've
ace
been
queen
rescued
versus
or, like,
ace
so-
king violence.
But have that.
150.
Yeah,
Kind
you
of
don't want to
popped
be
up
like
out
Like,
of
in the
nowhere
house,
early
yeah,
on.
like, go to the, like,
Stuck the most. Penny here with the 7 deuce, and Penny gonna be one of the tighter players at the table. Goes for the squeeze, ace jack instantly in the muck, and Kenny just ships the 1600 easy peasy.
Man, I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of 7 deuce tonight, and lots of money going to be exchanging hands just from the 7 deuce bounty.
You're going completely by yourself, no friends, right?
Boys, we gotta focus. We're just letting 7 dudes
Dude,
get
for
through
such a
tonight.
large bounty, I mean,
As long as they're 18, right?
Yeah, and it's an equal
it
proportion of male
dramatically
and female,
changes the game.
which is very important.
Yeah, you
lot
win
of
2
times
of
you'll
them, you have a
see-
good session.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times you'll see the bounty be something like 4 blinds, right? I mean, that's like a more standard kind of reasonable kind of thing, maybe 4, maybe 5 blinds.
I don't think their economy is so
Good Lord, $200. I mean, you're talking about 8 blinds per player. That is a lot of extra money.
Yeah, I know Kimmy in the chat, anytime I've seen her on stream or even when I played with her, someone tried to propose the 7 deuce game, she always wants it to be much bigger than the average person does, just because she's like, well, I want it to be worth it, you know? And that's totally understandable. If you're about to bluff off your stack, it's got to be worth it.
Yeah, and here it is again.
Wait,
And
what?
it gets paid again. Are you kidding me?
This is gonna make or break someone's session tonight.
Gracious. This reminds me of a 2-5 game that we played on the Austin live stream down here probably like a year and a half, maybe 2 years ago. And we were playing the 7 deuce game. And of the like 100 and some hands that we played that night, I swear it was like 18 or 19 of them had 7 deuce in it. Like it was
20%,
craziest hand, or the craziest night. It was
Yeah.
absolutely off the charts. There was so many bluffs and 7 deuce. Like people were just punting their whole stacks into the middle with 7 deuce. It was just incredible.
Actually, I think one of the streams in Austin, I remember seeing the highlight reel for this. Greg Goes All In was on it, and I think he called off his stack with 7 deuce against 7 deuce.
Nice.
So he's like, oh, just in case you have 7 deuce too. Oh my
Ah,
god.
look at this flop. Holy crap. This is the night of 7 deuce.
I don't have 7 deuce.
It's like a whole tower. It's like a spiral tower.
You think that's stable?
Yeah.
Okay, bad eyes are chipping it all.
Kenny raises pre, but then doesn't continue on this flop. I don't really like that.
I don't know the character.
Well, like, yeah.
Out of position. Goes for the check call, so he's not giving up. He's just going to
What
play
if
it
you throw $5 checks,
as
and
a
if you hit it,
check call. I mean, obviously, he's, this is kind of a problem giving up on it, but Dunn will take it down with a 9 high.
Remember, Savini, you remember this, like, the one Chinese, Kyle told me if you're ever betting thing with Savini, he told me to stop taking it.
I got super close. It hit the top of the thing.
They bet that they can throw a chip up and through the number, like a little, like, plastic, like, triangle.
Yeah.
Through that thing?
Yes.
And like have it come out?
Yeah, it'll come out. But it's like a big hole. Just like if you get it in, it will come out.
Yeah, they didn't call.
Yeah, Tim here up nearly 8,000. Pretty nice showing here for him so far. A lot of that just coming from the one cooler hand, ace king versus ace queen. Kind of went off the rails pre-flop.
Specifically because the hole is bigger.
The 8's upside down, so I didn't know.
It doesn't matter how you get there, just how much you take
Every time I
home.
see it.
So we've definitely seen a couple of those where it's like the player who has the greatest earnings over the course of the night is like the lowest VPIP, right? You just sit there and fold all night and then make a big hand and get paid and do the same thing a couple more times and that's it. That's all you need.
What were the odds?
7 deuce again. Here's JD. Getting re-raised by Recursive Dragon on the button. And Recursive Dragon with the King Queen O here, actually a susceptible hand to a 4-bet.
Offer them $100 each so they can flip the 8.
There it is.
They never figure
Man.
out.
And I mean, now he has to fold, and there it is.
This is already. I can already tell this is just happening. There's 7 deuce for the rest of the night.
Play defense besides me?
Awesome. Let's go.
Yeah, that was my last hand.
Just like that, JT.
Man, and that's going to be Zeus's last hand, dealing a fire first 2 hours of the stream here. We saw a lot of action, a lot of premium holdings, a lot of coolers, and of course a lot of 7 deuce. So I'm sure the second third of the, or I think I said this to Eric last time, the second period, since we have 3 different dealers now for our hockey fans out there.
I won the first hand too. I won the first hand too.
Let's see who we have dealing our second third of the stream. Is it Janik? All right, we haven't had Janik on the stream in a while. Man, 2 of the fastest dealers we have here in our card room, back to
I
back.
did the classic double to done. The double.
What a treat for these players.
Double him again. A little 4x.
Yeah, we'll see if the Zeus fire sort of sticks around.
I wish I was holding King's U free.
The dealer.
That was so sick.
Yeah, well, Janik here is definitely famous for dealing the largest pot we've ever had on TCH Live between all of our locations. $148,000 pot, Bildo against Steven. Janik dealt that one about 2 years ago, and I'm sure he'll bring the heat tonight.
Let's see, did Bildo win the hand?
Yes, with the it was I think a 5-bet pre-flop, and he had 7-8 offsuit and just flops trips.
That's right. That's right. Oh my God, that was against Ace King, right?
Yeah, against Ace King, and he against that player type, he's just like, oh, I have to call off. Like, you could have anything here.
And he was just like dead.
Yeah.
Ugh. Yeah, I remember that one. That was a spicy one. Oh, the good old days, you know?
Yeah, just for infinite.
All right, here comes the flip.
Oh, there's my 7. Where's my deuce?
Yeah, Mark was saying Janik is one of his favorites. It's for a lot of the players here, and there was one instance where Janik told me a player complained that he was dealing too fast, and I was like, what? Like everyone, we were talking about it at the table because Janik brought it up when I was playing, and everyone at the table was like, "Are you kidding me? Like we're all paying for time. We want you to deal fast."
Yeah, the more hands, the better. That's for sure.
Quads?
Wait, does he just quads?
Yeah, so that is actually 3 6s out there. So Harris has quads,
I got a jack, so bad news for
and he's going to take this down.
Oh, a 6.
I've got pockets.
You got Jack 6?
I'm not going to show it.
You guys both got 6s full of 5s.
Oh no, it is actually
Plays Harris.
just 2 6s. I don't know what happened there. 6s full of 5. Okay. No matter how you cut it there, Harris is the winner, so he'll profit at a tidy little 800. We'll move back into the 2-card version. Poker Monkey in the chat says won 1,500 on craps out there in Vegas, and won some money playing cash games out of a variety of properties as well. All right, well, congratulations, Poker Monkey.
We're not on stream, so they don't know.
I definitely lost a little bit playing the one table game that I play when I go to a casino, which is Pai-Gow Poker. I guess I did play a little bit of Ultimate Texas Hold'em, pretty much broke even. But yeah, Pai-Gow is definitely my favorite table game, and managed to give them a little bit of money.
I've actually yet to play that game, and I do want to try it at some point. It just sounds like a lot of fun.
Oh, it's great. Yeah, it's fairly slow. You know, you got a lot of cards to look at. You got to set your hand. Everybody else is doing the same. Sometimes you got some newbies at the table, so you're kind of helping them. And then you push a lot of the time. So you're just kind of setting up your hands to kind of hang out, get some drinks, and hang out.
That's the most important part. The court. Bad cards here, and then like a bad diamond on the river too.
You guys just got back up.
All right, $50 straddle on.
Did it like miss a
Wolfgang
chunk, or did
raises
like,
it to 175, and Harris makes the call. And what a flop for Queen 10.
Oh, I missed all my.
Yeah, you're advertising.
You're going to have to do it again.
They probably didn't see you get slow roll.
You got to do it again.
Didn't see your 7 deuce.
Guys, I swear I rolled 7. Well, he's.
Your 7 deuce spot's fucking gone. You gotta do it again.
Well, next time
Two-thirds
Sabine can
continue
call
here
with
from
the four.
Wolfgang. He's basically like, if you have anything around this
If that had happened and then didn't get
as
on the
a
stream,
draw,
I'd
you're
be so
going to need
tilted.
to continue.
If I did call and
And
no stream,
That's what I'm saying.
oh, that would be the one thing that would actually.
there's no reason to go small because you're either just going to be completely whiffed and you're going to fold to any bet, or let's get this pot built up. Harris does float here with the queen 3 of diamonds and turns a gut shot.
He's gonna tell you, I think you
Not
should keep your
very
job.
good. Wolfgang slows down as the front door flush
I'm
has
glad
come
you
in.
haven't put in your 2 weeks yet.
There's never a spot to say that. It's not, for sure.
They don't know yet. Now they're gonna cut that part of the stream for you.
Yeah.
Harris now, who floated this, is like, well, I guess maybe this is an opportunity to take this away with just queen high. So he fires 500 into the middle here. Wolfgang, who made a pretty snug laydown earlier with the top pair of queens against the check raise, is not going anywhere this time. Trip 10s.
Bring back the wine.
And ace of spades completes the board. 1865 in the middle. Wolfgang checks in flow, and let's see if Harris wants to go for this. He has that queen blocker, doesn't have a club, but definitely just YOLO this. And if his opponent has something like pocket kings, even ace jack, if he goes real big, I mean, put him in a tough spot, but he goes 500. Oh, he goes small. I guess he's really just targeting a jack or an 8, maybe pocket 9s or something. I don't know really what this bet size is intending to accomplish.
I mean, getting a really good price here. I don't see how you could ever fold trips, even with a flush and straight possible out there.
Yeah, I think this is just a little bit of a sizing blunder. I mean, an 8 is going to fold, sure. I get that. That's sort of the bottom end there, but you're in position, so the small bets that only target a tiny portion of your opponent's calling range on the turn don't really come into play very often. I mean, everybody can implement their own strategy, but you know, if you're going to bet in position when check to, why not attack a larger portion of your opponent's turn calling range? Because you're going to be able to get all of those folds, right? Like 8s are going to fold to any bet 500 and above, so why not work in getting some jacks to fold, maybe even some aces to fold? Like, there's a lot of different things that you get to fold by going for the larger and larger size. And obviously the downside is that your opponent just snaps you off and you lose a bigger bet. But I mean, if you're just rarely getting your opponent to fold anything for a small size, but you get them to fold a lot for a big size is kind of no-brainer. Anyways, we'll move right along to another 7 deuce hand because Wolfgang is raising it up to 200 and JD has.
I thought it was pickleball too.
7 deuce.
So much more excited when it was pickleball. How long are y'all playing?
120 hours. Probably like 6 hours a day, a couple of times a week.
Wolfgang keeps getting these spots where he raises from early position, like small blind or big blind, and then has to play the hand out of position the whole rest of the way. It's kind of frustrating to do over and over in a session, but it's nice when you have a good strong hand like jacks. And let's see if he plays this as a 4-bet or just a call. Lucas Vance has a very nice comment there. Watches a lot of streams and says, I have top-notch play-by-play. Well, thank you very much, man. Really appreciate you saying so. Definitely do enjoy hanging out with y'all and doing this commentary, hanging out with Derek, and enjoying this fine live poker content with all of you guys. So thank you so much for those kind words, and welcome to the stream. Wolfgang here thinking this one over, and I don't know, how are you dealing with this spot here, Derek? Are you going to go for a 4-bet against a strong player like this, raising blind versus straddle?
Especially against JD, I'd be tempted to go for the 4-bet here, just because I want to have the betting lead on the flop and just not give JD any opportunities to kind of bluff me out of the hand here.
Yeah, that's definitely...
In case he does have a hand that can fold, like maybe, you know, ace 3 suited, ace 4 suited too. they might have a decent amount of equity still. And yeah, he will get the fold.
Yeah, 7
course.
deuce
2 seconds away
into
from
the
asking
muck.
where the action
It's definitely a big part of the game that a lot of people don't necessarily factor in. And it goes back to that night that I was talking about where there was just like a fifth of the hands had a 7 deuce involved.
And I decided to do neither.
People were not at all considering folding the 7 deuce. And I think you really need to be capable of folding it. It's fine to get in the mix. It's fine to try to win with it. But when you've been given the, like, the flashing alarms and the lights and everything that are like, your opponent really has a hand and you're not going to get this through.
At worst, they have ace king. Yeah, it's like they're not folding. Yeah.
It's time to just give it up. Like
Sure.
you tried, and there was a nice bounty and all of that. But like 1600 is not your stack. Your stack is 12,000 here, you know, or whatever.
Yeah.
Like, don't torch it all to try to catch that 1600 score.
Let's go call. I'll take a
Yep,
call.
totally agree.
Go from there.
Carlo says congrats on the deep run in the main event. Thank you very much, Carlo. Appreciate that. It was one heck of an experience, and I will be so blessed if I can make it past day 5, or at least even deeper into day 5 in a main event in the future. I'm certainly going to keep trying, so hopefully y'all will see me back there and can spend a little bit more time on the feature table, get some more TV time, play some more hands against the world beaters. It'd be awesome. So. It was pretty funny, so while we've got this hand about to go off the rails, I'll come back to this story actually. It's raised to 150, call, and now Wolfgang waking up with kings on the button. And what a brilliant spot here.
Yeah. A lot of dead money. And you know, against an early position open as well with a very good premium here. So happy to get more money in here, try to get, you know, hands like queens, jacks, ace, king. To maybe even put in the 4-bet here.
And the most amazing thing about playing the 7 deuce game is when you get aces or kings, because it can just, I mean, like that energy's in the air. This dude's over here 4-betting with 7 deuce or whatever, right? And yeah, Recursive Dragon is going to give him the business here. Takes it up another notch. The ace king. 2,200 to go now.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense given his exact holding and 2 other players behind. Doesn't want to give them any reason to come into the pot as well. Wants to try to get a heads up against Wolfgang.
Trying to make the board again?
Trying to make the
here
vlog.
giving a little speech play. He's got a very relaxed demeanor. Pretty big shift in posture and demeanor, body language here over the last couple of hands that he has played. I think he does have a couple of ways to play this, but yeah, all in is definitely the expected play. Recursive Dragon snaps it off, and here we go. $18,000 pot.
What would you prefer? I don't care. If you want twice, we'll twice.
Running it twice, are we? Looks like I'm frozen up over here. Oh, never mind.
One time.
So they were both.
Oh, they're going once now?
No, I love that.
One time for Max Payne here.
And once.
Ace on the flop, Wolfgang looking good. Backdoor spades in play. No spade
Chop
on the
outs.
turn.
Come on, 9.
9. One time.
That's very good for you.
Oh, oh my God. Oh, run it one time and it comes 10 high straight on board? Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Wolfgang loses $9,000. Basis.
To get lucky there. Thank you.
Wow. What a hand.
Big chop there for Recursive Dragon. saying thank you to Janik as he throws him a red bird there.
Wow. Yeah.
Baby.
Very appropriate timing on this question from Lucas in the chat. Do you feel like players overvalue Ace King? I mean, it's always something that will be debated as to like how strong you should play Ace King, how hard you should play it, is it overvalued, and whatever. It's a very strong hand. Let's be honest. It's a very, very strong hand. It has great removal properties. If it ever pairs, it's probably going to be good. It just has a lot going for it. At the same time, of course, it's not a made hand. So both sides have very valid arguments.
I paid him enough, he's going to cover everybody.
Overplaying it, I think, is always subjective, right? Do you want to put in 500 big blinds pre-flop with it? That's up to you. That's up to the game that you're playing, how aggressive your opponents are, and whether or not they're going to be putting in the chips with a hand that Ace King is beating.
Yeah, I guess another thing to add on top of that, right, is like how much variance do you want to introduce to your life, and or maybe even like you said, what kind of game you're playing in. That's something you want to take into consideration. Maybe how big your bankroll is too.
Yeah. I mean, when I'm waiting for a seat at 1-3 or 2-5 or whatever, and I'm playing 1-2, and somebody wants to get $300 in pre-flop with Ace King, like, I'm doing it.
Oh, 100%.
Like, it doesn't really faze me. And you can say, you know, that's 150 big blinds. Like, what are you doing?
You added 16. You got 16.
From a theoretical standpoint or something, like you don't have a made hand. At the same time, given the games that that exist here in Austin, the 1-2 games, like getting it all in with Ace King pre is a pretty good, strong winning recipe for success.
You're not always coin flipping, so if you're not always coin flipping, that's a win. Like on the better side, yeah, having your 70-30 or whatever. So
absolutely. Now you move up a little bit higher in stakes, maybe.
It was against Kitty Quo, actually.
Maybe things tighten up a little bit. Maybe
But she slow
they
rolled me,
don't.
too.
I don't know.
Hell
yeah. 150 big blinds all in pre is one thing versus 400 big blinds, 500 big blinds pre too. So a lot of things to keep in mind there. Safine here makes the call with the trip queens. JD going for the bluffer-rooney on the end with the 8 high. Safine snaps it off. And JD will slide back down a little bit. Made some pretty good traction getting his way into Unstucksville almost, but after that hand, right back down into second to last position. Yeah, one place that people definitely do overvalue Ace King is deep stacked in tournaments, which is still fair play. It's just that you only get one life in a tournament, right? And maybe there's rebuys, and maybe early in a tournament you don't mind just rip all your 200 bigs in with Ace King and try to build a big stack because you can rebuy or whatever, and that's all fair play. But I've definitely seen some pretty wild spots develop where, you've got a relatively tight player who 3-bets pre-flop, and the effective stack is something like 60 big blinds. And they 3-bet to something like 7, 8, 9 big blinds or something like that, and the other player just puts them all in with Ace King. And yes, Ace King is fine and flipping against underpairs and all of that, but you really have to pay attention to who your opponent is and show a little bit more discipline and discretion, I think, in tournaments, especially in spots like the main event, man. I saw people just absolutely torch their main events, just going for it in these spots, and certainly arguments could be made for what they did, but no, they walked out the door, 10K tournament over, done, bye-bye. I'm back next year.
Not even just just their main event life, but maybe the final table. Did you see the the 90 big blind punts with the pocket eights there. Three-handed.
Yeah, it's always tough short-handed to really evaluate, like, is it a punt? Is it not? I mean, I think we can all kind of agree that it was a little bit of a punt, but
yeah, I guess for guys,
short-handed
it
things
is
really do
three-handed.
change because
Sure.
you're only up against 4 other cards. You know, pairs become very, very valuable. But yeah, that was a big spot.
Yeah, 90 big blind seems quite large though for whatever the ICM is at that point.
Yes, you're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. There's ICM is a weird beast though too, and we don't always understand intuitively how it affects the plays, because in many respects we will play things a lot harder like that. Not because like we think that just like pocket eights are just like, oh, slam dunk, this is what we should do, but rather that your ranges start to get just kind of weird. You either play something really hard because you think like this hand is good enough to go for it, and we don't want to be put in a spot where we can have the ICF pressure applied to us to where we will have to fold on bad runouts. So we put all the money in now because we think our hand is good enough, and we hope that that applies the pressure to our opponent in the maximum way so that we get to exert the pressure and not feel it ourselves. So ICM will do some weird things like that. I'm not trying to justify the 8s jam, but you know, there are definitely some spots where it looks kind of weird. Like, whoa, that guy just went all in with ICM in play. Shouldn't he have played it slower? But actually playing it slower can put you at a disadvantage, because then whether you're out of position or you're the caller or whatever it is, you can end up in a spot where your opponent can apply maximum pressure to you, and you'll have to overfold later on down the line, and that can be really bad for you too. So rather than continuing to just ramble on about that, ICM is tough, and it takes a lot of study to fully understand it. So.
You can go into the women's locker room whenever you want.
We're done here. Going to take it down with the ace king. Look at the leaderboard here. Done. 505. New Mexico area code in the positive.
So I can get like intel from like hedge funds and just like bank. I'll be super wealthy. I'm pretty sure if you have either of them, you can make like infinite money very quickly. I feel like flying at the speed of a pigeon makes you no money. You don't think you're gonna make? You can make tons of YouTube videos about like the first human that can fly.
They're gonna put me in a cage.
Yeah, but like, that's like the case for any superpower, right? Like that's like
That's what.
that's like the least ROI superpower of all time.
That is not a good
Pigeon
strategy.
man.
That's a bad
What are they
strategy.
talking about?
You are not in charge of marketing for the super.
I don't know. Another one of those questions about.
Do you want to fly at the speed of a pigeon, or I forgot what I didn't hear the other part.
What's it called? The Boys? Yeah.
Yeah,
That's like that would be like some guy that just got screwed up by marketing. They're like, Pigeon Man. It's gonna be great. What
Quite
do
the
you do?
flop here for Kenny. Not the
still
worst
only
flop
two
in the world if
seasons?
you're
Did they ever
Recursive
make the third
Dragon, but or at least in terms of what you would
But you can pick up
perceive.
picks so easy.
Quick check though on the flop, and
Buddy, you'll be better off invisible.
betting starts now. Recursive Dragon putting in 200.
You could say I could fly.
Yeah. Dude, now you start flapping your
You're
arms.
like a damn fool.
Dude, as soon as you start flapping your arms.
You're going to spring the trap now on the turn.
Raise, announce 500. Raise to 500.
Are you saying that girls will like you more if they
Let's
can't
see if
see you?
Recursive Dragon makes a call here. The deuce of hearts, the biggest brick in the deck.
But flying,
Not even set a
Flying's like
deuce.
everybody can fly.
Yeah, but a girl will want to go
Improve
fly
on
with
that
you.
card,
That's
so
what
it's
you
like
see.
If you stress the pigeon part, it sounds really bad.
pretty tough to
If you just say I can fly.
Yeah, and then they're like, oh, I don't believe you. Show
put
me.
Kenny
And
on
they're
any
like, oh, fuck,
just random bluffs, but just spades, just somehow, just
Someone
like
clip that. Yeah.
checks back the flop and then goes for a raise on the turn. That
I
doesn't
think
make
it
sense.
does a
It's like value all day.
goes way too fast.
Let's see if Recursive Dragon can sniff this out or not.
Why is it funny? Because I was thinking about it. It's not on shape. Yeah. You can play like Superman, but like capped at like 100
Promise?
miles.
Fake promise?
Yeah, that's
All right. That is.
Yeah, he does. Yeah,
Show it.
I don't know.
That's good. That's good.
These spots are always a little bit tricky, but I feel like
everybody else is
I feel like checking back when you have top trips like that
that.
and then raising on the turn, it just almost always turns your hand face up. Much prefer to just bet your hand on the flop, maybe go for a check on the turn, then go for a bet on the river, something like that. Maybe a little bit better line to get paid.
Sure he doesn't have 7 deuce because we'll be so mad.
Oh no, Safini gonna miss out on his kings.
Womp.
And you know, so Dunn's stack is showing that he's up about 500. I think that's incorrect. I'm pretty sure he only bought in for the initial 5K and then went on that sick run. So he should be up about 4K on those yeah, I got a thumbs up from Cooper. Yeah, so there's some kind of error, graphics error with Dunn's stack.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, I know that we had a couple of 7 deuce payouts and stuff. I'm not sure if those were getting factored in, like who got the 7 deuce bounties and everything, but
oh, you know what it is?
Yeah, it did seem like
there was a graphics area when JD and Dunn went all in, so it didn't actually count that win for Dunn and that loss for JD. So both players have incorrect stack sizes.
Oh, that's it. Okay, all right.
So JD should be down more, and Dunn should be up more, but their stacks are correct.
Okay. Wait, is that right? Dunn only has 9,500.
Yeah.
JD might have had a big hand.
Oh, okay.
No good hand?
I had some backdoors, and I think Dunn will look a bit.
Yeah. Maybe he would have 3-bet you. I don't know.
V-pips, relatively modest. 30% is the high mark, the high water mark. Mid-20s, early or low 20s.
No one's paying attention.
Looks like we've gotten ourselves a Smoothie King delivery.
Okay, mine is not this one, or this one. It has to be this one. Yes. That does seem logical.
And I've been on such a kick after being in Las Vegas for such a long time.
It's actually sponsored by them now.
Doing the tournament grind and everything of not cooking and eating out. So it's sort of been a bit tricky to get back into things. I've got breakfast things in my refrigerator though, so the plan is tomorrow I'm going to cook breakfast for myself, try to keep that going. Get myself back in the habit at least of consistently making breakfast.
If there's like a bet, like
there, but
someone bets
yeah,
like 300,
that is definitely one of the things that these long WSOP trips will do to you, is change your daily routine and put you in a whole different funk, whether it's like how late you're staying up because of the different time zone and tournaments and all that crap, or eating, and everything gets thrown out of whack.
Yeah, I can definitely understand that. You know, on top of, you know, just playing more recently, my work schedule's also been changed slightly. I'm now working 4 to midnights, and yeah, it's definitely different for sure. Can see some action here. Recursive Dragon, we're waking up with the 9s. Kenny calling in between with a pretty strong holding, and Wolfgang gonna squeeze on the button.
Right. I'll see your bet.
Yeah. Queen Jack of Clubs went in the muck somewhere along the way as well. Not sure if that was player away from their seat or if that was just a pretty quick fold facing the aggression and being out of position. But wow, top set here for Recursive Dragon. 2 overs, open-ended straight draw and a backdoor time and flush draw here for Kenny.
You can see Wolfgang checking a high percentage of the time here on this flop. Oh wow, what a turn.
That's pretty much a nut worst flop for you with ace-queen.
I don't think I've ever done that, but I'm going to try it now.
Yeah. Try it versus me, I'd be extra scared.
Full house here for Recursive Dragon. You'll see a lot of players check this again with basically the nuts. He goes for the bet. He's going to get Kenny to make the call, drawing dead. Wolfgang's out of the way, and Kenny really doesn't want to make a straight or a flush. And he doesn't.
It's like one of the biggest like marketing gimmicks. It's like they've actually done like
Safe river card there for Kenny.
Like,
not going to be putting any more money in the spot unless he feels like he needs to bluff, but I don't see Kenny as the player type to do this, especially when facing a $3,300 bet here.
Yeah, I think Recursive Dragon is really just going for an attack on an 8, right?
Mine has kale in it, so it has to be out there.
Hopes that Kenny has some sort of ace-8 combo or something. You just can't find the fold
It's a
button.
stream.
But yeah, obviously king high.
You'll see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I guess if Dunn is actually in for that full 9.5, but only bought in for the original 5K, so he's up like 4,500.
Very respectable win so far.
Yeah, that's quite
You're
good.
gonna use my likeness.
Man, it looks like they did a big order of smoothies, and actually Taylor, one of our action trackers, she asked if I wanted one, and Safine, I think, ended up buying the crew some smoothies. So shout out to Safine for that.
I learned the other day that Bellagio has $3 chips. Yeah.
For the rest of us peasants that don't play your game.
It's some of like the mixed games, or not the mixed games, some of the like limit games. They like $3.
Thanks to Tim in the big line, he makes it 150 to go with a $50 straddle. Recursive Dragon on red 8s here in the big straddle. Definitely a 3-bet opportunity. Can definitely also just call. You get to play in position with a pretty strong hand, and he will opt for that.
I was hoping you were gonna say, I see your bet and.
Wow. Ace, king, top trips here for Tim.
Wow.
$100 is the continue. Shiva makes the call. 5 of clubs on the turn changes nothing. Tim here. Standard spot to size up. He's got queen jack, queen 10, jack 10, any of those sorts of hands. Still have equity. He can size up and put his opponent in a tough spot.
Providing value.
And indeed, it is 500 to go.
I can't call.
Get the job done, and no 7 deuce turned over, so no bounties coming
Pretend you're a
out.
tiger. Thank you, appreciate it. Pretend you're a tiger. There you go.
Every time somebody wins a pot without showdown, you're always just kind of like,
Think like a leaf.
you know, like hold your breath a little bit. Like, is somebody going to turn over the 7 deuce?
Give me your best blue steel. Alright, I have another probably dumb question. How much better is like a fancy, I assume that's a fancy camera.
Another big ace here for
whoever's
Tim.
in, like, the latest iPhone.
Over under 5K.
From
I
the
only
small
use this
blind.
for like the fun shots, but like when I'm filming a
Another
vlog.
pocket pair
I'll
here
just use an
for
iPhone. It does make the
Dragon.
B-roll footage like
The camera?
that much better, but
Make the call once again. Kenny's out of the way, heads up to a bluff we go again.
1080 at 60 frames out there, you're good. And all iPhones can go up to 4K now. So
Another good spot here
this
for
kind of has
Tim,
like
but he's
this
going
where
to
you go
go
like
for
this and it
the
makes a
check.
blurry behind. That's nice. But
How much is he paying us for our lesson?
Checky. Good turn card here for Recursive
learn
Dragon. And
I mean, it's
Tim
not like
here
in the World
just
Series
sort of
that
taking
Jack
his
that won, like, the
showdown
whole World Series,
with nut
but
no
it's
pair.
pretty fucking close.
Makes some sense,
A lot
but
of jacks are
also
winning
makes some
World
sense to
Series.
deny equity,
That's
right?
how,
I mean,
cattle are, yeah.
a lot
He's a
of
good guy. He said he's
a
gonna
lot of cards that
subscribe
can
to me, so
peel off that
I'm
would
gonna
give
hold
your
him to it.
opponent sort of a free shot at showdown. And my
Like he
goodness,
said, if I
Recursive
stack
Dragon
them,
here
I
is
think
going to
we'll
go for a bet of 500 on the end here for value. One would presume. I mean, it is definitely a value bet insofar as Tim's holdings, but yeah, seemingly attacking
I just
ace
meant,
high
like,
here.
because I shoved for like 8K more, I guess. Or I had 8K
The
myself.
That's not like
overbet.
100, you're always calling.
For sure, yeah. You could have bet 2 and I would have already called 5.
Tim here controls the ace of spades. I mean, that's sort of the key card here. But
I'm glad you acknowledge that J-Nick controls the cards. I've been trying to say this for so long, and they just don't listen.
is your opponent capable of doing this with a random 5?
Give me aces.
All right,
give
that's
me
really
real
the only
sevens.
hand that you kind of think of that makes sense is
Called for it, that's why.
5x. He gives him credit for
Up half.
a pair higher than 2s, and indeed,
Split it, yeah.
Shiva did have that. Doesn't get paid off. Good play by both players there.
You know, mind if he sells me half like mid hand, right? That's cool.
Yeah.
Fine.
Depends what he has. That one, it sounds like it might have been okay. Future ones, he might be like, no deal. Shut the fuck up.
Nice suited hand here for JD in the cutoff. Make it 150 to go. Kenny is feeling like he hasn't played a hand in a while, so he's going to get in there with the 9-8-0. Dunn closes the action, and 3 players to a flop. Top pair for JD, second pair for Kenny, and third pair for Dunn. Jack of diamonds on the turn, not the card any of these players remaining had in mind. Goes checky checky. And it's another 9 on the end. Kenny is going to make the best hand. Trip 9s, and he checks it over. And JD will be happy to check back. Yeah, no more money going in the middle. I think Kenny here missing an opportunity to extract value. As the 9, a very unlikely card to improve JD's hand, and much more likely to improve his. So, going to get a lot of checkbacks in that spot. One thing for sure that the trip to Las Vegas did was interrupt my Taco Bell sessions. So,
I think we've talked about this before.
Yeah.
Both of our love for Taco Bell.
The Taco Bell love is definitely real, and it's my usual like Tuesday night ritual to get Taco Bell after the stream. So it will be the first time in quite a while, at least like what, 3 weeks or something since.
They did bring back the volcano taco. If you've yet to have that. So.
Wait, is that what you end up doing after you eat the taco, or is that how is the volcano involved in the taco?
Probably both, actually. Now that you're mentioning it, but no, the like spicy taco shell with the volcano sauce. But yeah, I'm kind of with Julian though, and we like texted each other when it came out. I think they like changed the recipe or something. It's just not as spicy as I guess both of us remember.
Okay, interesting. Yeah, I will probably avoid volcano taco, but if it's on the menu, I may give it a try one time.
What's your go-to menu item?
These days, I like the steak grilled cheese burrito.
I didn't actually.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's sort of like their flagship burrito. You know, they used to have the grilled stuffed burrito for a long time, and then they've kind of alternated a couple of different things in and out. Right now, they've got the grilled cheese burrito.
So back in the day, so by back in the day, sports betting days.
Let's see.
King high versus queen high
Having
here.
like a lot like DFS, that kind of. That was like those days. Yeah.
DFS is where all the money came from.
Harris turns the king high into a bluff, goes for a big half pot size bet, and takes her down.
Anybody want any
Some
drinks,
of us are
guys?
just men. Young, responsible.
Yeah, I don't plan on playing that big without the correct arrangements.
I didn't either until I was in the spot, and I was like, oh, this kind of matters a lot.
Do you like bag to run it twice and that kind of stuff? Or?
That guy doesn't run it.
Dunn here, waking up with a premium hand once again.
You see a lot of those, I'm sure.
Go for a large squeeze size out of the big blind. 700 to go. Back over to JD here. I think This is going to be one of those open and fold to any 3-bet, and it is.
Oh yeah.
It's nice to have those in there, you know?
Yeah.
Having hands that you can open and then just snap fold to a 3-bet.
I'll get it in real bad.
It just makes it so that you don't have to.
Every time. By the time I get you, boy,
You don't have to defend all the time. You don't have to always feel like, oh, this hand is just too good to let go of. Maybe I should call. And I think that's something that, you know, a lot of more casual players can be susceptible to, is that they don't open enough hands to be able to fold to 3-bets, so they end up calling almost every 3-bet, and then they play these bloated pots with decent hands but not great hands. And mixing in more, you know, suited kind of crap like that gives you some opportunities to just fold free, not feel bad about it. Here we go, 3 players to a flop on this one, though.
I'm sorry. I think being liquid was the problem in the beginning. So they know to have a card.
Pair of 7s for Wolfgang. Harris still with the overpair of 10. The best hand, but Tim is better.
How's God? Is he nice?
As a human?
Yeah.
Yeah, as a human he was. Fucking hated having him on my left,
Betting the call at 250. Let's see how Harris approaches this one. This is a disconnected rainbow board. Definitely a spot that he could go for the check raise, but goes for the check and the call. And there's the king on the turn, giving Tim top pair and the best hand. Beautiful spot here now for Tim to get additional value. 1240 in the middle. Bet the flop with basically air, gets called in 2 spots, and now makes top pair with a card that should never improve his opponent. So absolutely need to continue going for value, building this pot. 650 is the bet, about half pot.
Yeah, really only losing the sets now. That probably play the same way here, but happy to get more money in here.
I just noticed it.
I just noticed your shirt pocket.
Yeah, it's super cute, yeah.
Hands just go straight into the
Like over here
muck
trying to get
there.
a
I
read,
mean,
I'm
it's
just
the
like,
correct fold in terms of Tim's holdings, but
See the inside of it?
a little bit surprised. I mean, yes, betting 2 streets into 2 players is pretty strong. And the king really didn't bring additional equity in terms of the 7-8
I just never
deuce
sold
flop,
this stuff, so I
so
like use it for actual professional.
no logical bluffs to really put in there outside of the sort of 6-5, maybe 9-6 suited or something, just to be in there every once in a while. So an understandable fold with the 10s, but also a little bit curious. Folding hand as strong as that. Wow, another big hand here for Dunn. Pocket kings in the small blind. Sabina's going to peel with the queen jack go.
Wow.
He's getting himself into some trouble if he makes a top pair kind of hand, but ace 8 should be safe. Queen jack to get away from this.
You know, even in position, definitely one of the probably looser calls you can make.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I kind of lump the queen jack in with the king 10, the king 9.
Yeah,
you know,
the ace 10, the ace 10 off.
Yeah, I mean, at least with ace 10, you've got some good blocker qualities where you can, you know, consider 4-betting it. But
right.
queen jack O's and the king 10 O's and stuff, it's like those ones are just bad, you know, you just ditch them.
Hands that you typically, you know, in 3-bet pots will still be behind if you make your top pair. So, player still like you're hoping to flop a straight.
Yeah, like if I'm ever gonna get a little bit out of line with an offsuit combo, I'd prefer to do it with like 10-9. You know, jack 10, just because you just don't really interact with their range quite as much. You're less likely to get coolered on like a jack high flop or 10 high flop. I don't know. It's just but then it becomes so position dependent and everything as to whether or not you're even opening those hands. I don't know, just it all gets kind of weird. Queen Jack off just always seems to punish me for playing it.
Real cutthroat game we got here, huh?
And also, like, if you're kind of guessing where you're at and where you're at in the hand, you know, you can't lose any more money if you just fold the hand. I think that's the thing that a lot of players forget about. It's like, oh yeah, it's like just move on to the next one sometimes.
Yeah, I mean the guessing factor is one thing, but I mean the guessing factor doesn't really change given your holdings, right? Like you just still never know what they have. I think, you know, overcalling with hands like King 10 off and Queen Jack off and things like that in these 3-bet spots, it really just forces you to play too many uncomfortable hands, right? That's the biggest advantage to folding those pre is that, like, you just don't have to play an uncomfortable spot with a bloated pot with Queen Jack off. Like, I mean, that how often is that going to just like run out great for you? You know, it's just not going to happen very often. Which is why you'd much rather have a hand like pocket sixes. You know, it's like you can just like whiff a flop and see a bunch of overcards, and you're just like, oh, cool, I fold. You like flop a 6, you know? I mean, and you know that
you're getting the money in, yeah.
Yeah, so, you know, those spots are just so much easier to navigate. You start making calls with King 10 off, and it comes, you know, King 6-4, and a bunch of money starts going in, and you're like, well, I got top pair. You know, I mean, yeah. How you feeling about it? Not great.
Well, it looks like the PLO got started outside. I'm looking on Poker Atlas, so it might be one of those nights where I play the PLO after the stream.
All right. You all can't see this, but I can see Derek over there scratching his neck. Y'all got any more than PLO?
Dude, I love the game now, man. I like, anytime I play No Limit now, if I'm hopping in the round of each game that runs, I just get kind of like, this is like so monotonous. Like, I just find the spots and PLO a lot more interesting now that I've like really studied it more and stuff.
Yeah, you'd be very at home here in Austin. We have a very dedicated round of each community, and they've in fact started running a 2 rounds of PLO, 1 round of No Limit, and I think every once in a while they just are like,
I mean, they just turn it at that point. Yeah, at that point you just turn it into PLO, right? Like, if you're gonna go 2 rounds, you're like 18 hands. Like, those 9 hands are gonna feel like death when you finally get to the No Limit.
That's exactly right. Although I should be clear, this is bomb pots, so that, you know, it's 1-2 hold'em and then $5 bomb pots. So, you know.
Oh no, not actual PLO.
No, it's pretty rare actually, at least here at TCH Austin, to get like full-on PLO where there's like pre-flop betting and stuff.
I like bomb pots too. I think the once a dealer changes is enough for me though. Like, those are some pretty high variance spots that you can get into, and typically, I mean, not yes and no when I say high variance, right? Like, people tend to put themselves in the high variance spots, but like, you can
that's
really
an important distinction.
Yeah, when you can really just kind of, you know, if you only have the nuts on one board, and it's a straight or something, you could kind of typically easily fold if you're facing a pot and a call, right? So
yeah,
you're getting quartered so often.
Not everybody can do that.
Top pair, top kicker here for Safine, and a gut shot for JD, though no backdoor flush available for JD, so probably going to play pretty cautious here, or probably just fold to a C-bet here. Depending on how small Safine will go here. Or large.
Yeah, this is actually a texture where you can go quite chunky if you want, given the range advantage and the ability for your opponent to have some sort of strong draw / top pair holding. But good for 1.1000 into 35, small size certainly fine.
Yeah, the only thing with the small sizing here that I'm noticing right now with Safine's stack, and obviously it's much easier for you and I to look at stack sizes in real time and bets and pot size because we have all that data in front of us. Kind of makes it a little awkward here for Safine on the turn to set up maybe like a river bet size.
Yeah.
Because at this point, like, right, if you go about half pot, you're only leaving yourself back with. Well, I guess it's about right. But
yeah, you can go half all in,
yeah.
Which isn't the worst. Although you hate to give your opponent, you know, 25% with a flush draw and maybe, you know, a gut shot or something, right? Because then they actually are just getting a reasonable price. You always want to give them a bad price.
Oh,
Yeah,
he
he's
ships
going
it.
to rip
Okay.
it here. I think this is better, but because he's going to go this route, I would have liked the larger size on the flop. So I think we're in agreement there that the sizing was a little bit awkward.
I was also ready.
But yeah, I mean, we're obviously nitpicking here because it's much easier for us to see the stacks. And, you know, he probably realized that when he got to the turn, he's like, oh my god, I have I have a little too much here, but I don't really want to bet half pot, give him a good price, so I'm just gonna ship it in here.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, you know, the results are that he got 1,100 out of JD that he definitely wouldn't have had he gone half pot on the flop.
True.
So yeah, the small size did get him a little extra value. That's always good too.
Do have the $50 straddle on again, and looks like the whole crew here has smoothies. The Safine just gave smoothies to the whole table and crew. So shout out again to Safine for hooking us up. Harris here with the ace-10 off on the button. Easy open once folded too. Yeah, unless Recursive wakes up on anything here, we'll just take down the pot and taking down $90 pre. Sounds pretty nice.
Yeah, buddy, that's a solid trip to Taco Bell for you and your friends.
That's like, what? It's like 5 or 6 taco party packs, right?
Hell yeah, buddy. Volcanoes for everybody.
Yeah, you can.
100% taking with no pay.
You could have a real party, you know, buy 6 or 7 taco party packs and then throw a deuce of 7 no limit game with some beers, and sounds like a fun night.
Dude, yes. I think that's what needs to happen.
Actually, we just need to do that, right?
Yeah. No, if we can organize the Deuce 7 game, I'll bring Taco Bell for everybody. How's that?
That was a hell of a
check raise barrel jam.
Or
Man, and Tim keeps
we'll have
waking up in
someone
spots
who
here.
That's what I'm referencing when I have my
Yeah, I know.
I king queen though.
Another big hand here for Tim. Ace King got him all the chips he has in front of him right now, or at least half of them thereabouts, winning that big one earlier. He's going to squeeze this up from the small blind. Relatively modest squeeze size here, but understandable since it is a cold 4-bet from the small blind. Doesn't have to go super big. And now JD here, who is stuck, has been running into it for a while now, has an opportunity to set mine in position. He'll make the call.
Yeah, 12K effective here. Let's see if we can find his set. Just barely misses there as the 7 comes on the flop, but Tim does hit his top pair, top kicker holding here on a very draw-heavy board, so don't see him ever checking this hand in the spot. Pretty easy fold here for JD, missing his set. Tim has all the ace-kings, all the aces, all the queens. I mean, does Tim ever 4-bet with the king-jack of clubs or king-10 of clubs? Maybe sometimes, but his MO has been pretty close to the vest here tonight, so I think no reason for JD to get out of line. The 6 is there, and Tim will take down another nice one. Daniel T in the chat, is Recursive Dragon a new player? Yeah, I believe his first time on the stream tonight and doing quite well, despite getting coolered against Wolfgang with the ace-king against kings. I think he's doing quite well for his first time tonight. As I always like to say, first time stream run good is real.
Heads up here, Kenny and Dunn.
Yeah, they should probably be kind of close.
Top pair for Kenny, ace-high flush draw here for Dunn. Backdoor straight opportunities as well.
Danny or John?
Kenny going to go for the check call, and we'll go to a
Scrapper.
turn. 3 of spades, one of those backdoor straight cards.
Been in the military.
Yeah, I would take military for sure.
But I think Danny has some size on him.
We were talking about playing Dungeons and Dragons earlier. I was thinking
You
the guy-
and Danny Mars?
Yeah.
Done here going to take the aggressive route here, has a lot of equity. Just ace high recognizes that when Kenny calls
I mean,
the
I'm
flop
playing
that
too,
he's
so I can't
probably
say shit,
behind.
but,
No,
So
I was a StarCraft guy.
foot
remember?
squarely on the
guy-
gas goes
my
nearly
buddy was
pot.
with Dungeons and Dragons. So
And
StarCraft
you
guys
definitely have to
we're
recognize
like really.
Yeah, that's even
board
worse,
texture
to be
is not
honest.
really
We're like-
changed with the 3 of spades, so
Yeah.
you're probably going to have to go for 3 streets here. Get your opponent to fold if you don't improve.
Remember my solo nerd?
Kenny does make the call, and it's an ace of clubs on
I
the
support
river.
it.
That
Yeah.
will improve Dunn to the best hand.
I really support StarCraft and Warcraft.
And he's happy to just show it down, though. Doesn't go for any value. And the quick decision there, definitely a spot where I would like to see Dunn think it through and perhaps try to decipher whether or not he could get value from a 7. You know, perfectly reasonable to also check that back, but, you know, as the ace of diamonds, really unlikely he's going to get check raised. Yes,
Yeah, I think
value
what
for
maybe-
himself against 2 pairs somehow, but
Yeah, I think what maybe raised some alarm bells for Dunn was the pot size bet on the turn and how quickly maybe Kenny called there. You know, I guess maybe more indicative of maybe a strong hand that Kenny could have, and I don't know.
sure. Although I will say that of all of the different board textures, different flop textures, the hands that seem to go the most off the rails in terms of people either overplaying their hand or over defending or maybe not over anything, just hands where the pot tends to really blow up, and then at showdown you kind of squint at it and you're like, wait, how did all the money get in there? Why is there so much money in there? Is these monotone flops, right?
Yeah.
Monotone flops tend to just bring out this weird side of us where we never give the other guy credit for a flush and they never give us credit for anything, and you know, it just ends up this like perfect storm of the ability to put a bunch of chips in the middle with less than a flush, and it's always kind of interesting. I always love those spots though when you have like a really strong hand that isn't a flush, and you know that you can make it look bluffy by going big. And then in their mind, they're like, he has a flush or nothing. So they call, and you're like, well, I turned top 2 or top and bottom or whatever. And like,
Or set or something.
They just stare at it for like 30 seconds before they fold. Like, wait, you don't have a flush, but I still lose. What happened? It's
Whenever I
great.
was like 18, 21.
Yeah, now that you mentioned it, I think I kind of have a spot where I remember doing something like that, and yeah, it was a monotone flop, and I like turned a set, and then
It's such a great word.
yeah, the guy was just like, yeah, I just didn't think you had a flush, and they called me with like second pair
It's like honestly insane.
when I went big on the river. But yeah, actually surprising to see Tim fold to a single 3-bet there with the king jack of club or queen jack of clubs in position with how deep they were, but.
And they kind of let anyone in, so we had a couple guys that would just roll.
Seems like a player that's just happy to just move on to the next hand and just pick a better spot. Maybe likes to take the aggressive route rather than the passive one.
No.
Middle set here for Dunn, running hot tonight against top pair good kicker for Tim.
Yeah, not enough here for JD and Safine, but Wolfgang with the spade flush draw could have put some more money in there too. My goodness, we check all the way through though. 5-way action kind of keeping this pot tame. And Dunn here is over checking. 450 in the middle, about half a pot. Wolfgang pairing a flush draw. He's just going to stick around for
I'll take him if
card.
it's like some sort of game show.
I don't know how you fold if you're Tim either, so.
We've seen him make some crazy folds, but yeah, I think this is definitely the spots where you just can't fold just yet. There's draw heavy board.
Yeah, well, he checked the flop too, right? I mean,
yeah, exactly.
You can't check the flop with a top pair type holding and then just let it go to a single bet on the turn. Dunn here is going to be best and has a pretty fair run out. Only a deuce makes a reasonably stronger hand given the action. It's going to go big though, and this is a little bit tough, man. You're betting into 2 players. Getting paid here is going to be really hard. even by a strong ace high, a strong pair of aces. I understand trying to get paid when you have the best hand that you're ever going to have and get paid the max, but I think that bet size was definitely too large. And went for it very quickly as well, right? Like, imagine that you just busted spades. Aren't you going to sit there and look at it for a while and be like, can I convince these guys I have a 2? And then settle on a bet size. He just kind of grabbed a fistful of chips and rocketed them out there. I don't know. It's always easier to pick up on this stuff when, like, we don't have cards in front of us. We're not sweating, you know, losing a bunch of money or whatever. But those sorts of, you know, timing tells and how you approach a river bet into multiple opponents and stuff. You know, all of that is really important information. It's important to know as the player who's making the actions and for the other players at the table. And all of us, of course, can learn from it as well. It's like, you know, you see somebody make these just like really casual plays in big spots. Like, are they really just like a super sicko and they just don't give a shit and they're just going to bomb it into you guys with nothing? Or do they just have it so locked up already that they're just so content with any river? It's just like, whatever that was, it doesn't matter. Here, well, let's just bet 3/4 into 2 players. Like, okay.
5,000 added? Or 5,000?
Julian here in the chat says Curly, another one of our dealers here in Dallas, was saying he was going to try to get a no-limit deuce game going sometime soon. And he says, D, I'd be down to play in August.
Jay.
Awesome.
Sick. Let's go.
Wow, I got 3 turns in a row.
Can do it, but he needs 5,000.
Tim here with the pocket 7. So I'm going to raise this up. No takers. Oh man, JD had blockers, but
he likes
go
the fake out with the 7x.
I really want to have the 7 deuce. I haven't had it yet.
Keep raising 7 8.
I'm just gonna keep playing the 7.
I had it ready.
Yeah.
all right, I'll be right back.
Get our heart rates up.
Yeah. Somebody's got to do something. It's like can only talk about who's gonna win UFC fights. The nerd or the guy that trains for fighting for so long.
My cardio so bad right now.
Mix it up. Give me some blacks
Do
too.
you think there's anybody at the table that would give you a hard time?
Just bring the 12 bucks.
I don't know. Somebody who can last longer than me cardio-wise would obviously have a chance. So just based off that, yeah, probably. But it's gonna be a rough first 3 to 4 minutes. I can promise that. Yeah. After that, everyone has a chance.
That was the one thing I had going for me, is I was bigger than most of the people. So I could just kind of hang in there for a while and
Tire them out.
yeah, use the weight, drag on them a little bit.
Where are you originally from? Oh, sorry.
California, and then I moved to Boston and moved to Vegas 10, 11 years ago.
125?
Can you imagine living there? Oh, it's so great.
Cheap cost of living.
Yeah, it's awesome,
Yeah,
honestly.
you can go to Henderson or Summerlin, and they're nice suburbs, and you can be away from all that. A lot of good food. What?
If I got it in me to be away from
Well, you just can't go play baccarat every day, I guess.
How do you deal with the heat?
Casinos make my hands sweaty.
far, far away.
Tim flopping second pair and calling on the flop. Harris continuing with his bluff on the turn with his gut shot and 1 over to the board. Tim staring down his opponent, maybe trying to get a read of some sort, facing a $500 bet on the turn. With the 6 of hearts, not really changing much on the turn, given the board texture, but he will let go of the second pair.
Stay in air conditioning. Mostly run away when it gets really hot sometimes.
Shit, it's hot here.
Yeah, I ran
Yeah,
away to
looking
here,
at the
so it's not that
leaderboard
much
here,
better,
a couple of big winners, a couple of big
I assume it's
losers.
not humid in Vegas. I've never been to Vegas.
No,
Harris
it's
kind of
so
hanging
dry.
out in the middle
I
there.
got the humid here.
Yeah.
Everything looks the same. Very monotonous.
Yeah, a couple buy-ins up and down are sort of the swings here
Still very dry.
this evening. Of course, with the match the stack nature,
24 hours a
one
day,
buy-in
full time.
isn't necessarily reflective of
You're not
I was in the military. Rising Seer and stuff every 6 months.
the standard win-or-loss kind of unit of measurement, but
Like for the most part, it's
all things considered, when you're buying for 5K, it's kind of a good metric.
Yeah, no, that's that actually brings up a good point, and something that happened last night in the PLO when I was playing. It's a $1, $2 PLO game, right? With the $5 bring-in, there was a 10K pot, 4-way all-in pre-flop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so match stack definitely changes things for sure.
It does, and I imagine in, you know, certainly in the local Austin 125 games, like the straddles come out very early on,
100%.
because people are just like, you kind of immediately recognize that the standard open pot size, you know, to 15 or 20 or whatever, is just not going to cut it for what you guys are trying to play. And so then one straddle to 10 immediately just doubles the stake, or like doubles the pot, you know, on the pre-flop action. And that right there just gives you it opens the door to really getting a bunch of chips in. That's what everybody's trying to do.
Like, does anyone care though? You add on.
So is that the case up there? I mean, just like the 5 just comes out like immediately, and maybe even the 10, 20?
Yeah, I mean the minimum straddle on the 1-2 PLO is 10, so
oh, it is 10. Okay,
it is also the maximum straddle, so that is the only thing you can straddle to.
I see. Oh, and is it just single straddle, or can you multi-straddle?
It's only single straddle. Yeah.
Okay.
Though, if you're in a very, very good game, which tends to happen a lot, you have 2-3 people probably blind raising under the gun. So you got a 1, 2, 10, 20 game going.
Yeah, down here in Austin tends to be a little bit more flexible, allowing multiple straddles. So, you know, you'll see the 10, the 20, and such coming on. Curse of Dragon here, betting the effective second pair and with the straight draw. Wolfgang here floating the flop, but not really improving his hand at all. Didn't have a lot of cards that could improve him. Whether or not the king high was ever just good or not,
So sad. You must have a good
a
hand.
little bit hard to decipher, so he'll let it go.
He thought that was the one he was gonna get you.
Not that one. What race do you play in StarCraft?
Zerg.
Okay, yeah.
And then Undead.
Saw some
and
pretty
Warcraft 3.
spicy call downs on the final table live stream for the main event.
I was more like a macro player.
There were
like,
some king high calls and things of that nature. It was pretty cool to see.
focused on the economy. Like
I didn't watch everything, but paid attention to, you know, little tidbits here and there. And man, there was some good poker being played for sure.
Get some scouting going with. You see the Marines.
Yeah, that's what I saw a lot of people say in the chat as well earlier tonight, where they're like, oh, it's like one of the probably funnest live stream final tables they've seen in a while. So that's good to hear. It's good for poker.
Yeah,
So many new strategies. But mostly like.
And the fact that it was the biggest field in the history of the main event, I mean, that just goes to tell you, I mean,
I've heard of them.
you know, the game of poker is growing, and I think we can attribute that to people like Wolfgang Poker, Rampage Poker, Mariano, of course the OGs, Brad Owen, and Andrew Nemi, you know, kind of putting more poker content out there in the world for people to see. And with the pandemic, I think that really spurred a lot of interest for the game as well, when people are kind of just at home, finding things to do, and they're like, oh, what's this? You can play a game and it's fun and make money from it. I want to learn how to play this.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, there's multiple things that go into, I think, the poker popularity boom that we're experiencing. And, you know, one of them that doesn't get talked about is
figured out why we're all single.
inflation, right? Like,
sorry, say that again? I couldn't hear you over there.
I was just saying, one thing is inflation too, right? Because like the main event has been 10K for quite a long time.
Since its existence, right?
Yeah, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, you go back into the 70s, 10K was a hell of a lot more money back then. It's still 10K now, and it's not that 10K isn't a lot of money, it's just that over time, because of the nature of inflation, we have seen the effective buy-in dropping.
So you're into video games
and
I mean, that Black Mirror episode, Striking Viper.
I don't think we're that far away from there being a discussion about whether or not the main event buy-in should be raised. I'm not saying it's going to happen inside of the next decade or something, but like, you know, it's a curious phenomenon that's part of the whole story of it that we really haven't put a lot of emphasis on.
No, that's a very good point, and that made me curious. So I went ahead and Googled the average annual median income for 1972, and it's $11,000 back then. So that plays a huge factor. And nowadays it's close to 60 to 70,000, right? So, or no, more than that for the family. Yeah, it's over 100K. So that makes a huge difference when it 10x's in what 40, 50 years. So.
Yeah, and I mean the poker boom didn't really happen until the early 2000s, right? So
And then the ones where they upload your consciousness.
it's not necessarily like an apples to apples comparison, anyways. But still, like imagine like $10,000 in 2000 versus $10,000 right now. I mean, vast difference in purchasing
Right, that's when you can
power.
still get a soda for 25 cents out of the vending machine. So.
Yep.
So like nowadays, for every movie, you have to sign away your digital rights as an actor because they have to
Anyways,
scan you with CGI.
recursive dragon here in the big blind, gonna raise it up to queen 9-0, and he'll take the remaining blinds in.
Well, some of them, I mean, maybe. For the writers,
I haven't seen a 7 deuce sighting in a little while, so the fire that Zeus was bringing seems to have tempered a little bit.
Like in one of the episodes, you can just take my likeness and then make my character do anything you wanted, in CGI with AI. Do you even need to pay me anymore? You just pay me once, get my likeness, and then I do whatever.
Me and ChatGPT.
What if you do gross stuff with my likeness? Can I,
I don't want my mom seeing whatever's going on inside your head.
Well, I mean, there's Black Mirror episodes. People didn't like the episodes. I'm just that one's applicable right now.
Yeah, very interesting conversation having.
Yeah, I actually haven't watched the new Black Mirror season yet. Were you ever into those seasons or that show?
Yeah, no, I've watched everything up until the most recent season.
Yeah, I heard a lot of mixed feelings about this most recent season, but I mean, I'll probably still watch it anyways, just because I was such a fan of the series. I started watching it when season 3 came out, when they first ported it to Netflix. So,
apparently, Dong and Seinfeld play golf.
yeah, it has been going a little downhill ever since, but still enjoy it.
Yeah, I would agree that some of the storylines didn't quite have the same impact on me. They didn't quite hit me in the same way. But I mean, from the beginning, the Black Mirror episodes all had different producers or different directors. It was always sort of a shtick that they did where they brought in somebody new to sort of do a show. So you always kind of had some variety from show to show. I'm not sure if the writing and everything was unique or if it was just the direction, but that was always kind of a thing that they did. So, yeah, it was always kind of nice to have just, what am I going to get on this episode, right? It'd be completely different from anything else I've seen. But I will definitely agree that the last season didn't have quite as many just gut punchers where I was like, whoa, that episode was awesome.
Do you have a favorite episode in particular? Well, not including this past season.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah, I'd have to try to go back and remember all of them, but the one where you can get your consciousness put into the little egg or whatever, that was twisted, super twisted.
Oh yeah, with John Hamm.
The season finale, yes, with John Hamm.
The White Christmas special or whatever. Yeah, that's actually that's probably one of my favorites. I also really like USS Callister, and then the San Junipero one. Those two are really good.
Okay, I don't remember the names of the episodes, but I'm sure I would remember the storyline.
Yeah, it was
we get
like
to the river here. Wolfgang with the top pair, Jack kicker on board. JD playing just ace high. Yeah, I think he's got just. I mean, it's not really good showdown. He's probably never winning, but does he want to bluff with all of his worst hands and ace king high? Says yes and goes for all of it. All right. I mean, if you're going to go for a bluff with all of your hands, it has to be for the max size. So there you go.
Strong play here from JD.
I thought I was going to call whatever you bet on the river, but I didn't expect you to do that.
All right. Wolfgang here going to have to try to figure this one out.
By that logic, I still call you, right?
9 of clubs, relevant insofar as it interacts with the king 9 and 10 nines of the world. Outside of that, doesn't have a heart, which is good for him. Is just getting like completely owned by king queen and ace queen, of course. But check check turn. Does ace queen and king queen ever check the turn? What would be the rationale for that? Go for a bet check bet line and then just somehow decided, well, we got here and let's go bet check jam line. That feels a little bit weird too. So honestly, this story isn't really adding up. Wolfgang doesn't have the worst hand combination. Let's see if he can sniff this out. I think JD here correctly attacking a player that has shown a tendency to perhaps fold in big spots, though.
I was just about to say that, like, you know, JD knows that Wolfgang doesn't typically, maybe doesn't always play stakes this high, so maybe taking advantage of that, maybe trying to exploit that of Wolfgang. But, you know, Wolfgang's been improving a lot the past year, and he's starting to play more of these higher stakes games, so let's see if he figures this one out.
Yeah, so JD 3-bet pre. Flop comes queen jack 4, he c-bets 350, which is, or let's call it 1/3 pot, right? Then check check turn. This is potentially ace 4 suited, right? Which is spades and clubs, so there's 2 combos there. Wolfgang doesn't block those. Outside of that, you start looking at overpairs and best queens. And it's really kind of weird, doesn't make a lot of sense for any of those hands to slow down with a check on the turn. So you're kind of limiting your value hands to the ace 4 suiteds. And that's just 2 combos. It's really tough, though, when you're in Wolfgang's seat and your whole stack of $6,300 is
right
on the line, plus the 8, you know, or plus whatever was in the middle. It was like 1,800.
Right, yeah, and the pot was only like 1,600 in the middle.
Yeah, so like he makes the call here. He wins a pot and stacks up to over 1,400, which is awesome. But he can also just fold and preserve his profit, which is like 1,300 bucks. And he really doesn't have that strong of a hand. But you can tell by the fact that he's still thinking about this and hasn't just been like, oh, this is too much and folding, that this story isn't quite adding up to him. I will be very impressed. I'll be very proud of Wolfgang if he finds the call button here. We can see the cards a lot easier for us to make the commentary here, but I really do think that in this spot, it just doesn't make a lot of sense for the best value that isn't ace 4 suited to have slowed down on the turn. And
probably one of the better bluff catchers too, right? Top pair. So
yeah, you're not going to have a lot of hands that that are going to unblock your opponent's bluffs as good as this one, right? Like Queen 8 would actually just be like better.
Nah, and he folds.
Yeah, he lets it go. Queen 8 would be like technically better because you don't interact with like the king 9s and stuff of the world, although those would probably continue betting on the turn as well, like king 9 and 10-9. But I don't know. He just knows that Wolfgang will fold under the pressure, given the size of the bet. And this is part of the development. It's part of the development for Wolfgang.
He gave you the speech.
He had a fold earlier with Queen Jack on a Queen 7-7 board against Recursive Dragon. You're going to be put in uncomfortable spots with medium strength hands, and if you just fold, like your consistent pattern is to just fold to the best players when they put you under pressure, then you're going to get run over. They're going to recognize it, and they're going to keep doing it. And it just goes to show what this game is and how to adjust. JD recognized apply max pressure to this specific player. I will probably get it through. He did. he shows the bluff. That's Wolfgang's data point to use to develop into a stronger, more resilient player as well. So we're getting it all on display here this evening, and this is great entertainment. So hope you guys are all enjoying the show. It's definitely definitely been fun.
Post another YouTube video.
Yeah, that might be one of the bigger spots Wolfgang's ever been in his career. So I'd be interested to see that spot on the vlog whenever that comes out.
Well, you can call.
And hear his
If you're right,
thoughts.
you put it on the video, and if you're wrong, you don't put it in the video.
I just thought you had it.
We're all proud of you, buddy. Don't worry. It's pretty easy, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that is a pretty cool aspect of it, right? Like you are sort of climbing the rungs, as if you will, moving up in stakes, playing bigger games, putting yourself out there, and doing it for everybody to see as you go. You know? Pretty cool. The vlogging life is not for everybody, but those that do it well and enjoy it, and keep putting out that content, you know, it's pretty cool stuff.
I thought my money was gone.
And you know, as we said, Wolfgang there makes a big fold, doesn't profit in a big way, but he's still up 1.26K, and that's nothing to sneeze at.
Supposed to get bluffs sometimes if it makes you feel better.
Tim and JD just packing the needles today.
I missed it.
Tim was like, "You're supposed to fold. You're supposed to get bluffs sometimes, and that makes you feel better."
Do you want to be the guy that gets bluffs sometimes or never gets bluffed?
Oh man. Wolfgang has entered the hornet's nest tonight.
Oh, he's over there, hoodie up, just like, fuck you guys. Yeah, you do get an extra target on your back when you're a vlogger, don't you? You know, it's like people kind of either want to bluff you or they want to stack you or something to make the vlog or whatever. And you know, I'm not saying like JD's like some little fanboy trying to make the vlog, but like, you know, you get that little bit of extra pressure in different spots. And man, some people, they execute that like to perfection. It's like, you're trying to make the vlog, you're trying to bluff me or whatever, and like they'll snap call that spot with the queen nine because it's like, yo, screw you, man. You're trying to push me around for the vlog. This is actually going to be good content for me because I just doubled up. You know, and not that that was just like a slam dunk spot, but sometimes the vloggers get put in these spots so repeatedly that it's just like, yeah, easy money. People try to push me around.
Oh, that would have been sick.
Dude, Frankie of the Next Gen crew made a solid run in the main event.
Yeah, cash for like 55K, right?
Yeah, yeah, he outlasted me. He made it deeper into day 5. And yeah, fantastic showing for him. I mean, Frankie has really made a lot of development as
he really has. Like he's making it. He's taking a shot, going out to Vegas, moving out there, and you know, trying to make it big as a full-time pro. So all the best luck to him. I definitely don't have the balls to do that, especially at that age. You know, so that's very impressive.
Okay, so that's news to me. He's moving to Vegas.
Yeah, so it was actually a few months ago. Actually, I think he's already moved out there. And,
oh, okay, all right.
He's made the transition full time into playing poker full time, and you know, obviously there was some concerns from his family and parents, and whatnot. But you know, any family would do the same thing. They're just wanting the best for you.
Yeah, of course. And yeah, and I know. I mean, he's young. He's in college, right? I mean, that's how they all got started.
He just graduated, so he's 22, 23, or whatever. So he's, or I think he's 22. So yeah, he's taking the jump, and of course everyone's wishing him the best, and I'm sure he'll do just fine. Just what I've seen him do in past vlogs and streams. He's plays as big as 2550, I think, or 5100 against some of the strongest players in the world. So
he's playing 5100 out there.
Yeah, he was during the WPT championship. He was on one of the cash game live streams playing against some of the best players.
Oh, okay. So maybe just like a live stream deal. Okay,
yeah, it was a live stream game. Yeah. So I don't know if he was backed or not, whatever. But I mean, he's still playing. It's still a lot of money, you know, and playing against very, very good players. So
yeah. Okay, yeah. For some reason, I just like heard that as like that's what he's playing out there. I was like, Jesus fuck, bro.
Oh, yeah.
Massive jump. But okay. Yeah, because I know the next gen guys have been putting out quality, low stakes content for a long time. Frankie, of course, stepped up in stakes above his peers there, and has always shown himself to be a pretty competent poker player. But yeah, best of luck to him for sure. It's always nice to make a 50K score in a tournament or whatever, pad the bankroll a little bit, give you some breathing room.
Just give you some hope.
Yeah,
I'll give you some hope.
It's like when you pull the
Yeah, and I don't think he's exactly an ambassador yet, but I could see him getting some kind of deal with WPT at some point in the near future. They got like 200K subscribers on the YouTube channel. He's very well known. He's a very nice guy. If anyone's ever, if you've ever talked to him,
oh yeah,
knows how to handle himself. I mean, I think he'd just be a great ambassador for the game, honestly. So, and we've got a pretty good cool flop here. Harris flopping a boat. Safine with a gut shot and 2 overs.
Yeah, no, I ran into Frankie a couple times out there. I've known him since very early on, actually.
Same, yeah. So, like, when he first started the vlog, he was playing in the same kind of card room that me and a buddy of ours was. And actually, a buddy of mine was actually doing his own vlog, and they actually started their vlogs at the same time. And,
that's awesome. Safine here did not want to see a 7. The jack does give him up and down straight draw here on the turn. If too many more chips go in the middle, it's going to be a little bit
like watching everybody I know like
for him to
screaming for him.
continue.
I'm like, oh my
Perhaps
god.
no flush.
Yeah, I almost bought a plane ticket back just to go like
here with
drink and yell.
E5 in the middle, still with the betting lead. We keep it relatively modest. Goes for a half pot sizing.
Can you imagine if you were some player and you're just
Remember
playing
if I
like
was
that
here,
and you
just
went
like
up to one without knowing any difference and just click
I think they would do about 3 times
Up and down here. Oh, sorry, this is Safine betting. Oh my goodness. Okay, this is a check and a bet from Safine. So Harris here sitting on the full house. Somehow had my position first.
So he gets the spots.
And Harris here going to go for the check call once more, hoping that his opponent has an 8 and is just going to go for the check call, check call, check rip. And that is
nut straight.
The worst river imaginable here for Safine. Stack to pot ratio just a little over 1, call it 1.2. Yeah, this is going to be a jam from Safine a lot of the time, if not every time.
I can never buy good beats. Like a $1,200 pot or something. It's just funny.
Safine turning over the hand confidently, feeling like he has captured his opponent's chips in a cooler sort of situation. And it is indeed the
And it
opposite.
absolutely is a cooler in the other direction.
Yeah.
Nicely played there by Harris. Check calling the whole way. Gives your opponent the bluff off if they do, and if they have another hand of value, they can go ahead and keep betting anyways.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, just a pretty dreamy spot there for Harris. Safine getting pretty unfortunate with the run out because, you want to have some hands like this, right? You want to have some hands that you bluff flop with. You pick up some equity, you continue bluffing, the wrong draw's brick, but the right draw supposedly for you gets there, right? I mean, it looks perfect for you to get maximum value from your opponent's strong check calling range, and then you find out that they're just trapping you dead the whole way. Like, oops, why did I have to improve? Why? Like, just let me brick out so I can check or something, give up. But such is the life of poker players. We will find ourselves in the most uncomfortable spots from time to time.
That's all right. That's all right.
Yeah, and it wasn't even like the queen of spades, right? Like it was the offsuit queen. Kenny gonna raise the action here, or start the action with the ace jack.
Player checks on the stage. You need like 5 or more. Jay, can you run any more? It'll play next hand. That's fine. Except for Safine.
I would like this many chips, please.
3 players.
This many.
All right, Sabine in the mix with the ace-8 of clubs as the runner gets him some more chippies. Top 2 for Kenny. A lot of not much here for the recursive dragon. But Sabine with top pair, no kicker, could be convinced to come along. Kenny here continuing with his strategy of make a really good hand on the flop and check it to a turn. Start betting on said turn, and here we are with the deuce of clubs on the end. Changes pretty much nothing. Kenny goes for 600, 2/3. I won't be surprised if Sabine pays this off, but I'll actually be equally not surprised if he just finds the fold here. Yeah, he does make the call.
Calls. So is ace jack?
Yeah, betting patterns. Betting patterns. Kenny takes down a nice one there, moves up to 13,000. And still stuck here if the numbers on the screen are to be believed. Got Danny and JD bringing up the rear. Tim, far and away the biggest winner, although Dunn is actually up another 4,500. That should move him up a little bit closer there to the top of the leaderboard. Kicker problems and Jedi Master Tad both losing their rolls for 10K. Sorry guys, better luck next time.
600 is the rate.
Want to go up, got you.
Sabine added some help.
JD opening the ace 10-0 on the button. Tim 3-bets from the blind, and JD is not going to lose any more chips with this hand. He'll let it go. Here we are, hand number 115 coming at you. We have really been cruising through these hands. Still 24 minutes until the 10 o'clock hour and our 4-hour mark. So a lot of hands coming in. Alvin here in the chat says 3 of my students on today's stream.
There he is.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Good to see you here in the chat, Alvin. Did you make a foray out into the WSOP streets or not? Didn't run into you out there, so wasn't sure if you made it out or not.
You're never stuck. I don't think we have the player pool to play 1,000, 2,000 here.
Every hour. We'll do like one on.
And collectively they are losing. Well,
we don't have to do full doubles.
That's how it goes.
It might only be like 5,100 by the third dealer.
Well, there you go.
Dealer, sure.
JD cut off Queen 5 suited. Tim calling on the button. We're going to go heads up to flop.
We're brainstorming.
Oh, okay. We're open to ideas.
Start at 5-10.
A lot of not much here for JD. Probably check and give up, and it is.
We're stuck even heaps.
Tim here with 2 overs. Checks back.
So the game doesn't even really matter.
3 clubs changes nothing. JD's still going to be in.
It's all for fun.
Give it up mode. Can only stomach Vegas once every 3 years. Yeah, it's understandable. Vegas is a quite the animal. It'll chew you up, spit you out, mess you up for a while. So 3 years, I can get it. I go back there and punish myself every year, but you know,
all you needed was 2 cards.
Had a better experience this year than last, so I will take it.
A lot of government money.
Bet a 200 here. JD finally decides that his hand is worthy of a bluff. Maybe he can get a king high to fold.
Paying our taxes to contribute.
Maybe even an ace high, like ace 8. That was just kind of whatever. But he will find out. Nope, my opponent has a pair.
The poker pros are known for.
I will.
Big mistake if they don't.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You don't like figure rolling yourself? Or?
When I was young, I used to try to not pay taxes. Now I try to pay taxes as much as I can.
Texas sucks.
Yeah, it's not fun if you get behind.
Yeah. All right, once again, looking there at the leaderboard, if we do add on 4.5K to Dunn's earnings there, he's going to be up a solid 8,000. I'll put him into second position.
That you already paid taxes on.
Okay, they get you at every turn.
Let's get the British government back, or the king and the queen back.
That's what I'm looking for.
Pre-revolution.
Reverse property taxes are bad. Imagine getting taxed on tea.
All right, Sabine here going to come in
Their
for
taxes
open on the
are all
button with
lower than
10-9-0.
Yeah, we do
Kenny
get taxed
just
on tea,
calling
actually.
from the big blind rather than squeezing it up.
Thank you.
In a pretty great spot here. Danny closes the action with the 8-6-0 and
Actually, can I get a tea?
flops second pair.
Thank you.
Is an ace-high board here, though, so the pair of 10's not going to feel particularly strong, but they are well disguised. Sabine goes for the c-bet of 175, and see if Kenny peels one off here, or just ditches the 10. Alvin here pointing out the spicy bluff that JD ran against Wolfgang. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
The river 3x, 3.5x jam or whatever it was just gave him the business, and Wolfgang did indeed let it go. A bet and 2 calls here, both Kenny and Danny coming along, and Danny picks up the backdoor clubs to go with his second pair. Bean here now over it with 0 equity, and Kenny will win if we get to showdown. Danny has no reason to turn his hand into a bluff. Let's see if Sabine goes for a bet check bet line into 2 players, or if he just gives it up.
All right, pick the round. 10.
There we go. 10s take it down. Kenny here winning a nice $1,000 pot.
You bet the flop, right? You called the flop?
You did. Yeah. And the diamond came on the river.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw it. I saw the board.
I saw it. I saw what happened, and you didn't bet the river. You lost. JD. Love it.
5,000.
Oh, you were trying to beat my shuffle.
Yeah.
5,000 behind.
We have not had the nit game on. The pile of buttons have been sitting there next to the dealer the entire evening. We've not had even one instance of it, but we have had the 7 deuce game on.
I don't know if we really need it, honestly. We've had plenty of action tonight.
Oh, this is very true, but yeah, I mean, we haven't seen a 7 deuce in quite a while, and I just noticed the pile of nit game buttons there once again that have not been utilized. So, you know, maybe doing both at the same time is a little bit much. I don't know.
I'd agree.
I haven't tried that personally. I've either done one or the other.
Think we can get a stream with like a time bank?
You know, then you mix in the Doyle tribute, and the Robbie. You know, let's just get it all in there. You know.
For a cash game? I think we played pretty quick here for the most part. Like, I think for like what you're gonna have like a reasonable time clock. Like I don't think we need it for most stuff.
I think I saw a video clip from the World Series where someone like just got it in as a bluff, or just didn't even. I think they got all in and called with 10 deuce or something, and they're just like, that's whatever. It was like a cheap tournament or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think somebody eliminated someone in the main event with 10 deuce. It was like a short stack moved all in for like 4 or 5 big blinds or something.
I don't know. I'm
And I think a guy had like already opened like from the cutoff or something with 10 deuce, so he just like called it off and ended up making a real hand against the guy and knocked him out of it.
Man.
And then I saw another hand update on Poker News or whatever it was, where somebody did knock somebody out with the Robbie too. So there were some pretty savage beats going around with some pretty dusty hands.
Actually, you can. That's the great part of the game.
And then you could always just get it in super bad with pocket jacks against kings and queens and spike a jack.
And then
or
win the main event.
Ace, king, and queens, I should say.
No, it was against kings and queens.
It was. Oh, that's right. It was kings and queens. Okay.
And ace on the flop, and then spike the jack on the turn.
Yeah. Why not?
And he wins the whole main event.
Damn right.
But butterfly effect, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's going to be one expensive jack on the turn there.
It is one of those things where, like,
Yeah.
the few bad apples, like,
Yeah, and then having your opponent just like bomb 90 bigs in pre with eights, and you have aces, and you're just like, yes,
Call.
please. And now I have a 3-1 chip lead and going into heads up. Like, that's like a $4.5–5 million like hand just right there, if not the full 6. You know, I mean, you get a 3-1 advantage going into heads up. It's amazing. And they just dominated too. That was a very short heads up match.
Yeah, very different from what one of the years when John Sin won. It was like a 6-hour heads up match or something, or maybe even longer.
Yeah, I mean, with how many big blinds that were in play, I mean, good lord, they could have played for the rest of the day.
That kind of responsibility.
I mean,
He's already talking about, yeah, just
to have it all just go down, and I mean, it was within a couple hours. Not even that, right? Like, it was within like an hour and a half of getting to heads up
You would get really used to it.
that it was over.
After you push the cards, you sit there, you're already going like folds, you just be like, full tap, full tap. You would not.
Focus on
And like when
getting
people
I
fold,
already have to say check every check to the production.
that's what I'm saying. You would just like, as you said, you would just tap the screen.
Muscle memory.
or they could just have a camera over the thing so you wouldn't have to say anything anymore, and they'd just see it go back up to 30
They do,
seconds.
but it's just like, it's still hard to see like the chip colors and hand motions and stuff.
Oh, I think if it was like a big iPad screen on the table, or it could even trigger a thing.
Harris here
back there
limping
somehow.
from the $25 straddle. JD going to give him the business with the 10-8, and he'll just take it down.
Oh, you're saying if the whole felt was...
No, you just have like a bigger than that screen right next to you, and it says whatever the time limit is, 30 seconds. And they'd have either a sensor that when it got hit, they would know the action change, because you wouldn't hit it otherwise, or just...
I would make it very separate of the system.
I'm trying to help him out.
I know, but like,
He's doing too many things already, I feel
because
like.
if he misses once and there's all the action off and the whole hand, like, you trap him in the middle, it's just...
Yeah, I do think that
You really
it
think
can be
he's
pretty
gonna
obnoxious when you have a player that's taking up a lot of time. I won't name any names, but there's one guy that I play with here pretty regularly who really takes his time. It can start to wear on you.
But hypothetically,
And
if you did, what would it be?
you know, there's a certain aspect of you're on a live stream, you don't want to be tanking forever, but
Who won?
you know, we really haven't had any major issues.
No,
with
everyone plays
people
quite
taking-
quickly here.
I think it was more than one.
Yeah,
card.
right. I mean, like the number of hands that go by.
Well, he had already flipped
I
two
mean,
cards.
we're on hand 120 here, and we're not even at the 10 o'clock hour. Like, we are breezing through these hands. Players are definitely cooking along.
A lot of these
But-
players too that play understand, like, because it's on a stream too, they understand it's like it's much better for the game when they play quicker, and especially when decision points are non-existent or whatever.
Checky on the turn, King of Hearts on the end changes a lot as Danny will turn his hand into Broadway. Fiend still working with pair of sixes, effective fourth pair here.
Everybody said he was really fast. Like, he was a really good deal.
But like everyone was like, oh, he's so fast. I was like, he actually
Danny on the button, going to try to decide how to get paid here.
I'm J-Nick talking shit back to him right
Go
now.
big.
I know there's no people who goes, oh, you think that guy's fast? That guy's not actually fast. He just, because of the animated
Figures
motions,
that
he just
king could have
thinks
improved his
it's-
opponent to perhaps top pair or two
Like,
pair
it's not that nice.
every
So
once in a
because
while.
he does the hard thing, you think
Doesn't get it.
That's the type of stuff J-Nick's doing.
I gotta defend my number one spot.
That's actually one thing I do like about, or not one thing, but one of the many things I do like about PLO is people tend to play a lot quicker in that game, I've noticed.
Okay. Yeah, even with the extra cards.
Or if Poker Flames are going to make it fully automatic.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if it's because like
They're gonna tag the
all the
chips.
people that played No Limit grew up watching, and
Yeah, tag the bets and stuff.
or maybe they've watched online and they see people like always tanking or whatever. I don't know if it's
Other new checks.
that or I don't know. I've noticed, at least around here, the people that play PLO play a lot quicker than they do in No Limit.
Digital and no one else could see it somehow. It's like
That's been around for like 15 years, 20 years.
Wolfgang gonna 3-bet here to 450. And Tim here with the 7 deuce. We haven't seen the 7 deuce in a while, so. And Tim's been playing quite snug, so this might get a lot of respect, but he's just gonna let it go. And you were just talking about that earlier, right? Maybe just not the right spot right now.
Yeah, I mean, Wolfgang, as the 3-better, you know that he's playing a little bit snugger. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty understandable to just let that one go. Although, the flip side of that is that Wolfgang has shown a tendency to kind of back down in some big spots, so you go for a cold 4-bet against him, right? And I mean, we can see he's got 9s. I mean, that's not the most inspiring hand. You're not just like loving to plant your flag on that one. So he might actually just gotten it through. But Safine here is going to go for it with the ace-5 suited. And now we'll get to find out how Wolfgang responds to this.
You can still tip the dealers on that, apparently.
We hit the bad beat of it. They used to have 2 tip on their run.
Pocket 9s here. And this was, what, $50 straddle? I think only 50.
The straddle was on, yes.
They let you, like,
yeah.
obviously make sense.
So Wolfgang here is starting the hand with
win the pot and, like, tip the dealer
130 blinds, something, maybe 140 blinds.
You still tip.
Are you on Reddit at all?
Only some action leading up to this, so this isn't just like an open on the button or something. And yeah, 9s are going to go into the muck, so Tim here probably could have gotten the 7 Dewey to accomplish the same goal, would have gotten the bounty as well. But Safine will take that one down.
Yeah, I did an excellent job. I picked up my own food, I checked my own soul out.
We have the winners as up as much as 10K and the losers as much as down as more than 10K. You know, JD, it shows as 9K, but he's definitely down more. We have some graphics here between JD and Dunn.
At least until the revolution.
I'm with it.
I'm all for not tipping.
Been an action game so far. A lot of big coolers and a lot of 7 deuce action early on. And we have 2 big hands colliding again here. Danny, Dunn, and now Wolfgang with the ace king as well. We got 2 ace king holdings.
Quick 3-bet here from Wolfgang, 600. Alvin says he knows Safine is hella out of line generally. Yeah. Yeah.
Wolfgang getting 4-bet again. 2 hands in a row.
Danny's like, cool, these 10s are dust. Just, yeah. The bright side is that you only lost 150 on the hand. But yeah, if he knew what his opponents had, he'd be like, all in, bro. Get wrecked. Back over to Wolfgang, and I think he's probably getting tired of getting pushed around, and ace-king may just be good enough to stuff it all in here. However, this will be a 5-bet if he goes for it.
I don't know for sure, but like I feel like
Calling is an option, but it's a little bit awkward. So he's going to rip it in, gets snapped off, and he'll be quite pleased to find out that he's up against the same hand and not aces or kings.
Done? Never mind. I thought we were talking about Danny. I was like, I'll probably weigh like 40,000.
11-6 in the middle, very likely to be chopped. We'll see if hearts, diamonds, or clubs can come out. What clubs out here? Done free rolling just a little bit. No more clubs. Just chop it up.
Maybe you needed the 7 deuce.
It's all good. We got to chop Danny's money up. You play your ace king way better.
Oh, I do. Good hand too. I'm not sure on the spot.
I was suited.
So what do you feel about, how do you feel about the 6-hour stream now instead of the 4 hours, Aaron?
I don't know. I'm curious about it for sure. I know that it's going to be good in terms of the stacks getting built up. There's going to be plenty of action. The players will have had lots of, sort of experience over the course of the evening to keep the game going along and driving the action. You know, it'll be like, oh, well, I lost a big pot against you, or you bluffed me, or whatever, right? Like that's always going to sort of factor into driving more action. perhaps some beverages can flow, so that's always great for keeping the game going. So I think there's a lot of positives for it. As a commentator myself, of course, you know, you start to get a little bit fatigued just calling the action for hours and hours and hours. So I am going to dip out of here in a few minutes and let you finish off the show. But in the future, you know, I feel like maybe a 6-hour session is in order. So look forward to hanging out with you again, and we'll maybe do it from start to finish. But
For sure.
3.5?
yeah, what do you?
Yeah,
what about you?
we're
What do
definitely
you
going to
think?
have some streams coming up soon for the series as well. I mean, I think we're at least going to be final table streaming the title event, the 1.5 million guaranteed. So hope to see you on that final table, right? You know?
Oh, absolutely. Hope I'm not doing any commentary on that one.
Like 4 times in his life. In the face. Y'all never got in a fight as kids or what? I'm saying, yeah.
No problem with you.
Yeah, we had a no face
Yeah,
punching
but separate
rule.
occasions, he said.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you can get hit in the face 3.5 times.
All right,
real quick
JT
in
in
one
the cutoff
fight.
9-7-0. Oh, sorry, suited. Done here with the Jack 7
Where
suited.
he got
I
hit
think he probably learned after like
He's
Yeah, it's a couple
non-confrontational.
of hearts and a pretty favorable flop here for JD. Likely to just take this
like,
one
you like
down.
in high school or middle school?
Yeah.
Me too, buddy. Me too.
Do you know how many times you've been punched in the face on separate occasions?
I love these
Oh, you have to think
conversations.
about it.
I think so.
Dude, Tim is really filling the Steven void here.
You don't know?
Yeah.
With the questions.
I think 2.
Oh, that's more than
Yeah, he's doing a very good job of impersonating
Punch in the
or
face?
delivering.
Yeah. I only punched in the face one time.
I feel like I've
And that's because I started it.
I think I'm one.
Want to get it up to 2? Let's go.
Stack me one more time.
Yeah, we changed.
I've been punched in the face at least 3 or 4
I couldn't
times.
see any of these guys at the table fighting each other. Like, I don't think any of them have enough of
I stir the pot
animosity
a little
inside of
bit,
them to lash out at another one of
I'm
these guys.
Switzerland over here. I don't know.
Maybe I'm an asshole. It's like,
You just figured that out?
All right, Tim makes it 150 to go. Danny defends his straddle. We'll go heads up to a flop.
like, as an adult, so fucking tough in here. Let's go outside. I'll kick your ass. And I was like, you would. I'm gonna stay here. It's like, what do you mean? And I'm just like, dude, you got me by like 100 pounds. You look like you'd be a lineman. Like, I'm gonna stay here and just play poker. Can we watch a movie?
Check call, the bet at 100.
It's like the tweet where someone tweeted at Paul
turn
Felder.
we
He's
go.
like, accomplish UFC
Tim
fight.
here
It's like,
picks
it's
up.
like, dude, you should really stick to commentating. Like, your fighting career is
as
over.
an out.
He's like, yeah, but you wouldn't
So we
say
got
that in person.
checky,
It's like, yeah, of course
checky,
not. That's
four
what I'm tweeting you.
Still checking. Tim checks it back, and up pair no kicker takes it down. Alvin here trying to instigate some Danny versus Fiend kickboxing.
Plus, when you say stuff
10
like that,
rounds.
it's like, they can't
10
escalate.
rounds
Golly.
between two
Yeah,
like
10
full-blown
rounds minimum.
amateurs.
It's like, you definitely would.
That's a lot of
Let's
rounds,
not go
man.
outside. Let's keep playing.
I know the rounds are only, what, like a minute and a half or whatever, but it is an exhausting
Fair enough.
minute and a half from what I've heard.
Yeah. Well, I mean, a boxing round is what 3
Or, sorry, that's for MMA, right? Like a minute and a half or whatever.
Based off a guy chalked on like 2.5.
I don't
3 minutes?
No, I think they're always like 3
I was
minutes.
talking shit, so I don't know. I actually got under skin on accident.
I don't know. I mean, I could be wrong, but I think the
You got pissed off and
the
got
standard is
stabbed,
3
and then,
minutes, and in fact, I think in MMA, like
and then he, as he talking shit back to me, he
they even
just
do
stood up
5-minute
and just
rounds.
like kept fucking going.
But I don't know. I'm not particularly plugged
He
in,
must have
but
been sitting with like his
I think
knees
it's.
like
I
on
do
the
think it's
like, floor, like, chair
more
at the
than a minute
bottom.
and a half.
And then I realized somebody told me later, like, oh, he was actually like a retired.
We'll have to Google some things, but
He was like, I forget his name. Everybody knew him.
yeah,
He was, like,
I've never been into that kind of
Jay's
contact
lost.
sport.
Like, oh my God,
That's
yeah,
for
I
sure.
never talked shit to that guy.
Not myself personally, anyways.
Very clear.
Wolfgang here,
Yeah, he was
just
like,
calling
he
from
stood
the
up, and I
straddle
was
with
like,
Jack
oh,
10
okay.
suited. He flops top pair, but we've got 2 overs and a flush draw for Kenny.
Instantly, I was
Harris
like,
with squadoosh. Checks through to a turn, and bingo bango. Kenny gets there immediately.
Oh, very defensively. I was just teasing, but yeah.
JTM here in the chat. Some fights are 5 minutes around. Yeah.
Dude, this is probably 10 years ago. So I was like, you know, I was like a young kid and talking shit. Like, you know, he was listening.
Wolfgang still in there with his flop top pair, but ace of spades on the end, and Kenny gonna fire again. I think this is definitely sending the message to Wolfgang that 10's probably no good.
See the guy get tased in the poker room?
Could have a little bit of steam setting in here though for Wolfgang. He's been on the wrong end of
Fight at the Win
some
Poker
big
room?
bets
Outside the
tonight.
Win Poker room, there's like a lady in a
Decided to put his
scooter
foot
car
down
or
at the wrong
whatever,
time. Let's see if he
pulling
can
her by
find the
hair.
full button here.
That doesn't seem like the type of place to win is.
One was like, no scooter carts allowed in here.
Yeah, right.
This is the win. Just shit to the blind.
Wolfgang is unfortunately going to choose the wrong time to call. And Kenny going to get paid off here with the turn nizzles. A nice little
Kind of surprised to see
$22 pop.
Wolfgang pay that off on the river, especially when the ace comes on.
Does anyone want to bet on how many times Wolfgang has been recognized due to his YouTube outside of like a poker?
Well,
like, just, like, in a
yeah, I mean,
cinema
I think the
theater?
problem there is that if he's some of these big bets, then you kind of fold and he doesn't know what his opponents have had in those instances.
I bet you would know.
Or even the one with JD, right? JD showed him the bluff. And so now here was like a bet that was like reasonable, and he had a decent hand. So it was kind of one of those things where it's like, well, now I get to find out because I can pay out 600 and see. And that's more of like a mindset
He has 500K
call instead of a like, you know, is my hand going to be good here enough of the time? Well, at least that's my
You just said you would bet money.
I'm trying to be mean.
And I could kind of feel it coming given the fact that Wolfgang has kind of been abused here a little bit this evening. So good bet sizing there from Kenny is really what we should say, is that he picked a good size to get paid.
I think I'll take the under 8.5.
Took advantage of the
What do you
situation
say
there a
outside
little
of
bit.
poker though? What's that mean? Like at a restaurant or grocery
Yeah,
store?
just
Like,
outside of
restaurant,
airport.
what if he's in a casino at all?
Not in a casino.
Not in a casino.
Apparently Alvin went to a restaurant or somewhere, maybe I think it was something different, but he went to someplace with Wolfgang and the manager recognized him. So
Actually, like $100.
a lot of non-poker people recognizing him.
Yeah?
I equally dislike both of them, so I'm not going to pick.
Alright, okay, what's the number, buddy?
I actually
Check
don't know,
call
but I
on
know
the
it's under.
flop here. Harris picks up
$100.
Is it 8 or
a
under?
gut shot to the wheel to go with his ace high and backdoor hearts that did not materialize.
I can think of at least 5,
Him
but I
here
can't think
just
of
working
any
with the
above
be
queen
100%
high.
straight?
Check two once again.
He's like, come on, man. Give me
Is it between 7 and 8?
Shiva, we'll meet up
Is
after.
it between 7 and 8?
Continue betting.
It's either like 6 or 7.
But you had a good line. You get a.
Yeah.
I would have taken 6.5 as well.
Under 6.
Magic,
Yeah, I was thinking
Magic
under
Show, Houston Rockets game, Dallas Mavericks game. Some other ones. I think I got like the late one.
Harris here, undeterred.
I know it's not above 8 though.
Check calls once again, and Binks top
How many
pair
times
here
have
on
any of you
the
guys been
end.
recognized from the stream outside of the state of Texas?
Him now.
Outside the what?
A lot of
Save
times you
Texas.
see the front door flush bricking out, and they just give up with it
I mean, if I go
rather
to
than
Vegas a lot.
trying to run the bluff with the ace.
I'll go to Vegas.
Not the worst card in the world to try to get a 7 to fold.
Well, in fact, I am.
It's got to be what Tim's thinking.
I ran into Seinfeld in Vegas actually last month.
Did they say your name or just like who's that guy? Oh my god.
Nice good bet here on the end. Maybe 2/3, maybe
Like, I
3/4.
could definitely recognize people from like the live stream, right? But I wouldn't remember their name. Yeah, that's crazy.
And a quick call here from Harris, and he's going to get a nice little pot. 28-40 going his way. And with that, I think I'm going to call it step on out. Let you, Derek, show down the rest of the stream here until the midnight hour. So it has been a pleasure.
Yeah,
Thank you all
absolutely.
to everybody for tuning in. And yeah, man, enjoy the rest of the stream.
You have a great night, and I'll see you
All right,
next
buddy.
week, Aaron.
Yeah, you too. Sounds good. Take care, everybody.
Gone.
And now we got Eric joining us here tonight.
Huh?
You just lost the fan.
I might have my one and only, or that other guy too.
You never lose me, fan. Never lose me. Fan for life.
Yeah, we got Eric. We got the Eric and Derek show again. Let's see if we're gonna get his mic turned on. I need to test it out.
Test.
Oh, there
Got
we
me.
go.
Yeah,
There we go.
I hear myself loud and clear.
since I called it out,
Yeah, I got to watch some of the stream, Derek, from TCH Las Colinas. I was playing some 2-5 over there, and there was 3 or 4 other people at the table that were watching live. So cool stuff. Might have to get me caught up on some of the action, but seems like a good stream so far.
There was a lot of action early on. I'm sure you saw at the beginning, JD just getting wrecked left and right. Kind of just brutal runouts, running into coolers, kings against aces, queens against kings. Yeah, just not doing well after last week either.
Right, looked like the done show at the start there, and
for sure.
What's going on, Jedi and Mark?
They saw me on the stream but they knew me from
And I guess our player there in seat 9 is still doing pretty well.
Here, let's see, it's back off here and get a little shot of Eric there. So we got the Derek and Eric show tonight right now, and should be a fun 2 hours, all right?
Absolutely. Rangers won tonight. Still first place Texas Rangers, baby. Let's go.
They don't need to know I'm a DJ.
Yeah, Aaron's voice is a really good radio voice. Big shoes to fill, but I've got 2 hours that I'm going to be in here with Derek trying to see if we can't keep the stream going.
Danny opening up the action on the bunt with the pocket deuces and Wolfgang. We got queens here in the small blind. Definitely going to come in for the 3-bet. He's definitely going to size up here, given that he is out of the small blind. And, it's funny to see the 3 students of Alvin Teaches Poker, which is back to back to back here. We got Danny, Wolfgang, and Harris. All 3 of them, take coaching from Alvin Teaches Poker.
Maybe the Derek and Eric show needs to get some coaching from him. That's awesome though that he's making an impact here in Dallas poker streets. Yeah, so I know you saw me probably commenting a little bit while I was playing
tonight.
You're talking
about Shiva?
Yeah, so Shiva was at my table last night and had a really good session. Obviously, he hit that huge bomb pot. It was like a 16K or something bomb pot at the 2-5 table, and I played with him for a little while. Just a little background on him. He said he plays a lot of heads up, and he says he gets some whales to pay him off. He said he does really well in the heads up games where he's from up there in Pittsburgh, and gets paid in crypto and just crushes it. So
interesting.
Yeah, he plays live a lot, but he plays a lot of heads up, and a very polite guy. He was fun to play with last night. So. Maybe he'll keep visiting. He's got 3 or 4 friends that are in town with him from a few of the colleges up there in Pittsburgh. So,
that's great to hear, and it's nice to have some. Because I'm sure I've told you before, I've just been playing mainly PLO, so it's cool to see or hear the feedback from you and kind of playing with some of these players out on the 2-5 streets. So, and that'll be the second period done now for the live stream. We got our third.
Mr. Zach coming in.
Last third of the stream here. And Zach, actually, he's commentated a few of our streams as well. A few cash games and a few tournaments. So cool to see him dealing on the live stream tonight. Everyone, give him a nice warm welcome. Thank you to J Nick for dealing the second third.
Yeah, Wolfgang, the people you're hitting with these shorts are the same people that used to watch.
Of course, Zach's kind of doing it all now. He's obviously come in here a couple times and helped out, do the stream. He's doing the floor duties now, like yourself.
Right. Yeah, he is training for that right now. So he should be joining us shortly. Yeah, we're definitely in need of more floors for sure, because I think all of us are scheduled just constantly. So whenever one of us needs to go on vacation or needs a break, it's nice to have some extra staff. And you can look at the stacks right now. We're Cursive Dragon with the big stack, 19K. JD with 15K, Safine with 15K, Kenny with 15K. No one with really less than 10, except for Wolfgang. They're sitting on the 4,800, which is still plenty deep, even given the straddle.
So I'm not familiar with either Kenny or Tim. Are they guys that have played on the stream before?
Kenny and Tim have definitely played on the stream before.
Okay.
I think Tim might be, either a very good regular or maybe even professional poker player.
Okay.
From out of town, I have seen him playing in our 2-5 games here quite frequently. And Kenny, I think, also plays a lot of the bigger games here in Dallas as well. I don't think he plays for a living, but he, very smart guy, and maybe likes to play poker for fun. That's a good start for the Kings. Turn's going to bring in a lot of straights. And that will be JD's hand. I think that's he's going to scoop another flip here.
Big clap, big celebration from JD there. I'm sure that's got to feel good.
And I'm sure you've heard already, or maybe you don't know, but they do have the 7 deuce game on for $200 per person. So $1,600 up for grabs for each 7 deuce bounty.
Wow.
And when then like when Janik, or no, at the tail end of Zeus's stream, or Zeus's down, we probably saw 7 deuce like 3 or 4 times. So there's a lot of chips just going all over the place.
Yeah, I think I remember seeing that, or hearing you guys talk about it, and I saw it folded a couple times. I guess the guys just weren't in a good spot, good position, already facing some action. But that's always a fun game to watch people play. It definitely brings in some action. So no stand-up game, no knit button game, just the 7 deuce.
Yeah, I think they just decided on the 7 deuce.
Nice.
I guess I'll just go ahead and ask you, how did your session go today?
Session went okay. I lost a big one right before I left. A little under even, but hit a set of 9s on the turn and got hit a straight on the river on me, but I didn't have to pay him off too much, thank goodness. Yeah. 4-liner to the straight there, so I was able to just call his final bet with my set and realized I was no good, but it was a fun table for sure.
What about last night?
Last night was really good. I hit a monster bomb pot. I think
the bomb pots can really make or break your session.
It really can. Yeah. I think in my 2-5 game, I was maybe winning like a couple of $30 hands. I mean, at a 2-5 game, those are tiny hands, right? And just couldn't get any action going. Turned the nuts on both boards in a bomb pot, and they held. And I got it all in for over 1,100 3 ways, and I think I folded the next half hour and said, I'm out of here.
For sure, yeah.
It definitely made my night. So probably go back a little bit tonight, or maybe play here in Dallas. Kind of a night owl at the moment, so probably play a couple more hours into the night.
But I'm the same way. I played until 6:30 a.m. This morning, and I walked into the bedroom, and it was so funny. Like my wife was in bed, and like I was like trying to go in there like quietly to go to the restroom, and then like she just like turns over and looks at me, and I'm just like it's like getting caught with her hand in the cookie jar. She's like, I mean, she knows I'm playing today, right? But she's just like, oh, it's kind of late, huh?
Does she say, "Did you win"? Is that like the first question?
She doesn't even ask anymore.
Doesn't ask, yeah.
She does. I mean, I'll tell her every now and then, but she really actually doesn't like to hear the actual numbers.
Right. She knows you're not gambling away your mortgage. So.
Right. Yeah. It's I'll tell her if I win.
Yeah.
If I lose, then she's like, just don't tell me how much I lost.
Did you have fun, babe?
Yeah, sure.
Honey, I'm gonna have to sell the car. Nothing like that. Yeah, that's good.
Yeah, it's just she just it's not even like she like doesn't like me playing. It's just she doesn't, for her own like anxiety or whatever. She doesn't like to hear
the actual numbers.
Yeah, it's
understandable.
Yeah. Oh, and here we got 7 deuce here for Shiva, and facing some light raises and 3 bets here. So this will definitely get through. I think
so.
It's gonna be easy fold for Kenny. I think an easy fold for JD, and then Tim's just kind of like, well, snap fold, and then it's a free, plus the 800,
plus the 800,
$2,400 profit with the
worst hand in poker. And I know this isn't something we're allowed to do in the normal streets, but this is fun to watch for sure. I hope to get in a game one of these days where that's on, because that looks like a lot of fun.
His 7 game is overpowered.
Yeah, I mean, I think if you play with Mark, they throw that on occasionally.
Okay.
Or, I don't know if they allow it per se, but I mean,
I had a good hand to 3-bet and a great hand to fold.
Throw something like that on.
If you have the whole table agreeing, I don't see why not, right? So.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, it's perfect for those nights where you feel like 7 deuce is just haunting you. You can't get away from that hand. Like, you keep seeing it, and now it turns into aces.
Right.
Let us all down.
Throwing a rock and running.
Mark, I'm going to come play tomorrow. Absolutely. Told you I would. I'll be there.
Okay, so he says they absolutely do. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was about to say, I'm pretty sure we allow it. It's just obviously it's harder to when you're at just like a random table, and then like there's going to always be at least 2 or 3 people that don't want to do it,
or don't even know what that is.
Right. And it's like, we have to throw up $20. No, I don't want to do that.
So Recursive Dragon's up to 21.5K in his stack.
200.
Are you at least getting paid, Mallory? when you're playing your 7 deuce? Oh, that reminds me. I had a gross hand yesterday. I opened for a pretty decent sized raise in a 1-2 game with 7 deuce hearts. Flop a flush. Guy jams on me. I snap call him, and he had a set of 3s. Asked me to run it, you know, how many times. I said, let's just do it once, and he hit the boat on me. And after he beat me, he ridiculed me for playing 7 deuce. So I was good when we got the money in, though, baby.
This is versus deuce 7. Let's go.
It's on you for the 200.
All around hand 135 so far. Looks like y'all been playing quite a few hands. I know J-Nick really gets those hands ripping out there. Zach's a good dealer too, so we'll probably see quite a few hands with him in the box.
Do the 800. I could do the 1605.
So Fiend's going to use his position here on the button to raise it up with Jack 10. Wolfgang's got a fun hand here, the 9-8 suited.
We've done our share of 1600s already.
Matt learning in the chat says I'm out here playing 7 deuce at 1-2 all by myself. Could be, I mean, especially if you're not getting any bounties. That's seems like a minus EV play there.
It is, but it's fun. It's still fun if you got friends at the table. Nobody's got spades. Fiend's got 1 spade in his hand, but 7 high flop here. Speaking of 7 deuce. Oh, and on the turn, Wolfgang's going to bink that straight.
Absolute nuts here for Wolfgang.
I jammed like 12 big ones, and the guy tanked like 2 minutes.
So Fiend's going to be able to make an easy fold there. No draws for him, really.
Where's the table?
Everybody got up for a second.
Is like a powwow happening out there that we don't know about? No, I'm sure they're just...
Who's in seat 5 next to...
Harris.
Harris, okay.
Yeah, up second most right now. And
right. Got to make his
session.
poker coach happy for him.
Absolutely.
Last week was a little rough.
Though I think Alvin did comment, as a collective, his students are losing. So he sees that as a loss. So he obviously wants the best for all his students.
Understand. Hard to have all 3 of them win, right?
I mean, especially they're all at the same table and
3 competitive guys.
3 competitive guys, all really very knowledgeable of the game. So. Yeah, in my mind, it's always interesting, right, when you have the high to mid to high stakes, especially like in a Vegas setting where like the player pool gets smaller and smaller, right, as you get in higher stakes. You're playing with the same maybe 20-30 people, so but then they're all playing for a living. So it's like, how does that balance out? Are they waiting for that one whale that comes in, or like? I always get curious on how that balances out, because I guess most of them are probably winning, but maybe 1 or 2 might not. I obviously see them trickle out, so I guess I always get curious about that.
Right.
When you get to like that level of stakes.
He looks European.
Alvin's talking about the big Harris fold with queens pre. Sounds like they did some study on that hand, and if you're able to fold queens pre-flop, I mean, you've got to be a disciplined. You don't have to be a nit. You've got to be a disciplined player. You just pick a different spot.
Sure. I mean, it's going to be either a high variance spot or you're either crushed. Right?
Absolutely.
So you're never just dominating a hand. There.
Right. And kings, you're just never supposed to fold. If the guy's got the aces, he's got the aces. I think I've folded kings twice in my life, and I was dead right on one of them and dead wrong on the other.
Which is totally fine.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, that's part of the game. And I mean, if everyone folded kings, then no one would ever make any money with aces, right?
Absolutely.
So that's.
Fair curve, it's also magic, you just kind of getting around.
It was like a disaster.
Yeah, that's interesting. Alvin says he knows players who moved to Dallas just so they could play some specific whales. That's interesting. I see a lot of the professional guys that we know, the 2-5 and 5-10 players here at Dallas and TCH over there in Las Colinas. And they're always playing against each other, and it's like the same faces all the time if they're just passing money back and forth. But there's always that 1 or 2 guys that are new or different. And that's probably who some of them try to attack a little bit. These guys are doing it for a living. They've got to have some sort of strategy.
C1 call, 100.
You watch every stream play. You always watch it afterwards.
I almost
I think the ace is on day 2 or 3 of the main.
Yeah,
And I lost.
Get some mystery hands here. So JD's the only one we can see both cards here. Ace Jack misses the flop.
Even his hand might not be correct, given how all the other cans weren't read correctly. Sometimes it like passes the hand to the next person. So
We'll see what ends up if it goes to a showdown. We think Kenny's got the 9 of spades in his hand.
Who's your favorite content creator, poker content creator?
I got really too much. I don't have a pair, but I got a really big ace.
Maybe it was Ace Jack. He says, I don't have a pair, but I got a really big ace. JD takes one down.
he is very, very good at it.
Has anybody been the real aggressor tonight's stream? Anybody been real aggressive with their play?
Safine's definitely been putting some pressure on a lot of players. JD 3.5x river jammed on Wolfgang when there's like 1,400 in the pot, and Wolfgang had 6,000 behind, and he just went all in with ace king high, and Wolfgang folded top pair.
Wow,
So,
JD got that one through.
yeah,
Did he show?
yeah, he did show. He did show. He did show.
Nice.
When is Mario?
I'm sure that's going to be a spot that Alvin will probably go over with Wolfgang at some point. And
I was with him in Vegas like a week ago, and he's like, "Do you think they'd spread a big game if I came out?" I was like, "I can talk to Mallory." He said, "Yeah."
What day?
Dunn's going to take advantage of his position here and raise it up to 450 with a 6-5 suited.
I'm going to be gone. I'm like, just wait like 3 days for me to come back. All right, that's the only time that works.
I'll be tempted.
They opened up a
First
second
regard,
5-10
just
over
that game.
at last cleanup. It's crazy.
Just to play with Mariano.
Interesting flop. Both guys have inside straight draws here.
Mariano vlog.
325.
Seven of clubs would be an interesting card here.
To get berated by the knockoff G-Man.
Does he berate people?
You berate people?
Does he?
I don't know, you got in trouble for it. No,
Who's the knockoff?
It is a club.
He's not.
Gives Safine some more equity here.
Who did he berate?
Probably someone who deserved it.
That nosebleed super pro, Nikita.
Oh.
Why did he berate him?
I don't know. Nikita bet like 20K on the river, and then Mariano was just like, "You just never be able to bluff here. You just never like." Nikita who's playing like fucking
The highest game in the world,
snow.
yeah.
It was just like people were like, "Do you fucking know who this guy is? He goes go fucking up to the kid." Like, you just like give him shit and give a shit about playing slow, and like you know, give him like the full Euro trick. But people were just like, "Do you know who I'm talking to?"
Dunn raised on the button here, so I'm curious to see what Safine decides to do here with his big draw. He's going to put in a big raise. He's going to try to take it down here.
Yeah,
Got him,
to
he
get it
said.
done here. It's Dunn did in fact have a bluff here with the gut shot, so nice to play it there. Very awkward with that hand, right? If you just call and then brick out, and then your opponent's still bluffing anyways, right? But it's the spot where you know, rather just take that spot where you have the equity.
Seven of clubs would have been really dirty to see on the river there.
God, yeah. Backdoor clubs get there.
And backdoor straight, yeah, just gross.
My mom, my dad, my grandma.
And it looks like we got the restraddle on. So we got 5, 10, 25, 50, 100.
Okay, I see the black chip out there.
They know more than you think.
Just like, goddamn. Perfect.
That was one thing that Shiva last night at the table was asking about the stream tonight. He was telling us that he was going to play, and he was like, "Man, I really want to make it a really big game." And I said, "Yeah, all you can do is ask. You know, Mallory's obviously willing to, and the players at the table, you know, they'll make it as big as everybody's comfortable with." But I'm hoping he's going to be in town for a little bit. He was fun to play with. Seems like a really smart kid.
Like 8 through jacks or something.
Can't believe I'm at that age now where I'm calling people kids, but it is what it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a fair statement if you're still in college,
Right.
I mean,
My nephew's in college. He's a kid to me, you know.
Adult,
right?
Just crossed the threshold of being an adult.
JD flopping some goods here with 3 kings.
I'll get,
Ace of hearts on the turn. JD with the only heart.
she'll do 5.
You know, with the more relevant hearts on the board, I could see JD continuing betting here.
Yeah, I think you're right. He's going to slow down and see if Tim will put something out, though.
Because like the only real heart draw that could be in, and Tim's plays quite snug, right? So I mean, he could have obviously some like 7, 8 of hearts, some 7, 6 of hearts, but like
I think the only relevant maybe the Queen Jack of hearts.
Jack of hearts, exactly. So I think he's just going to, in case Tim does have those hands like 8, 9 of hearts, or sorry, 7, 8 of hearts, 7, 6 of hearts, he will just check call here. Definitely too strong to fold here. So
Absolutely.
I guess I could see this play working out. But too strong of a hand to fold. Don't see him ever raising as well.
We can see the equity here. Tim is begging for a queen here, non-heart.
Six of spades doesn't change anything on this board texture.
JD checks to him again.
Grabbing on the Riverwood, just jack high. Knows he has no showdown value, so now he's trying to think about hands that he can get to fold. A weak ace, maybe? Like ace-jack with the jack of hearts is possible.
A 9-10 combo.
They should have legally spread blackjack.
Some sort of 9 that JD may have had there on the flop, leading out with.
Yeah, so like what he's thinking about right now, he's right. He's thinking about what hands that he get to fold, right? I mean, he's probably never thinking he could get a king to fold, but he probably thinks there's just enough hands that check the turn that he can get the fold. Maybe like a weak ace, ace 10 with the 10 of hearts.
There's just a table that you can play like, it's not a big high, like, limit.
A little over half pot there. 1.7K. I'm sure JD's going to think this through and put in a call, but you never know.
You know, now it's a different spot here where JD might feel like, okay, he could have a weak flush, like 7, 8 of hearts, maybe even, you know, Jack 8. I mean, like even the Queen Jack of hearts would be put in a tough spot if he jams, right? So, but no, he will just make the call. He was probably thinking about, is like, do I need to turn my hand into a bluff here?
Right.
But it's also way too strong too to fold. So it just sucks too, right? When you call and you see like a hand like 7, 8 of hearts, where it's like, okay, if I jammed there, I could have gotten that hand to fold. Having the king, you're the one that could have all the full houses and stuff. So we will make the call.
Would a bigger king, a king jack hand or a king queen hand have played back at him any differently there?
I think it'd play the same way.
Play the same way, yeah.
So that might be a reason why he just made the call there, right? He's thinking like, oh, well, this hand's pretty much the same thing. It's like king jack, king queen.
I have far from the nuts, but it's just too good of a hand to fold. So.
Yeah. Nice to play it there by JD.
And a pot that he needed.
And it's definitely cool to see Tim actually be able to pull the trigger on that bluff, right? I mean, because he's playing, quite tight tonight, but he recognized this spot and felt like he could definitely get an ace to fold. And
Danny has Mitch's favorite hand, our friendly co-commentator and dealer here. Mitch loves the pocket tens. I think Danny had to fold these a second ago when they had the all-in with the 2 ace kings.
I was watching a different stream the other day.
Interesting flop here.
I was watching, I don't know, the new one.
Okay.
Big bet poker.
They just had one commentator for a while, and like, it was really nice actually. Cause like you just talk less and like sometimes you like talk with the chat, sometimes you talk about the game, but like, it was less just like full side conversation.
More table actually.
There we go. We had a little misread there on the board.
It's nice to hear the table talk.
It was really fun.
Yeah, here's the table talk, and like the talk is like about the.
And their production
like,
is
there's just like
all the food.
when I watched the back last week, there was some like crazy hand between like me and Dom, like they're just talking about some random stuff until like we're all in there. What?
The top shelf stuff you have to pay for, but
yeah, it was like a limp raise
much
format,
food as you
like
want,
yeah, just like
made drinks.
all that was mixed.
What they'll do is like
Naturally.
they'll start flying people out, so they're doing like promotions where they'll fly out people from different states. It's a cool.
But it looked really cool, and the chips look nice.
And what they're gonna do is they're gonna start up one at the Commerce now too, and they're gonna stream it kind of like how this streams different locations. They're gonna have one at the Commerce and in Vegas.
That's cool. Yeah.
So Bally-
These guys are talking about the stream and how you and I both, I know we enjoy hearing what they're talking about. Sometimes they're a little quiet and we can't exactly hear them, but I like hearing these guys talk too.
Go, Brian.
Some of the games look. There's been 1 or 2 games that haven't looked that good out there.
It's refreshing to see too, right? Because sometimes you'll see the high stakes and no one's talking, right? And these guys are playing for tens of thousands of dollars and it's kind of chatting up like they're friends. Yep, a lot of them are friends. So.
Yeah, I played one on like a Tuesday or something, right? And I did really well. Whatever. It was me, Ethan, and a bunch of other fun people. Then they invited me back the next day, and they said it was gonna be like just minimally bigger, so whatever it was, like 25, 50, so it was gonna be 50, 100. And then they switched it to 100, 100, 100, and they added in Jungleman, Go Viral, and like a bunch of people.
Was it Jeremiah played that game?
I don't know who that is.
Yeah. Jeremiah, yeah.
Danny's another one that we don't see often at the bottom down there, being one of the biggest losers in the game. He's one that normally does pretty well on these streams. And
Yeah, because it's not going to stay there.
Yeah, he kind of ran in a weird spot earlier, and I don't know if it's correct or not, but it's just kind of awkward because JD had opened to 150, Tim had just called with ace king, and then Danny was in later position and put in good size 3-bet, and then Tim back 4-bet to like 2,000. Wow. And Danny had ace queen, Tim with ace king. He's just like, this is kind of weird. So then Danny decided to rip it to go with it. Yeah, having good removal and whatnot, and of course Tim made the call. That was all she wrote. So.
Wow. I definitely didn't see that one earlier.
Just not something you typically see where someone calls and then back 4-bets.
Back 4-bets, right?
Yeah.
Maybe limp, but never really a call back 4-bet.
Smaller pot here, but we've got a big flush draw for Harris. Nobody has a 10 in their hand.
He's a mix down there.
He played on like the Poker Go stream.
I remember that. I remember him playing.
The hand where he slow rolled himself?
Yeah.
I didn't really watch any of those, but I know of them.
Harris is going to lead out with his big draw.
They said he was showing up, and I was like, there's no way.
Yeah,
I don't know how
that's
people watch
surprising.
streams, man.
Jeremiah. But then later, like, there's just a bunch of people that are late. So, like, once him and, like, 3 other people showed up, the next game was pretty good. So I was like, oh, I mean,
Yeah, I only knew about that stream.
I got
Jeremiah.
Harris is going to take that one down.
It's like an online pro who like streams like a bankroll challenge.
I'm just saying, like, it went
Derek's going to step out for a minute, so this is Eric. I'm in here holding down the fort. We're on hand 142. We've got Zach in here in the box dealing for us. Pretty good stream so far. We got 240 watching right now live, so numbers are up. That's good. Hopefully we're getting a lot of likes and subscriptions. Likes and subscribes out there.
They had like a VPIP game, right?
Yeah, it's really weird.
Wolfgang just open folds the ace 10.
How do you enforce it?
That's interesting.
If you're below the VPIP, you have to play a hand?
Yes, no, you so
Harris is
you get
gonna
a penalty after
find
like
his
half hour
king
if your
7
VPIP's
interesting
under
and
that. You have to
enough
pay
to
an
raise it
amount
up.
every single hand for a half hour, and then they look at your VPIP after. Okay, now you're all right. With under.
JD raised it up to 500 with pocket queens.
You see your VPIP in every hand until the 30 minutes is over, or until you're done.
Back over to the small blind here.
So it's not like you're getting.
Yeah, they need to make it where like limping.
Cursive Dragon, or Shiva is his actual name.
There's a lot of people are limping.
Yeah, they need to make it.
Makes a discipline lay down with his suited ace.
Perfect. That's fine. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
It's probably fine to develop like a limp range.
Yeah.
And JD's going to take it down.
It's a weird one. The other day they were lifting, they get rid of the rule and stuff. But then like in that other game, like they played shorthanded for like the first like hour.
Glad to see this stream too. We've got a full table, full 9, going for 6 hours. Hope everybody's enjoying the extra couple hours that they've added on to this Tuesday night stream. Unlike last week, where the action was heavy at the end, it sounds like we've got a lot of good action already. These players are really deep. Let's hope the action continues.
I mean, they didn't instantly punish him.
Harris is going to open again with a suited ace this time. Diamonds again.
instantly.
That'd be funny. Like you play one hand and like, oh, it's time to check the board.
Should have played that one. Should have
0%.
He's just going to take that one down, win $90 in that hand.
Bad feet.
This table's pretty indicative of what you see at TCH. Very friendly. You hear a lot of laughter, a lot of talk. You know, these guys have been playing together for a long time. You got a couple new faces in here. But it's a very friendly room at TCH. This is what you're going to see at both of our locations here at TCH, Dallas and the Las Colinas location. Full tables, great dealers, good camaraderie between the players, guys and gals. If you're watching from somewhere else, you know, I can't say it enough. I say it every week that they allow me to be on the stream. Come check us out. Poker is alive and well in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, and Texas Card House is the place to play.
Well, but that's not real time because then you can't see.
If you did real time and also you have to lock them in a room, like a private room, like an RFI room.
Another raise and take for Harris.
$1,500
Sometimes it feels like it's an easy game, right? You'll take those small pots, though. Any day.
Like the whole point was like they wanted to like interact with chat and stuff. So like if chat can see your cards, they're like, I can't believe this guy has king high.
We've still got another hour and a half to go here. Not sure if Derek's already asked everybody, but I've seen some regulars in here in the chat. Where's everybody watching from? Do we have anybody that's outside of Texas watching the stream?
Wolfgang, you need to call. You need to call.
Like everybody come in the chat and just lie.
Like the hand that I played with you, just spamming like.
Can I call a friend? Chat, help me out. Just like wait 30 seconds. And just like go.
It'd be kind of fun though, because some people are haters.
Kenny's gonna raise it up with King 10.
It's like you gotta figure out.
I don't think that's fun. I think you're gonna have a massive advantage. I think it'd be very good for you though. I pull it for you.
Looks like a raise and take there. Another $90 win there. Raise and take.
Some crazy fucking name like just like.
Duza88 watching from Brazil. Where in Brazil are you watching from? I've yet to visit, but I know a little bit about Brazil, Recife, and some of the other big cities. Definitely somewhere I want to visit.
You're watching you play, is that why? No.
Canada, Michigan, awesome.
That's cold.
Haven't been to Canada or Michigan either.
Sorry, anxiety's not fun.
Kenny's just going to get rid of the ace-8.
Where are you moving after Dallas? You said you're only.
I'll go back to finish college.
JD's going to put in a raise, 300.
I'm at school
With Queen 10 off.
I have like 2 years left, 2.5 years. Finish that up.
Is that out of state?
Service? It'll be in Louisiana, yeah. Louisiana Tech. Back home, back home to Louisiana.
I know a good home game in Baton Rouge.
Really?
Board comes out 4-4-9, 2 clubs. Both players have a club. Tim obviously has the ace of clubs. Might decide to peel one here.
Which is like North Louisiana. But all the games and
Biloxi's the nuts.
yeah, I've heard it's crazy. It's just like 3 hours from me.
I told you this, Stephanie.
Top three, just, you know,
I told you that. Isn't that the one where the everything looks like Bellagio?
Yeah.
Tim's going to use that ace of clubs here and put in a raise. Try to get JD to fold a hand just like he has. Good play there by Tim, winning a $640 pot with just an ace high. Got Georgia represented here. Yeah, Mark, Casey, one of the players that you're talking about, was great entertainment. I have not seen his face around in a while. He was great action. Love to have Casey back if anybody knows the Casey he's talking about. I'm not sure what his last name was, but he was on some wild streams and very entertaining. Love to have him back.
Yeah, I think like one, two is like all that.
They're in twice. $30,000 pot.
Yeah, I remember the noise. I saw Danny
that,
dancing and shit. I was like,
Oh, Texas Poker opening up pretty much killed all the action.
both of them.
Yeah, because like a lot of the guys who are like east of here would
There's
go
2 games going right
to
now. I haven't
Shreveport
seen that
instead
in a
of
while.
going to Oklahoma. But whenever
We had the double straddle going. Safine's going to take that
like
one.
people from Shreveport here.
Jim's Jenny playing in Michigan says he played with Wolfgang and actually made one of his vlogs. That's pretty cool. I've got the opportunity to play with Wolfgang here in TCH in Dallas.
I've never bought a lottery ticket ever.
Isn't it like $1 billion?
Yeah, Powerball is $1 billion. Yeah, it is. Never put a cent.
One of my super. It comes plus the EV to buy one.
With taxes?
Never.
I'm
sure it's probably
So again, we've got a 5-10, $25 straddle and a double straddle, $50 here.
I've heard that.
The problem
was it a good deal
like
with
the
taxes,
same people
though?
that are buying it when it's not
It
a good deal.
can never actually be plus EV because you can always split them.
Dunn's
got the suited king 6. He's going to raise it up to 150.
I come to not trust people when it comes to this kind of stuff.
The numbers aren't unique.
Danny's going to re-raise with a suited wheel ace, ace 4 of clubs.
If you get half of it, then it's really bad.
Tim's facing a raise and a re-raise with a premium hand here, ace queen.
There's also like
And he's just going to let this one go.
like, what is your utility loss of losing $1 versus what is the utility gain of gaining like 300?
Obviously, we can see the hands. You know, Tim just was facing a raise and a re-raise, decided just to take the conservative approach and let that one go. Danny's going to take that one down.
Marginal utility.
Never fired?
Ever. I have never bought a lottery ticket ever.
You know why?
Considering who I am, that's a shocking thing in myself.
But you know why you enjoy it? Why? It's because between the time when you buy the ticket and when they pull the ticket, you get like 2 days where you're just like, I can think a billion.
Yeah.
I can just think a billion. I don't have to do anything else. Like, and you start thinking, you're like, what would I do? Like, I'll give this person $1 million.
If you're in the chat, you can see the link there to play on the TCH live stream in Austin, Texas that they do on Mondays. If you're in the Austin, Texas area and want to play on the TCH live Austin stream, click that link and get on there. That's a good stream too. Pretty good action on that one.
You don't actually, but you think that you do. And so you get like the sweat. Realistically, you lose $100, but like, you know, you get $100 for like 2 days. And like, what if?
JD's going to raise this one up with the ace deuce, 150. Recursive Dragon is going to make the call here and defend.
Do like the F1 race in Monaco. Yeah, they have an annual circuit like of all these events you have to do.
Huge flop here for Recursive Dragon. JD's going to bet into it. After Shiva checked it to him.
Things you just have to like. Are you billionaire buddies? You're like, what's up, man? Did you lose a comma? Did you lose a comma?
Shiva realizes the strength of his draw here. He's going to go ahead and take advantage and put in the raise now and try to take it down. Looks like he wanted to call because he wanted to see a big hand hit for him, but he'll take that pot down. $1,000 pot, no sweat. He's still up 6.24K for the night. He's holding a 22.4K stack right now. He's got everybody at the table covered by quite a bit. JD's pretty deep with a 19.5K stack.
That's fucking awesome. That was like, I literally was just like, oh god, if that dude's
These guys have quite a bit of money on this table. We can still see some sparks flying in this last hour and a half. Let's hope for some good action here.
You literally didn't. Or I'm not getting them, but I think you're just wrong.
Danny wakes up with the Cowboys.
That could be.
Tim's just going to call on the button with ace jack off.
Did you ever have anyone tell you a good beat
Kenny's
story?
got the ace 10, and he's going to make the call. And Dunn's got the suited ace.
No, she literally just came over.
Pretty sure all the aces are accounted for.
Like, I know where this goes. Oh, yeah.
Got to make
And then the story is like
Danny feel comfortable if he knew that.
And now I have $1,000 more than I did a minute ago.
Oh, that you held. Oh,
Yeah.
no, that doesn't.
I was shocked.
That's not a.
Derek's back in the booth. We got
I'm back.
good hand brewing here.
Need a little break there.
Danny wakes up with 2 kings here and gets called by 3 people holding aces.
Kind of saying good stories.
I did text you.
Did you?
But didn't send it.
That doesn't count.
Typically a great result, right? When you don't see an ace on the flop.
It's
And,
literally entirely your fault.
you know, obviously you want to win a bigger pot
It can
sometimes,
only be
but
described as
can't
your
be too
fault.
upset about winning $500.
Absolutely.
There's 2 of them sitting there on red.
I was saying if he only knew that his 3 opponents all were holding aces, he would be a lot more comfortable. But unfortunately, he can't see the hands and just has to pray for no ace there with 3 opponents calling him. Nice hand for him, though.
Any big changes in stacks?
No, just a lot of raise and takes while you were gone. Yeah.
He'll be gone by
put in the
time
chat
we
to have some folks tell us where they were watching from. And we got some folks from Michigan, California,
Oh, Brazil. Look
Brazil,
at that.
yeah.
On our Twitch side there. Canada. Derek Lee. Hey, I like that name.
Do you think you have content
Sao
enough for a full
Paulo,
video, or is it just a
somebody
short?
was watching from there. Have you been to Brazil?
I have not.
Man, that is somewhere I've got to visit.
That might be on my list actually, just because I've heard the scenery is just like unbelievable, like sunset.
And just the sheer size of it too. There's probably so many places that aren't your typical tourist attractions or that we don't know about. Everybody knows about Sao Paulo,
Sure.
Recife,
The party cities.
the party
right?
cities,
Yeah.
right? But that country is just massive. So
I imagine very similar to U.S., where because it's such a large country, like the terrain is so different,
Right.
from region to
Oh,
region.
yeah.
Right. Like for United States, right? You got your South, it's like a lot of plains, maybe some desert, or out west, or whatever, and then like on the coast, you got like very foresty regions.
sure,
and-
East Coast trees.
Yeah.
And you got Arizona, which just looks like Mars.
Yeah.
Same hand.
Ace is gonna bring in the one-liner, the Broadway.
Super knitted Arya.
I was
I was like literally like 100 plus.
maybe you
years
could have
old.
ace king.
Mallory says she played in one of Wolfgang's reels and he belted her.
Like actual 3 minutes.
Sorry to hear that, Mallory.
No, and then calls it off with kings. And then the old
Wait, I'm
guy
gonna
flips
give
over
a call off
aces and
with the
goes, chop it up.
The only time I played with Wolfgang, he was just sitting in at my table, lower stakes, waiting for his game to open up. So I only got a few hands with him, but very polite guy, fun to play with.
Yeah, and the kid has kings, yeah.
He's got a good reputation in the poker community, and like you said, a lot of people know him that aren't in the poker community.
No, I'm fairly certain this guy unfortunately
Is that guy
died.
named Gator?
Nah, when the oldest man's coffee ever is just like, yeah. All right, chop it up, I guess. His favorite saying was the only way to not get
I
set
didn't
over
hear what he
set
raised. He raised to 775 with his pair of nines with that one-liner and all those overcards out there, but takes it down.
Yeah, nice played. I don't know if you heard anything what Tim was saying, but he was he made me chuckle a bit. He was like, his favorite old man coffee saying is someone saying the only way to never get set over set is to only play aces.
Yeah. And he's so old, he was just like wearing like a Vietnam
I mean, he has a point, I guess.
I guess he's got a point.
I'm pretty sure you had better
Oh
luck this
boy.
time.
Yeah. Please don't play like that, people.
It's probably
That's actually a good way to lose money.
It really
If
is.
you're only playing aces.
Just if you're folding all of your middling pairs and small pairs,
It wasn't even that much.
granted, you don't want to call big raises all night long
Sure,
with
yeah.
your baby
But sometimes
pairs.
you do need to make a fold, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's all about risk opportunity analysis here.
Right.
It's just like, oh my god. And then you call and he's just like, ah, you must have the other two. Chop it up. You're just like, what? In what world do I tank for 4 minutes?
That's the sickest
call
thing.
with aces.
You're tanking, you're like, damn, do I lose to raise? Like,
Yeah.
nice hold.
There's a story from Windsor where this really tight guy got it all in, and the other guy called off, right? And after he calls off, he said, do you have the black aces? Do you have the black aces?
I'm gonna do that next time I get
I
called.
want to do it too, I always forget.
You know what? That's really good. Even I don't have it.
It's even better when you
That's actually really funny.
Put the
You've got the aces and somebody calls your jam.
Do you have the red
Do you have the
ones?
red aces?
I need to remember to do that now.
Yeah. I just feel like that's asking to get sucked out on, Like if you kind of needle the guy, say, hey, do you have the black aces?
unless they answer yes, that would be hurtful.
Poker's a funny game. It's supposed to be fun.
Some guy did that.
Throwing a little needle in there is always
We like got it all
nothing wrong with it.
You have to be selective,
Right.
Who you're doing it to, for sure. But like, if it's like against a regular, and kind of played with for a few years, yeah, that'd be. Well, I guess we're chopping it up. You got the black ones,
Right. Or if somebody jams on you and you've got aces and they ask you, do you have aces? Because they probably have kings or queens, and you say, yeah, why do you have the red aces?
If I ever asked you if you had
that's even more of a
That's even
needle.
more of a needle, yeah. I just feel like you're asking to get, the case king or some card to hit in your face.
Oh, do you have aces?
Or ace king, like very small enough.
That's a favorite hand of mine, Safine's playing, the 7-9 of spades.
I think in the years of playing, I've only had that twice happen to me.
The aces and
against
aces, yeah.
All in pre, yeah.
And he was so excited.
Once at Windstar, once here.
Like, what? Like, so many more hands for you to worry about, my guy.
Ooh, JD with a big suited ace here.
See this getting through high percentage of time here, unless
it's the crazy Safine that we all know. He's capable of making a play. Look at her.
I mean, they are really deep. I was about to say,
Right.
it's not insane to make the call here. Obviously, you do just have 9 high. You do have to be a little cognizant of what suits come out. Oh, wow, that's a great flop there for Safine.
And done folded, still showing his hand there, but done folded. Yeah, great flop for Safine.
As you can see, a pure coin flip between the two holdings, and as I like to call them, Safine has some bluff opportunities, right, with the clubs out there. Not having any clubs, obviously, you'd rather have the flush draw, but you know, JD's range is weighted towards, you know, pocket pair holdings like jacks, queens, kings, and aces. So,
and the ace king, ace queens. Safine knows that.
Go ahead. He's going to go ahead and take the betting lead right away as JD does check flop on a terrible flop for his holding. Not even any backdoor spade potential, though. Yeah, I mean, I think you just let it go. I mean, say it comes a little less connected without, you know, the flop straights out there.
Right.
Maybe just you can float once with the ace high, but he's going to just go ahead and take it down.
And that's the perfect flop for Safine. I mean, Safine, his spades were dominated. He did not want to see spades there. Unless he had a miracle straight flush. He was in bad shape if spades came out. Flops an open-ender.
It's your 100.
And decides to take that one down. So,
Like I thought you guys would never do
again, for the novice player, calling a $1,200 pre-flop bet with 7-9 suited seems extreme, but these guys are playing.
They're very deep, yeah.
Yeah, you know, Safine had a 16K stack. That was, you know, less than 10% of his stack there with some middling suited gappers.
You'd almost rather have a hold'em like that, right? Like middling cards or middling pocket pair, to where you know you're not going to get dominated.
Right.
Say if you have a hand like ace 10, ace king queen,
right? Yeah,
you could easily get dominated a lot of the time.
Looks like.
And you see people all the time call king jack, king 10.
3 bets with king jack,
yeah.
king 10. Yeah.
So they were asking you what your favorite casino was.
When you first came in, I was trying to
you said you're like debating balls and win.
Yeah, we're playing the rest of the night with a $100 straddle, so this game has just gotten very, very big, and has reduced Wolfgang's stack to a 50 big blind stack effective. So that's
anyone who's lived in Vegas knows how bad.
he's definitely gonna have to tighten up his range if they're gonna have the $100 straddle on for the rest of the night. And
absolutely, they treat you like garbage. I feel like I've seen you.
but he's not deterred here. He's going to continue firing with the ace jack, and he won't take it down.
He's, you know, one of the shorter stacks of the table, if not the shortest stack. Well, Kenny's got a little.
No, he is the shortest.
Yeah. Is he the shortest? Oh, yeah, you're right. Looking at their earnings tonight, but yeah, Wolfgang's got the shortest stack, so he's showing he's not afraid to put those chips in. He's not going to be bullied.
Donald Davis in the chat. It says, "How's everyone doing? I'm doing well. How are you, Donald?
Yeah, that's
How's Utah, Mr. Donald? Thanks for joining us again.
I didn't win anything. I sold 200%.
We are doing well here in DFW. We're sweating our butts off in the heat, but we're hanging in there. It's Texas. It's expected.
Expensive scam.
Yeah, it was a very
I'd love to be in the mountains right now, feeling a cool breeze in the evenings. That's for sure.
I don't believe your story, Danny.
Not tournament scam, you know?
250. Mostly because I don't think you can find out people who sell 200%.
There's only one guy.
Have you made any Aggie comments yet, since you're a Texas Longhorn, about Kenny's A&M outfit? No? You're not really affected by it?
What I've noticed, it's typically a one-way street.
Right.
For some reason, the Aggies always have to hate on the Longhorns, but the Longhorns really don't care.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that, I mean, to me, that says a lot about it, but I'll just leave it at that.
Fair enough.
The one that typically has to attack the other typically is the one
I was
that's.
gonna sell you a sweat piece.
Understand. I'm in a fantasy football league with like 6 Aggies, so I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Right. The great news is the rivalry's back.
It is, yeah. I am excited for that, though. For pure league competition.
Yeah, absolutely. Can't wait to see that. That's an old football rivalry. Kenny's still good here with his pocket 10s. He's going to play it safe.
I needed to hang out with him every morning.
Now we have a one-liner for a straight out there.
Imagine he busts a level 2. Day 3, buddy. I know, but what if he busts a level 2? That'd be so sick.
Sheba's got the hood on now.
was good. It was a good run. Yeah, that's a great run. I had kings and aces 4 times. What do you want me to do?
You won one of them.
I want you to fucking bust. I want you to bust, buddy.
$1,600 pot. I'm not sure what size he's going to have to bet to try to get Kenny to fold 10s. I just don't see Kenny folding his 10s here.
Yeah, I mean, the one-liners out there and a flush, but... Oh, snap calls.
Snap call.
in Shiva's mind, he's like calculating. All right, he arrived in that perfect bet size, and then just gets snap called.
Kenny says, "Respect your elders, young man."
I mean, props to him for going for it and recognizing that the deuce wasn't viable there. I mean, I think he was trying to get exactly a hand like 10s or 9s to fold with the one-liner out there. And nicely played.
Very nicely played.
And Kenny almost even now. I mean, I'm gonna say that's essentially even. Like that's one rotation of the blinds.
For sure.
Yeah. So he's essentially even now after being stuck about 4 or 5K early on. So he's battled back.
He and Safine both, right? They're not, they're not big winners tonight, but they're really not doing bad either. So pretty even game, and we've still got another hour and 15 minutes left. So let's see what happens.
And back to that Aggie thing. Well, since you brought it up, so you notice on like the mobile carriers or like insurance companies, which ones are the companies that tend to attack the other companies? The worst, the ones that are not doing as well. And I'll leave it at that.
Fair enough.
I got a rebate.
If there's any Aggies in the chat, feel free to come after Derek and the Longhorns. It's a good Texas rivalry. Both colleges are great colleges. I've got family.
Oh no,
both,
and I've never said. I've always said. Anytime I've met an Aggie, they're like, oh, they go to. I told them I went to like UT engineering school, and they're like, oh, I went to A&M engineering. And I was like, I played to both honestly.
Right.
I wanted to live in Austin, and both are great schools. It's not easy to get in either of them. So it's like, I'm very excited to see that rivalry for football come back. And,
sure. All sports really, but football's the big one. Obviously, football's king in Texas. But
yeah, and I think actually it'll be a very interesting first meetup because the last game the Longhorns won.
Yeah.
So obviously, the Aggies are going to be there to come back for vengeance, and we won by a field goal. I think it was overtime or something.
Yeah. Harris waking up with kings on the button here. Kenny's got the $100 straddle out there, but just has to get rid of his 7-6 suited.
The split fold there. So many players would be like, oh, it's only 150 more, right? What are you really hoping to hit with the 7-6 off?
Yeah, and you're right. These guys are playing so deep. $150 raise doesn't seem like much, but it's just what are you hoping to hit there? You got an offsuit hand. You're in bad position, obviously. So good fold there. I'm liking what I've seen out of Kenny so far. I hope to see him on some more streams. Or
yeah, I mean,
does he play 2-5 or 5-10 here?
Yeah. Obviously, if he has the ability to play for this kind of money, he's a smart guy. He obviously has handled his money well or done very well in the business. So, that's kind of the point to make for sure. It looks like Cursive Dragon here with the Ace-8 of clubs. Might come in for a raise, attacking the button opening range, but it's kind of one of those cool spots too where you can sometimes just make the call and you hope the cooler someone flush over flush.
Kenny's going to come along with a suited King-9.
Though I will say it is hard to make the most money right when you are out of position with the when you do make your flush. But Kenny going to flop the best of it here. Top pair. 400.
Immediately puts a bet out.
Going to lead out and. Interested to see if he would do some lead outs there, like some big draws, other holdings as well. Typically, even though you do flop the top pair, JD's representing a strong range. He's going to have a lot of the better kickers. So, standard practice says to just check to the arrestor, but
Yeah, definitely. You know, if you're gonna play the king nine and flop top pair, you know, you've got those two choices to make there. You know, do you check to the aggressor, or do you go ahead and take a stab? And for him, it worked there. He had the only king. That's definitely a great feeling when you face no resistance.
Yeah, I know. If I've tried those plays before and then I get called, I'm like, now what? I don't know where I'm at now, right? Yeah, it's like now you're getting called by the top pair holdings or some really big draw, where if you check call, you can keep all the bluffs in your opponent's reach. So. As we do have we'd have the $200 straddle on right now. And
wow.
Safine with ace queen suited with the $200 straddle, almost 20K deep here.
He's got like 20 bigs.
JD's already raised it up to 500.
That's why he did it. He's got a
These pots are getting bloated already.
My maternal mindset.
It's going to go pretty large. 2,100,
wow.
4x.
Fold equity anymore, though.
Putting in a 1/10 of a stack here in the raise.
Oh, I thought I had it down. Wow.
Oh, no! What? In the $200 straddle, Wolfgang wakes up with the ace-king. Only...
And he shouts it to the rooftops. Did you see him?
Yeah. He said, all in!
For the gram.
Yeah, easy shove here from Wolfgang. Only a 25 big blind stack.
Right.
I mean, this is tournament poker at this point.
And you hear Danny throwing in a little, do it for the gram, little needle there.
And Safine has the easiest call, though he is dominated. JD's going to fold. Safine's going to make the call for sure. And we're going to see a 10K pot here, and Wolfgang has an opportunity to double up.
Absolutely.
It's kind of been his MO tonight to run it once, so
he's been patient. Safine's only going to call, you know, another 3K out of his 17K stack. So
Wolf, I have 20K in my pocket. Want it?
Not yet.
Throw it in your sack.
I played in the bag too. I just knew I was leaving.
Good luck, buddy.
Are you a winner?
Yeah.
That's
I was going to get in there.
Yeah, me too.
here we go.
Oh, no!
Queen in the window.
I folded spades.
Oh, gross.
Wow. It's because of the smoothie. I never paid you
Thanks for buying us.
And I don't know if you saw it during that hand, Dunn had king queen. So Dunn had one of each in his hand. And the queen still comes out. So
That's pretty crazy. I thought he was
poker can be a brutal game. You get it in good there. He catches his queen. What do you do?
And that might be it for Wolfgang, unfortunately. You know, played a very good game tonight. Kind of got a lot of aggression from a lot of players. You know, from especially JD, Safine.
Obviously, it's a fold.
There's a lot of tough spots, and
Nice little
came up behind there.
That is going to be it for Wolfgang. GG, good game. You got it in good. That's all you can do.
Hope to
see him again.
Hopefully the cards come out in your favor next time.
Man, I didn't want to say it before the flop came out. I had a feeling the queen was coming.
I almost saw just like the corner of it before he put it out. Like it looked like it was there, and I was like, I'm not going to say it. And there it was.
Actually, I think I saw the same
right,
thing.
same
Like
thing.
when he had it like turned up.
Yep.
Yeah.
L.Y. Sanders Treason says R.I.P. Wolfgang. Hey, you know, it happens to the best of us. Sometimes you know it's not your night. Good to walk away, not dig yourself a deeper hole, you know. And he's somebody that's doing this for a living, so he's going to step away and obviously take another shot here. But good poker player. Not sure how old he is. He's got to be in his 20s.
I think so, yes.
Gotcha. I don't know his whole story.
Plus or minus 3 years, 25.
25,
yeah,
right. I'm thinking it's that 24.
Mid-20s, yeah.
24 area.
Once you get past 24, it's like, I mean, you can start saying, like, this is give or take 3 or 4 years. You know, it's kind of the same age. People still think I'm a lot younger than I am, and you know, I'm blessed with the Asian. I think there was someone the other day when I was working. They're like, I would have never put you a day over 23. I'm 28.
Jeez. Young Hoon Kim said they had the same feeling about that queen coming out. Yep. We both did too, and unfortunately that's the way the cookie crumbled there. But got a good hand brewing here. A couple suited aces.
You know, and sometimes you got to put into perspective, right? You got to be like, well, at least this wasn't in the main event, or like, you know, this wasn't a bigger pot, or like, I played this wrong, right? No, you played it absolutely right. 25 big blinds, effective.
All right. I know you guys were talking about bankrolls earlier. You know, whether you're playing 1-2, 2-5, 5-10, or a big game like this. You know, if you can't handle it, you probably shouldn't be playing. Wolfgang's somebody that's obviously doing this for a living. He's comfortable playing at these stakes, so he'll get after it again.
7 deuce game is on. Oh, sorry. I turned over 7 deuce in that spot. I mean, it definitely.
Danny's going to outflop Dunn here. Dunn does have the backdoor hearts. I know you're playing a lot of PLO, but when you miss flops like this with your big suited aces, do you typically auto, you know, c-bet?
If I'm the aggressor, I'm going to be betting a lot of the time, almost 100% of the time, unless it's like an absolutely terrible flop,
right.
like 7-8-9, 6-4-3, you know, stuff like that. But having the backdoors and 2 overs, I'm going to be betting here a lot of the time.
And that's what Dunn seems to be doing here, is repping an overpair, but Danny doesn't believe him. And that's a good size c-bet
for
1.5K.
Yeah, top or top kicker, you can't fold just yet. That's, you know, great turn card there for Danny. Still beating all hands like ace-king, ace-queen, obviously. Unfortunately, still behind hands like queens, jacks, and kings. But, you know, especially if he sees a check on the turn here, he'll be very happy. But facing a second barrel, which Dunn is definitely capable of, and he has.
That's for sure already closed.
He only has a pot-sized stack left, but he's going to go ahead and lead out again for 2.1K.
You know, and Dunn knows that Danny's range is kind of capped here, so
How do they keep track of like?
Danny definitely could have been floating with hands like ace-king or king-queen. But once he gets called here, I'm probably just going to shut it down on the river, unless, you know, I hit my queen or something like that.
Saying ace would be brutal here, right, on the river?
Yeah, ace or queen would be, ace would be very brutal. And yeah, now it comes, now the board's 10-7-7-3, or 10-7-7-3-3. I'm shutting it down. Like, what are you trying to rep here? You'd only be repping quads, and as the pre-flop 4-better.
Quads are an overpair, right? And if Danny's already not believing you, he's already called you twice. I'm shutting down here, but, you know, Dunn may have something else up his sleeve. I just don't see Danny folding here. He's come this far.
And he also might have more than what the stack says, too. Yeah, and I
does
like this
look
check a lot.
I'm not playing.
That's a big pot there for Danny. Well played there, and I think well played by both players.
Yeah, Dunn's clearly got more than it's showing.
Yeah, there's another stack of
stack of blacks
2,
back there.
4,
So
5, 6. So a decent jam on the river there, covering Danny. But when the board texture comes out like that, it's hard to rep much. And you know, your opponent's already called you twice, so. You know, say it comes with texture changing river card, like a jack even, or, you know, king.
and if both players missed, there, you know, it could be an ace high chop there. So there's really no reason to put extra money out there if you don't have to.
Guaranteed.
Good hand by Danny though.
Raise 500.
Oh, yes.
Love it.
Get it through, Kenny. And he hasn't, I don't think he's 3-bet all night.
Oh, he's facing 2 ace queens though. So 7 deuce, game is on. They're playing what, $200 each player would owe them if they win with 7 deuce. So
let's go, Kenny. I am rooting for Kenny right now. And
wow, JD's already
Shiva
folded.
might just fold. He just feel like, you haven't 3-bet all night.
Here we go. Show it,
yes!
Yes! You can hear the reaction. The old man got one through.
Wow.
Love seeing it. Everybody's got to pay him $200. Plus, there was already a $500 raise, correct?
Yeah.
Nice hand.
I mean, that takes some balls.
It does.
Well played, well played. And yeah, Shiva just snap folded. I mean, because like I said earlier, he had not 3-bet all night.
Right.
He was flat calling with ace king, flat calling with tens, flat calling with all his premiums. That was the first 3-bet he's done 5 hours.
Gets 2 players with ace queen to fold.
Yeah.
Well
now,
done,
now
sir.
they're like, wait, so you're flat calling the ace king, but you're 3-betting the
You're
7
3-betting
dude?
the 7 Dewey.
Love it. Yeah, you see, he was setting it up. He was setting it up. He was setting it up.
There's a method to the madness there. There's some Aggie poker for you.
Oh man, I love it.
Good for him.
Well done, Kenny. And done here with kings again. His stack is completely off here.
Yeah, he definitely does not have just the 3.6K, 3.9K it's showing. He does have the pocket kings, though. Got the Cowboys.
Cold 3.
Safine's got a fun hand to play against premium sometimes. And he's just got to call 150 more.
6.6.
Safine is not going to call, though. He's going to come in for a raise here.
You know.
Is he going to get bad news, Derek? He came in for a raise to 850. Dunn's holding kings.
I think I'm just tempted to call here. Sometimes, I mean, you want to call. You want to have some just calls in position too, especially against an aggressive opponent.
And that's what he does.
Yeah, I like, especially against a player like Safine. I like just calling here in position. And, you know, obviously you run the risk of getting bluffed off your hand if it comes ace high, but you know, there's worse things that could happen.
Typically, a paired board like that, even though it's queens, is a good flop for you when you're holding kings. Yeah.
Your opponent can still have hands like jacks, ace king, tens even. And a lot of those hands that you're ahead of are pretty happy with that flop as well. So I think pretty standard play for Dunn to just call here.
Good question, Jedi. Is madness ever just random?
Yeah, no reason to raise. We'll just make the call. Now, Safine's probably got a little bit concerned now. Looking for maybe some kind of texture-changing card. Now he's turning showdown value, so he's probably just going to shut it down here and try to get to showdown.
No club in his hand.
Yeah, no reason to turn his hand into a bluff right now. Ahead of holdings like King Jack, maybe King Jack of diamonds, Ace King of diamonds. That might have floated flop.
What do you like?
Now, if you're done with no club in your hand as well, do you want to go ahead and put a bet in here to get any sort of club, you know, off their draw?
There's definitely merit to it.
You do the hookers?
No.
We're going to avoid JD's conversation there.
Yeah, and hands like, you know, ace jack with the jack of clubs, you're just happy to just fold out here, right? Where they could hit a club. You don't want to give them a free turn card or a free river card. You know, you don't want to see the ace either, right? So
very safe card.
Yeah, safe river, and I can imagine this going check check a lot of time. Now at this point, I don't know how many more hands you can get value from. They're going to call a river bet. Unless it's exactly jacks.
And again, it looks like Dunn's got 5K in his stack. So not the 3.6. Yeah, 4.6 there. There we go.
Wow, and I did not expect this at all. An all in here from Dunn. And this is where I get confused if it's a jam for value or a bluff, right? So obviously if it's a jam for value, I'm trying to think of what hands would call here. Best hand is jacks.
Jacks, tens, right?
If it's a bluff, what are you trying to get to fold? Obviously a queen, right?
Yeah, player checked it to you.
A flush is, I don't think, ever folding because not many boats available. I mean, you only obviously lose the quads.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if this is a jam for value from Dunn's perspective, he's trying to get hands like jacks and tens to call, to hero call off. And now this might get Safine to make the call here where, you know, Dunn, he's like, could Dunn have ace-king with the ace of clubs?
Right. Unfortunately, you're having to put your opponent on one particular hand to make this call.
Which is what a polarizing bet's supposed to do, right?
Right.
I mean, you're repping either very thin or you have a bunch of bluffs.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, yeah, you're repping one particular holding or a bunch of hands for value, or you're repping one hand or two hands for bluffs, right? So
I feel like when I put my hand on my opponent on one particular hand and that only, it's a losing proposition for me.
It's very confusing now, actually. And
it is.
Maybe even, again, I don't play that much in No Limit anymore, so this might be a high-level play here from Dunn. I know he's a very, very smart guy, so.
This may be one I pull him to the side and talk to him next time I see him, because this is, I thought it was going to go check.
Yeah, I would have bet money, a large sum of money, that it was going to go check.
And look what it's doing to Safin. He
makes the call. And now, I mean, Dunn knows he's good when it took that long, right?
Yep.
So, I mean, a queen's never folding.
What do we know, Derek?
What a play there.
Yeah, and he just made an extra 4.6K.
That probably 99% of people wouldn't make.
Yep.
And that's very, very impressive there. You know, what could have been playing here, too, is maybe he knows Safin has a tendency to make some light call-offs in big pots.
Right.
They also might have a lot of history together, right? Playing together for many, many hours, week after week. So.
Right.
Wow, what a play there.
Max value with the pocket kings, the 2 red kings on a 3-club board.
On a 3-club board, paired board.
Wow. His opponent checks to him, and he just goes for it. Max value, confuses his opponent, and gets paid.
Did he think he was going to get called by 7-8? Probably not. And he's probably just hoping for 10s or jacks to make a call there, right? And honestly, if Safin had a hand like jacks or 10s, I almost wouldn't blame him, right?
Right.
It looks kind of strange, right?
I choose you. That's true.
Wow, what a hand. Well, they say scared money don't make no money. So
yeah.
he was not scared. He got it in and got called.
And Safin's like, wow, he went for it with the kings.
Right.
Yeah, like that's...
Yeah, we both were just thinking it was an auto check back. But well played. That's why these boys are playing.
That's why they play their stakes, and that's why we play our stakes, right? Yeah, that's
good for Dunn there, getting max value. That was just a raise and take there.
Another deadbeat.
I mean, I want to hear from the chat. How many players in the chat would make that play? And honestly, be completely honest. Like,
right.
All in on the river, 3 clubs out there, 2 queens.
Right. Are you putting out a feeler, you know, just to get a little value, like 1,000, 2,000? What are you putting out there? Are you just jamming like Dunn did?
I wouldn't think. I mean, I guess the jam works too, right? Because you're polarized. You're repping flushes and boats or quads.
I was just talking about like how great the log session is.
So then you get like call-offs with from thinking players. But I guess depending on the lineup, I personally probably go for like a 3rd size bet, right? Trying to get a 7-8 to call, or like jacks or 10s.
You're never getting a queen to fold.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, RS actually says he's checking behind. Yeah, I mean, I said it live. You said it live. We were like, oh, this is going to check back here.
I can't wait to go to showdown with my kings.
Yeah. Interesting. Okay.
I miss out on a lot of value, though. That's something in my game that I've got. Whether it's, you know, that hand is exactly what you're supposed to do or not, there's a lot of value I miss. So that was pretty cool.
Range merge, yeah. Definitely a high level play, nice. So it's...
Yeah, thanks for the comment, AJ. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I guess if you just... I mean, obviously, flushes and both... Well, flushes and quads, very, very hard to make, right?
Right.
You know, and if your opponent has ace-queen, like trips, king-queen...
Pocket 7s, you're just losing, yeah.
Props to them, but... You really put jacks and 10s in tough spot, yeah.
Hadn't been any betting yet in this hand. Pot still almost $1,000. Queen on the river there.
You know, that's a great point. And I was actually thinking about too with the kings, you block a lot of the queens, right? A lot of the king-queen suited. What were the color of the queens on the flop? So obviously one was a club.
Yeah, I think they were both black.
They were both black?
I think they were both black.
So, wow, actually he had the best king combination.
Yeah, the red.
He blocks king queen of diamonds and king queen of hearts. Yep. So if they were both black queens, then that makes a lot of sense. You know, obviously I'm still learning a lot too, being a commentator. I think you are too, right? AJ bringing up a really great point there. You block king queen of spades, you block king queen of
or diamonds.
Or sorry, king queen of diamonds, king queen of hearts, having to 2 red kings. So that is the best kings combination to make that play with.
Yeah. Yeah, great comments there, AJ. That's we're always learning here. You know, there's stuff to be thought about. flush is never checking to you. You know,
On the river, yeah.
Unless
So-
it's just a scared player, you know, and that's not what Safine is. Safine's not a guy that's, you know, not going to get value out of his own hands. So good recognition by Dunn and just going for it.
Definitely not a.
It was the Queen of Diamonds. Okay. Thank you. So it was one red, one black there.
So I
on
mean,
the
he
flop.
still blocked one significant combo, King Queen of Hearts, right? So, which I mean, Safine probably still has some offsuit varieties, right? But it was a 4-bet pot, so or not a 4-bet pot, but 3-bet pot.
3 players.
Yeah, I wondered what significance that turned pair of 7s was going to have for Safine, but it ended up turning into something he thought he could get showdown value with, and he called off a big chunk there.
150.
Yeah, it's so tough, right? But yeah, you really think about it. He had the best combination to do it with, and he's expecting a lot of the flushes to be probably in a 4-bet, right?
Right.
Ace King of Clubs, Ace Queen of Clubs is not possible.
Right.
It's out there. Ace Jack of Clubs is probably the only other hand he's really worried about. So when you're blocking, or not when you're blocking, when there's only 2 hands you're worried about, Ace Jack of Clubs and Ace King of Clubs. Seems like a good spot to go for.
Absolutely.
Then, I guess. Yeah.
We did have a little misread there at the beginning. It said ace 4-3. It was actually queen 4-3 on the flop. Kenny turned a open-ended straight draw. Harris had the top pair on the flop there with a pair of queens. And Recursive Dragon just has 7s here. So we'll see if Harris tries to get value here out of his top pair. He doesn't know it, but he's glad he didn't hit 2 pair. This would be a very light call. It's definitely a small bet, but what are you beating here with 7s?
You do double block the 7-5, and there are no flushes out there, so this might be a spot that Dragon's going to go for here, and it looks like I'm right. And
Wow.
he's going to go for a big raise. 1,600 to go.
So pretty.
And Harris here with the 8-7.
Queen 7.
I'm sorry, Queen 7 has top pair, but he also blocks the nuts here. And as weird as it sounds, it's probably one of the better hand combinations to make the call with, right? You don't see. I mean, I guess a set would do this as well, right? So you'd want to be like, you'd want to have like a 4-3 would be a good call, right? Because you're double blocking sets. You know, a singular 7 maybe not super relevant, but it does play into it.
He
right?
makes the call. His coach
Yeah.
is going to be happy here. Sees the good news. His top pair wins. Not a bad play, obviously, by Recursive Dragon there. I mean, wasn't an easy decision, but Harris processed kind of what made sense there and made the call. I really don't think that was a crying call. I think that was a good call there. Top pair, the way that hand played out.
And you got to give your opponent some credit, especially at these stakes, to have some bluffs occasionally. And,
For sure. And a big bluff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well done by Harris. Now on the top of the leaderboard in terms of winnings. Though, I need to be... I might stand corrected, though. Oh, no. Yeah, because Dunn only bought in for the 5K.
Okay.
So his winnings are a little off.
Yeah.
But so then he's up about 8K. So
Yeah,
no,
he
Harris
hasn't
is the big winner then.
He hasn't added on or anything
No.
either, right? Yeah.
So Harris is, in fact, the big winner.
Not sure if his coach Alvin's still in the chat, but I'm sure he's going to have some stuff to say about those last couple hands there.
Double board pairs.
Pretty good flop here for Safine, holding the ace of diamonds. Dunn's going to float with just a king high here. Safine picks up even more equity. He's got a gut shot to the wheel. Unless Dunn's got the king of diamonds and we've got a misread, it looks like he'll just shut down here, yeah. Bet and take it for Safine. Zach's doing a good job with some action hands here in the box.
Tannen Grace in the chat says, I feel like this chat is an SCG article, maybe referring to Star City Games.
Finally figured out how to win, huh?
I'm clueless.
Yeah, it's a Magic the Gathering thing.
Land for life.
Already desquad.
Pretty aggressive formation.
You and Miney would know about that. I would not.
Yeah.
Also, wasn't our first 3-bet spot. Or second. Maybe not even the third.
As much as I used to crack on my friends that got into Magic and Pokemon and all this stuff, I don't know if you've seen, there's a NFL player right now who's retired, and since he's retired, he's made more money selling Pokemon cards than he has as an NFL player. $12 million.
Well, so I mean, he needed the capital that he made from being in the NFL.
For sure. Even if he was making league minimum $400,000 or $500,000, you know, as a rookie,
that's
couple years,
well above the national average.
For sure. But he turned that in. He parlayed that into something nice.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah. I know nothing about Magic or Pokemon, so forgive me. Still got 45 minutes left in this 6-hour stream. 185 currently watching. Hopefully you guys are liking and subscribing to the channel. TCH streams in Austin, sometimes in Houston, obviously here in Dallas. They stream tournaments and cash games. This Tuesday night one has always been a fan favorite. Action gets pretty big, pots get pretty big. So thank you all again for joining us.
Drawing dead every time. Drawing dead every time. But,
and thank you again, Mr. Derek, for having me in with you. Dunn's going to put in a pretty big raise here with pocket tens.
I guess I didn't realize how funny that was. I had to just look up AJ Satcher on Google. He writes for Star City Games.
Okay.
Okay. So
that is funny.
Okay,
yeah.
that
now we're.
I didn't know what that meant when Tannen. I was like, wait, is he like kind of dissing on us? Or
yeah.
Okay, no, he's just. They're probably just buddies.
That's
they
funny.
Each other.
So good chat there, Tannen and AJ.
Well, thanks for hopping in for both from both of us here, Eric and Derek here, commentating over some mid to high stakes poker.
Get a topper pepper with ice.
It's a long time ago, AJ. You still play much Magic these days, AJ? I kind of stopped playing a while ago, but I still like following every now and then, see what new cards come out. But I've kind of just moved on to poker. There's just not much money to be made in Magic the Gathering, unless you get sponsored and then start streaming or whatever. But I think that's kind of the natural progression too from a lot of Magic players. It's like they started like, oh, there's poker. Even some chess players.
Yeah, we
right?
talked about this before. Chess, yeah.
I think they're kind of noticing that too. Is like they're like, well, I mean, I do really well in chess, but I quit to do poker full time. It's kind of the natural progression. Ifro, David Williams, and almost every. I shouldn't say almost every.
David Williams. I forgot about that. Yeah.
He played a lot of Magic.
Local SMU guy, right?
A lot of poker players that I'm kind of friends with all play a lot of board games or know about Magic in some regards. So.
AJ, are you local here to the Dallas-Fort Worth area? Or, if not, where do you play poker full time?
And Tannen, actually, he's good friends with Greg. They know each other quite well.
Okay.
And I've actually hopped into Discord a few times, and Tannen will be there. So nice to see you in the chat, watching our stream.
I might go out there for the 500 and just
Oh yeah,
Vegas.
Bonomo. Yeah, that's
Your gas,
You're in Vegas?
plus
Okay.
race
Cool.
has already destroyed your hourly.
Hope your World Series went well. If not, there's always next year, right?
Fun, that's one
Yeah,
thing.
I just want. I mean,
You know, they're doing a series here, like a real one, like a 1K. I don't know, next one. I'm just saying.
You wanted to scratch that itch?
I don't have a lot of
That's what I meant.
friends that are professionals, especially not in the Vegas area. So always curious. I enjoy going to Vegas during the series to play both cash and tournaments. But curious, AJ, what are your thoughts of the cash games that go on during the series when everybody's from all around the world are there playing at all the casinos?
Sean White, what's up in the booth, man? Nice to be here. Appreciate you hopping in here for the last 40 minutes of our stream. It's been pretty action-packed. We've had multiple 15K plus pots. Lots of money being passed around.
That's his third one.
Three of them.
Third one.
Is that Sean White, the Olympic snowboarder?
Yeah.
Last week we had Ed Harris, the actor. Now we've got Sean White, the snowboarder. He's out there ripping it.
That guy deserves to just not have to do anything for the rest of his life, man. Like 4 Olympic medals, gold medal. No, it's more than that, right? No, it's 4.
Was it?
Yeah, because 2000.
He killed it, whatever he did.
2004. No, wait, no, 2000. What off year is it for the Winter Olympics?
Got a pocket fives versus pocket fives sighting. Tim may spoil the fun for the 2 pocket fives here with his ace king. He's going to raise it up.
And Tim has ace king here. Safine looking to set mine, and Kenny gonna look to set mine as well. Unfortunately, they're holding each other's outs.
Wow, they're both gonna try to set mine. Ace king probably could have taken that one down there, but both players got sticky. Unfortunately for them, there's not a lot of ways to win this hand, except for that flop.
Oh, wow. Wow. Okay, I
spoke too soon.
I was just about to say, I was like, well, there's always the 2-3-4 flop. And Tim here has a gut shot of his own, but can only hit an ace or king.
Yeah, cannot hit a straight. Does have the club, the backdoor club there. You were right. 4 goals.
Times. That's so incredible. For the freestyle.
So this pot's already getting bloated. Look at this, 2,800 already in the pot. Kenny's got to make a call here with open ender for 750. He has a club as well in his hand.
This is gonna get Tim out of the way, I think.
And Tim's like, dadgummit, ace king again.
Pot quite large now, but 17K back and 4 of hearts on the turn. Both with still an overpair, so probably feeling okay. Has good draw on the board, but wow, and Kenny's gonna take the aggressive. Wow, 2,000 here.
2,000. Safine's like, do you really have a 4 here?
I love Kenny's willingness to just go for it in these spots
Right.
here, and he's double blocking the nut straight. Safine's still looking to draw and hit his straight. Maybe he thinks he still can be ahead of some hands.
Safine's got to think, what 4 can you have here that you call that big race pre-flop? So
Queens.
5s.
Oh my god, how sick is that?
Oh,
that's funny, Safine. Safine says, "Oh my God!"
You got the red ones.
Unfortunately, it wasn't.
I really need to remember to use that.
That was funny.
If I have 2 black aces and like someone like Tank calls me all in,
Right,
like,
and he said there was a story there from Windstar.
He says that like someone like Tank called, and like they're in their mind, that player was like so tight. They were like, well, the only way you could call is if you have aces.
If you have the other aces.
Yeah. You got the red ones.
Yeah.
Thanks for wasting your time, boys.
Yeah.
Well, they made a little bit of money there off of Tim, who opened with the ace king. He's going, what the hell?
Pretty good use of their 2 minutes.
Yeah, I think I saw a response there from AJ saying he plays online mostly these days. Back in the day, he played live cash. But the games at Rio during WCP were some of the best this year, and he assumes they're just as good, if not better, with the numbers the bracelet bets are pulling. Yeah, I mean, record-breaking numbers, right? The World Series on every event. So,
thanks for enjoying our cheesy joke there, Sean. He says that The snowboarder is his stunt double.
I like it like that.
We're serious about poker here, but we like to have fun in the chat. We've had some good stories. We like you guys sharing with us too. So thanks for letting us keep it light here and fun.
Like such a face on this.
It's like the straddle, that $100 straddle's off this round. Kenny's going to raise to 150 with ace jack. JD's got the suited ace 10. He's going to pop it like it's hot.
Standard here out of position, 4x. And then Kenny will make the call in position.
Aren't we all?
Interesting, becomes ace high. We'll just come 8-5-3, and it's always interesting, right? When you decide to make the big 3-bet pre-flop, and just comes complete badoogie on the flop, no backdoor or anything.
Pretty good, like
But we also think that too, you know, if you whiff, good chance your opponent whiffed as well.
And can they handle the heat if you put out a bet?
Exactly. So it's you know, it goes both ways whenever you whiff the flop. But if you were the aggressor, you're more likely to have the overpairs. Your opponent can be weighted to all those, you know, Jack 10 suited holdings, Queen 10 suited, hands that just are overcards in the spot. So it's totally fine for JD to put in a bet.
You really don't want. You don't want.
That ace jack.
He's telling JD what he had there.
Huh? Oh, you had ace 10?
I love it. I love it. Realizing he had the best hand, he folded, you know, but hey, if you don't feel good, it's better to muck the hand, you know. I think the profitable players in the long term, you know, if they're not feeling it, you just let it go and play the next hand.
You're supposed to fold the best hand occasionally, and especially if your opponent is willing to make a bluff in a certain spot. Like yesterday, I had the fold top set in PLO. Or, you know, I flopped top set with the nut flush draw, so like I had just way too much of the board. So like I just made the call, and the absolute worst turn card comes out on the turn, the 10 of diamonds completing the Broadway. And, you know, one of the players leads for pot. I'm still going to make the call. I had such a big draw, you know, the best possible draw. Nut flush draw with top set. And then river breaks out, and he pots again, and fold, then he just shows me 2 queens.
Right. Don't know if we're going to miss a big hand here while we're gabbing. Looks like kings and ace 4. Harris has the button. He's got position and a suited ace.
Oh, wow. This could be a big one here. And a 7K back. Is that 1 diamond? There are 2 diamonds on the flop, and wow, that's a great flop for Harris. You can see the equities here, 50-50 on the flop. Tim with the overpair, Harris with the 1 over and nut flush draw. As you see all the outs on the top of the screen.
Any ace, any diamond.
Given the exact stack sizes here, we could see an all-in from Harris here. I mean, you probably want to just go ahead and get the money. Oh, actually, Tim went quite small, a lot smaller than I thought he would go.
I thought he'd go 1,200 or so.
Yeah.
Like me and Safine. Me and Safine are going for the call.
You made a couple.
We'll just make the call.
Yeah, me too. I already missed that feeling. Money comes and goes.
You can enter the tournament like Bill Helmuth. The number of
Wow, there you go.
number of bracelets you won.
The kings find the ace magnet on the turn.
I don't think you would. I don't think you would.
I probably wouldn't, but I want to say I would because I've never actually done it.
It says Harris has 100% equity here. I don't know if we saw kings folded, but
yeah, if any of them were out in the field, it will remove it from the outs. So
the lady who was on my left
there
hand,
we go.
she was
Yeah,
like,
0 outs for him.
she had her hand and was filming the whole thing.
Fun Poker entered the chat saying this is first time seeing this channel. Thank you for the compliments.
Do it at the break.
Hope you're enjoying it. Tim's still betting into Harris here with his kings.
yeah, and, you know, kings here obviously one of the more natural bluffs in the spot. You're double blocking ace king.
He had one big blind.
Obviously, once you do get call here, you probably have to be a little concerned about a hand that might have the nut flush draw. Oh, man. Now, oh. So you almost rather see the ace of diamonds out on the river if there were a second ace.
They wouldn't got to the river though.
Yeah, I know you would, but I'm just saying, like, why would you ever even listen?
See if Tim turns his hand into a bluff here. Obviously, double blocking. He's the only one that could have ace king of hearts, the only one that could have ace king of diamonds.
And Tim's only got 5K in his stack. Pot's over 5K, almost 6K. I don't see an amount that, you know, you should be able to put out here. But he may go for it.
Counting on his stack, probably realizing his exactly a pot-sized bet, and could see him go for it here. Oh no, he's gonna go for a value bet, which makes sense, right? Hands that have top vote here, you're begging for a call from a 9 or even pocket 8s. I mean, that's
too far.
So I mean, we're probably gonna see the jam here from Harris, and Tim gonna save his last 3200 there.
I am not going to the lodge to play a poker tournament.
And if you want to do something in Austin, okay, you still have another hour drive. So,
oh, really?
And Austin's fucking huge. Yeah, it's like 40 minutes downtown.
Obviously, the discomfort we probably all experienced there when you got the kings. It's a premium hand, but unfortunately, there's just so many things that beat you here. In the chat, somebody says 3 pairs, never a winning hand. That's more often than not, you're dead on there.
He's just kind of confused right now, right? Because he has a king of hearts, a king of diamonds. Now it's like working in reverse from done spot, right? He's like, how do you have any ace here, right?
What were you calling me with?
Right, from the, I guess he never sees Harris just calling with like ace-4 suited, ace-5 suited, but he in fact has it. He did call in position. I'm thinking what's going through Tim's mind, right, is like given his zone stack depth at the time that he, 3-bet or whatever it was pre-flop, that he shouldn't have those holdings. But Harris does in fact have that. So he's like, he doesn't have ace king of spades. He doesn't have. So he's like, you have ace queen of diamonds, ace jack of diamonds. So.
Jack 10 of diamonds. Not many hands, you know, bluffing there. So good decision. He did take that stab at it one more time just to either get value or get him off of some sort of hand. But unfortunately, he got the bad news.
That would be suicide bluff right there.
Is Shiva exactly even?
Interesting.
What the heck? Wow, I've never seen that before. Where it's just a line,
right?
Unless this was like the beginning of the stream, right? Then I see all the lines.
And he ran good pretty early, right?
Yeah. He ran good, and he got kings against queens right after JD just got stacked with that.
I remember that one.
Yeah, we got quite the game still. About 30 minutes left in our stream tonight, or maybe a little bit less since we did have that downtime.
She's probably asleep.
Okay, good. That's, I don't think so.
Harris going to wake up with another nice hand here, ace jack of hearts. Looks like another misread here. Let's see what the board actually looks like. King, Queen 7 is what it plays. King, Queen 8. Hopefully we'll get a visual of our flop here.
Definitely true there from Donald Davis. Harris having a really good night, playing well, making great decisions, running good. The best combination.
Absolutely. I know you remember last week, Donald, it was completely opposite. So good for Harris. Playing well. Cards are going his way as well. That's a great and deadly combo when you're at the table.
Going for the overbet on the turn here. Maybe looking to fold out some kings even. So it serves multiple purposes here. You just with ace jack high.
Kenny's body language to me is already kind of giving away his hand, and he does give up. If he continued there, I think he's already given away too much information. I think he knew that and let it go. Good job of Harris taking the aggressive route.
And you can fold out a lot of high equity hands too that have like clubs too. So,
well, Derek, you mentioned that you've been playing a lot more PLO. Are you getting any live tells? I know live tells are a small part of poker's game. It's often hard to read your opponent by something they do physically. Is PLO even harder to get a live tell with the extra cards?
I wouldn't even use live tells in that.
Right.
And I also rarely use them in no limit anyways. So I almost never use them in PLO just because you kind of just. Okay, so maybe I should roll back on that. You can read off a lot more on betting patterns in PLO than live tells. So like bet sizing on flop, turn, and river kind of makes a story, and in PLO you're always wanting to creating a story, right?
Right.
If you're trying to set up a bluff on the river, you need to set it up from the flop. And if the story makes sense, then you kind of give them credit for it. If it doesn't, you make the call, and vice versa if you're trying to make the play or pull off the bluff. Right?
Dunn leads out with a pair of threes here. Kenny just had 2 overcards, looked over at him, said, "Yeah, you probably hit that," and folds. And Dunn says, "Yeah, I did." He had bottom pair.
Yeah.
Kenny's definitely been a fun face on this stream. I hope he plays some more. It's nice to have this wide range of age groups. We had a player that's in his early 20s. Shiva there is in college. He's definitely in his early 20s.
And I don't want to step too out of line, but Kenny probably retired, right?
Right. Yeah, Kenny definitely. I'm 43. Kenny's a good decade plus older than me. Definitely older than the other players at the table, so it brings a lot of probably old school poker and learning the new school poker and kind of having a good time showing these young bucks how to play still. That 7 deuce hand was classic with him.
I loved seeing that.
That was classic.
Alvin loving the overbet from Harris. And, Harris putting on a clinic tonight. Maybe a little representation of what you can get for some coaching. And has that ever been something you considered, Eric? Getting coaching from either a professional player or a mentor even?
Honestly, until I started last week, hearing Alvin talk about his coaching and a few other pros, your Brad Owens and some of these other guys that actually are, using guys like Nick Petrangelo to coach them. I hadn't really thought about it, and Alvin brought up a great point last night. A lot of people are watching streams and watching vloggers and sometimes getting the wrong information from these coaches. So I'm actually, for the time being, I'm playing full time. So might be something I'm interested in, but, definitely like seeing people try to improve their game with coaching, no matter what your game is. If it's sales, if it's poker, coaching is always a good thing.
Actually, that's a great point you're bringing up because when I was at my friend's for barbecue, like there was another guy. We were kind of talking about poker coaching or whatever, and he was like, that just kind of works for everything, whether you're in real estate or like I said, sales of any kind, or maybe trying to start your own business. It's good to have a mentor or someone kind of that's been successful in that field to kind of guide you and kind of give you any advice on what they thought was good or what they thought was bad.
Yeah, there's so many people that play in our rooms that literally just are there to have fun. They don't really care about the money. Yes, everybody's competitive and they want to win, but at the end of the day, you'll hear a lot of people say, "Well, I'm not doing this for money," but I am. Whether I'm doing it for a living or not, when I'm at the table, my goal is to make money. So, if you're going to continue to do it, on a full-time basis or even a part-time basis, having somebody in your ear, whether it's a pro or somebody who's got more experience than you, I think can only help. And AJ, you're probably right there. The vloggers is probably a good way to become.
I brought that up last week, too. It was like they only show all the hands they that they make.
Right.
Or they're not showing the true grind of poker, right? So it's.
And I mean, some of them that I've watched before, they will show the hands that they get beat.
Oh, for
but,
sure.
But you're still not learning real techniques and real, pre-flop thoughts and what a coach would probably tell you. So.
And it's probably something they don't want to exactly reveal either, right?
Right.
I mean,
I'll cheer for your
at the end of the day, when you are playing a competitive game for money, any kind of information you give out is information people can use against you, right?
Right.
So.
We did miss a hand here before that Danny had aces and got no action. He was a little frustrated, but hey, it's better to win a small pot with aces. Got a good one here between JD and Safine. Safine says sick call, but he's got the ace-high flush draw.
Oh, aces versus 7. Cheering for Max King.
JD was just queen jack high. Nothing that he could hit that would improve his holding on the river. Just going to continue just going for it here. And Safine was just one of the best possible holdings he could have in this spot.
JD's got no quit in him, though.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just calling here. I don't see any reason to raise. If you are behind, those hands never are folding. If you are massively ahead like he is now, you want JD to continue bluffing. So,
For sure.
And you're in position as well. Let's see what the river card brings.
And will JD bluff at this, pretending to have what Safine has? That's my thought here. Is JD going to pretend that he's the one with the flush here, and he's going to get the bad news if he does? But
Yeah, I didn't do it.
I mean, if you're going to do it, you want to at least have a singular heart in your hand. And I think JD has enough discipline to just check here and give up. But we have seen crazier things. And, Safine could also have a hand, maybe like 7-8 of diamonds.
Back when they didn't use the stagger.
Could have a hand like 7-6 of diamonds. Could have. Okay. Well, wow. Going for a value bet here. I mean, sorry. He's betting a sizing that would be a value bet, right? So someone had like a full house or a flush, but I take that back. I think JD typically goes larger, right? If he has a full house here, because you're repping a smaller range of hands.
So he's pretending to have the flush here, right? He's
some kind of
saying I've got some sort of a big hand. Yeah, he's all hard.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, that's it.
Breathe in. Breathe out.
I guess Safine kind of feels kind of stuck here, right? It's a paired board. Maybe thinking about what sizing he could even raise to that would get called by worse.
I played that, but I ran.
And he's got the ace in his hand, so he shouldn't fear too many boats here.
Right, exactly. And so I think it's pretty comfortable
Big
to
raise
here.
Instant fold, obviously, from JD. He tried.
Yeah, you're just begging them to have king, queen of hearts, king, jack of hearts, all those second nut flushes. But, you're obviously throwing up your mouth if you get jammed on.
Yeah.
That's something you never want to see when you have the ace-high flush on a paired board.
Thank y'all again for sticking with us here. It's 10 till midnight. We've got a few more hands here on this live stream.
My year trying to play life without stop me.
We're down to 8-handed, but we've got 8 players with deep stacks, so.
You play 6-hour sessions every day.
That's basically what I do.
Yeah.
If I play more than 6 hours, my brain.
It's kind of like how I used to do it. I played best
I don't know if you're hearing some of these guys that play professionally. Dunn just said, he tries to limit his sessions to 6 hours. That's something I try to do too, Derek, although I love the game enough to keep playing past 6 hours. But I feel like my best play is in that 4 to 8 hour range, really.
Yeah, I've even looked on my records. I'm like, oh, that was a big loss. How long was that session? 12 hours. Yeah, so I could definitely see some merit in that. Sometimes, unfortunately, sometimes just in games where you're just, well, we got a hand developing here.
We
Tim
do have a
shipping
hand
in
developing.
with the deuces. Safine with 6-6.
Tim just wants to get in there and get some action. Like I said, we've got a few hands left. These guys are deep and not afraid to gamble. And Tim puts it in with the deuces. He shows 1 deuce. Clearly, they know he doesn't have the 7 deuce. He says, good fold. I think Safine told him he has pocket 6s, and he says, good fold, good fold.
Yeah.
Now going back to that, what were you saying about some of your longer sessions?
Oh yeah,
Just-
it's like, oh yeah, you can notice some of my biggest losses are the longest sessions, right? Or but even then, some of the biggest wins are also the biggest sessions, or my or longest sessions. So if you can feel like, the way I'll say is, if you feel like you're still playing your A game, and especially if the game's still really good, keep playing. At the end of the day, it's still one long session, and
yeah, typically if I'm playing a really, really long session, it's because I got stuck early and I'm trying to get out of it, you know. And at the end of the day, anytime you're leaving with money from a card room or a casino, that's a good thing. That's a win. So sometimes those are, you know, it doesn't feel good that you just grinded for 14 hours to break even, but at the end of the day, you broke even. You didn't lose. So some premiums here.
yeah, I played really long yesterday into this morning. So I'm probably, if I do play tonight, I'm probably just gonna limit to like 3 or 4 hours. Unless it's just like a stupid game like it was yesterday, which is the reason why I played so long.
Right.
But it's 5-4-3. Very connected flop here. 7-6. Obviously the nut straight right now.
Danny's got the ace of clubs. Goes check, check though. And now the board pairs fives. Neither player is going to put the other on a pair probably at this spot. Danny's got position, but he's going to check it back. And here we go, Derek. They both get the wheel.
It is a paired board, and obviously 6 is the better straight. So I can definitely see a bet, raise, and call, or just a bet and call.
Thanks, Ars Actuary, for joining us again. Good night to you.
Appreciate you for hopping in and enjoying our content here tonight.
Danny's just going to make the call, chop it up.
It's mostly entertainment.
Yeah, but I'm trying to like, the dealer's gonna be sitting here like, oh,
Yeah.
please hurry up.
But yeah, it's interesting to do
You're
as
right.
like a home game.
You're
When the game's over.
The problem is also like the sweat is hard because then like how do you sweat it? Because you're like
You see it
right, yeah, you're like what do I need?
Derek, you're wearing the Poker Atlas shirt. I know you've put that up. I know we're at the end of the stream here, but yeah, we do have that Poker Atlas event coming up.
Yes,
you
we
wanna
do.
Share the graphics real quick before we get out of here.
Lock it up.
Yeah, for those of you that like tournament poker, we do have a tournament series. That's right, an entire tournament series over $3 million in guarantees, featuring a $1 million guarantee to start and then a $1.5 million to end. So lots of money up for grabs. I think there's a few PLO events, some mixed game events. So
less than a month away.
Yeah, August 15th, December 5th. Mark your calendars. And if you're from out of town, if you have any questions regarding maybe accommodations, we'll do our best. I'm not really aware. I'm sure they're going to be. I hope they'll put up some kind of thing where they can make it easy for players that want to come to Dallas to stay close by. So, that's right, August 15th, December 5th. A lot of tournament poker coming to Dallas, Texas.
No, in my Google Sheets I'm running an Excel sheet.
Harris is going to wake up on our, I think, last hand of the evening here with pocket kings. Raises it to 500. Let's see if he gets any action.
Be the only hand I played well today. Wouldn't want that.
Wow.
Oh, no.
We see an ace and a king on the flop. This graphics currently are wrong. If Harris has pocket kings, he's flopped middle set here, and Dunn's got top pair.
In a single raise pot, too.
Single
so
raise pot. An ace or a 9 would be just gross for Dunn here. And Harris is going to lead out with his set. I like that, knowing that the opponent could clearly have top pair here. Wow. This is our last hand of the night, guys.
Are you kidding me?
We've got a set of kings and 2 pair with the ace-9 here.
Oh,
Are you
boy.
kidding me?
Wow. What a way to end the night. And, I mean, it's going to be tough for Dunn to not lose another 3-4K in this pot.
Mr. Dunn, I hope you don't hit a 9 on the river, but what kind of action are we going to see if a 9 comes on the river?
I mean, now you're going to want to size up here, right?
You're definitely going to want to
like
size up.
King, Jack, diamonds, King, Queen of diamonds, picking up a flush draw now on the turn.
Because he beats any ace.
Oh, he's overbetting it too.
He beats any ace jack, any ace queen that raised pre-flop, that single raise. How does Dunn not feel good here? about his 2-pair.
Oh my God.
Wow.
We could see the biggest pot of the night here.
We could, and Dunn's been running so good. He's just got to feel like he's good here. Makes the call. Harris is set up for a river jam maybe here. Wow. Some straights get there. I don't think you're seeing this. Dunn's going to check, though, in case maybe an ace-queen. Can he find a fold on a huge raise here, or a huge bet?
Oh, man. I mean, now you lose to ace-queen.
Ace-queen, ace-king, obviously.
Kings. I don't see queens just betting like that, flop and turn.
He knows he doesn't have the jack-10 here. Set of 5s. I mean,
if Harris jams here, I think Dunn could get away.
And he did. He jammed. All in for 6.4.
No, for 10K effective.
For 10K. 10K effective. And Dunn's just beside himself. He's disgusted. He's got 2-pair.
You don't beat anything now, so that actually river card saves him. Say if the river came like a deuce, you beat you beat ace queen, you beat jack 10 suited. Now like everything got there, right?
You could tell Dunn's focused. I think there was some table talk cross, and he kind of interrupted. He's making the call.
Oh, jeez.
Huge pot. What a night for Harris. Last hand of the night. Wow.
And Dunn gets felted on the last.
And Dunn gets felted on the last hand of the night. Has aces and 9s, and he just ran into it. Harris flopped the middle set. Kind of just kept betting it, and understandably, Dunn's sick, but just felt like his ace-9 was good there.
Wow, and a $30,000 pot on the last hand of the night. Dunn gets absolutely coolered.
We get 500.
Unbelievable. Started off the night so hot.
AJ, thanks for chiming in, buddy. Appreciate it. They're going to do a...
I mean, considering, Dunn was in for just a 5K bullet, but that is just absolutely sickening.
Yeah, because he was running so good last week, obviously tonight as well. And then to have the last hand of the stream, just absolute cooler. I thought he might be able to find a fold there, but he just felt like his hand was good, went with it. Thought Harris might be trying to push him around maybe with like a king-queen or, an ace-jack maybe. Anyway, cooler hand.
Yeah, Dunn's a good. He's a good friend of mine, so I don't want to. I think that it's possible to find a fold there, but I don't blame him for the
I don't either.
there,
I don't either. Tough there. We're gonna do a PLO flip here. Looks like.
Wow, what an ending to the stream there.
Man, what a stream. We asked for blood and we got it. Last hand of the night too.
See if we can do some last minute shout outs here. Jedi Master Ted, of course, AJ, thanks for hopping in. Appreciate you commenting on the chats. Frank, of course, JTM NY35, RS Actuary earlier, Alpha Teaches Poker, of course. And what a night there for Harris.
Right.
Over 20 plus K, right?
Right. So. Huge night for him. I know he's happy to get a really good victory like that. Really good session for him. And he didn't just get good hands. He played great all night long, so good for Harris. We're going to have one winner here, this PLO bomb pot.
What is 7? Dang it. Oh, you might have a straight.
6. I have a 6. I don't know what my last card is yet, though.
I see a queen.
Let's go.
Kenny's got queen 10. Looks like Danny came up with a straight there, a low straight from the 4 to the 8 maybe.
Danny's super excited.
From the 4 to the 8.
Oh, man. Well, there you go. Nice hand there for Danny. And again, thank you all for tuning in tonight. We'll be live again this Saturday for our final table of the Saturday tournament. But I think we will be streaming probably Thursday from our Austin location.
Yeah.